3, 2, 1.
Good evening and welcome to the August 6th, 2020 meeting of the Northampton School Committee. I'm Mayor David Narkowitz, Chair. This meeting is being held pursuant to Governor Baker's emergency order, modifying the state's open meeting law to allow for remote participation. This meeting is also being audio and video recorded and is being broadcast on Northampton Open Media. Begin by asking the clerk to call the roll of the school committee.
Member Seraphy Cox. Present. Member Condon.
Present.
Member Levy.
Present.
Member Kaufman.
Present.
Member Goldman.
Present.
Member Voss.
Present.
Member Gold.
Present.
Mayor Narkowitz.
Present.
Member Busansky.
Present.
And Member Fallon.
Present.
Your Honor, you have a quorum.
Excellent. Okay, so the first item on our agenda, as is our custom, is the public comment period. And we will be, I will be asking people to please utilize the hand raise function to let me know that you wish to speak in public comment. And when I recognize you, I will unmute you and or you can unmute yourself. And I'll just ask you to please identify yourself by your name and where you live. And I am going to time everyone, ask you to please keep your comments as brief as possible, but no more than 3 minutes. So that I assume we will have a lot of folks who want to offer comment this evening. So to the extent you can keep it succinct to allow for as much comment as possible, that would be great. And I would ask if folks would, let's just move forward and see how it goes. But again, if you're not speaking, if you could just mute yourself just so that there's no background noise or other kinds of interference so that we can hear the main speaker. So the first person who has their hand raised is Brenda Lilly. And Brenda, I would recognize you and ask you to unmute and identify yourself and your address.
Thank you. I'm Brenda Lilly. I'm the elementary art teacher in Northampton. I live in Camie now. Right now, I'm here to read a letter for Helen Wood, who was unable to make this meeting this evening, and I would also like to talk about the art program. Her letter starts to the Northampton School Committee. Good evening, and I hope this message finds you all well. I apologize I cannot be there in person to relay this message, but I believe it is an important one regardless. My name is Helen Woods, and I am a preschool teacher in the Northampton Public Schools and a NACE member. In uncertain times like these, it's important to learn by example. Many school districts in Massachusetts are making the wise decision to begin the year remotely, and we should follow in their footsteps. Most recently, South Hadley Public Schools made the decision to start the year remote and begin a hybrid model barring adequate health and safety regulations in January 2021. It's important that we follow the example of districts like these, districts that are prioritizing the health and safety of their students and staff. Other districts are making this decision too, Leominster and Somerville. Two districts with populations similar to ours are also starting remotely. We serve many high-risk populations in Northampton, students of color, students with disabilities, students with economic disadvantage. And to ignore their safety is to participate in the systems of oppression that we claim to want to subvert as a district. I know firsthand how difficult remote learning can be on students and families. I'm not sure if you've ever seen a Zoom session with 15 3-year-olds, but it's something. However, I can understand, and I hope you can too, that learning loss can be recovered. Safety, health, and lives cannot. I urge you to make the right decision for our city students, their families, and their educators, and begin our school year remotely. Thank you for your consideration. I'd like to speak for the art program. On behalf of the elementary art program, we would like to express our concern and anxiety on in-person teaching at this time. We see an average of over 600 different students in 1 week and travel to 2 and now 3 different schools. We are your super spreaders. It is my request that we hire more art and music teachers to cover all the different classes, which are now doubled, up to 60 different classes instead of 30 in 1 week. If we do not have an art and music teacher in each elementary school, then we should be teaching remotely and only remotely until it is safe to have our regular schedule. Even if we begin with a hybrid model, the art classes should be held remotely with the students at their homes. This would allow for the classroom teachers to have more in-person time with their students in the 2 days they are at school. We would be able to teach more students at one time in a remote setting and not have to travel between the schools, becoming your super spreader. Please consider either hiring more specialist teachers or we teach remotely. Thanks for listening. That's it.
Thank you very much. The next person whose hand is raised is Kristen Elde. Or Eld.
Hi, that's correct, LD. Yes, my name is Kristen LD, and I live at 41 Chestnut Avenue in Leeds. I'm a parent of a Leeds second grader and a member of the local NEF-funded REAL group, REAL standing for Racial Equity and Learning. I support a virtual reopening model. COVID continues to be a threat in our state, and I have heard from many NPS teachers, members, and parents who, like myself, are concerned and in some cases deeply scared about the potential repercussions of a hybrid schedule at this time. My concerns with reopening pertain to equity. The voices of higher income white parents are almost always the loudest. But what about the thoughts and concerns of families of color, low income families, and families with kids with disabilities? These members of the NPS community stand to lose the most across reopening models and scenarios due to the racism, classism, and ableism that are baked into public education and all of our institutions. We know that COVID has disproportionately harmed people from Black, Indigenous, and Latinx communities and people with less economic means. We have a responsibility to center those voices and concerns to make decisions that prioritize the safety of those most at risk. What has the district done and what will it do to ensure it's getting input from families, including students themselves who don't do Zoom, who don't do online surveys? Theirs are the voices we need to hear, the concerns we need to center and address so that more affluent white students and families don't continue to benefit at the expense of families that are systematically pushed to the margins. Are the social and academic pods that many resource white parents are assembling of interest to families of color and poor and working class families? If so, how can the district help facilitate these arrangements? And what if the district could help families that need various forms of support communicate that need to other families with their privacy honored? This could be groceries and childcare, help securing childcare. The term mutual aid is being heard more these days. And there are local volunteer-led groups that have been doing this necessary and compassionate work for a while now, fundraising and coordinating childcare efforts across town for one. Can the district explore a relationship with such a group and see about supporting mutual aid across our schools? This is the commitment to communication and to centering equity that I would like to see prioritized now and ongoing in every decision district leadership makes. This is the good, the heart that NPS can bring to its corner of the world. Thank you for the speaking time, for all of your hard work around reopening.
Thank you so much. The next person who has signed up is Amy Martin. Amy, if you could please unmute yourself, you're the next speaker. Amy, you're unmuted.
I am unmuted. Can you not hear me?
We can now, yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm speaking for myself and my partner, Amy Waldman. We live at 17 Federal Street and we're parents to a high school student. And we know that this is a heart-wrenching time for all of us and that you have a nearly impossible set of choices to make. And we understand the enormous pressure you're under. We believe a fully remote reopening is the best of these complicated choices for now. We live behind the high school and near the Mill River path. We have a parade of teenagers going past our house in groups every day, almost all of whom are not wearing masks. We see them on the high school playing fields in groups without masks. We have not adequately established norms of mask wearing here, nor social distancing. You can see that in the rates of COVID and the reproduction rate, both creeping up in Hampshire County since reopening en masse. At the high school, we haven't even managed to establish norms of not vaping, despite valiant efforts. We know wearing masks won't be consistent, nor will social distancing. We know people will get COVID. There will be students and adults in and out as they quarantine. People in the homes of those students and adults will have to be tested in quarantine as well. Everyone in the school community who does not have to quarantine will live with heightened anxiety and fear. This will happen over and over again, with perhaps schools having to move to remote status until there is a vaccine. What kind of learning can happen when there is this level of disruption, anxiety, and fear? We are reflecting on the message we have heard from the district at every other time of crisis here, when a teacher was convicted of sexual harassment, a lockdown due to a man with guns in a school parking lot, the death of a student. Every time the message from the district is the same as the ones that were in the high school newsletter this winter. Many people respond best to crisis by moving through predictable and structured routines. There will be no predictability nor routine as students and adults quarantine, awaiting test results and while sick. The pandemic also makes those absences highly visible and scary. The only way to provide predictability and routine now is by being remote. It is commendable that the superintendent and principals held town halls this week, but it appears that less than half of caregivers at each school attended. How has the district ensured it is getting input directly from those unaware of or unable to attend, particularly Black and Brown families, most at risk for COVID and poor COVID outcomes? It also appears the district has not sought direct input from students. We are particularly concerned that BIPOC high school students be given real ways to influence the decisions being made right now about their futures. Use these few remaining weeks to have a laser focus on preparing teachers for remote teaching, preparing caregivers for remote learning, and be leaders and innovators in coordinating mutual aid for families to deal with the many needs that remote learning, as well as hybrid learning, cannot meet. The district showed its strength in developing a food distribution system this spring and summer. It is a beautiful program. Expand it so that there is mutual aid for childcare. Finally, I hope you all saw the CEO of Bay State's comment in Mass Live yesterday that there are more tests coming back positive for young people now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amy. The next person who is has their hand raised to speak is Jen Lucene. Jen, you can unmute and identify yourself and address.
Hey there, I'm Jen Lucene, and I teach kindergarten at Jackson Street School. I live in East Hampton. My internet connection keeps telling me it's unstable, much like all of us these days, I suppose. So hopefully you can hear me. I sent you all an email the day before yesterday, and I'm going to read what I wrote to you. I'm writing you today to urge you to vote for a remote start to the school year. I'm confident that you have heard many reasons as to why returning to our buildings for in-person learning is simply not physically safe. I agree with and share those concerns as well, but I'd like to add my voice to the concerns being raised around our students' social emotional health and well-being and the inequalities that our students who are at risk and marginalized faced, particularly in my area of expertise, which is kindergarten and young children. I sent you all a picture of my classroom. I teach kindergarten, and in order to make my kindergarten classroom COVID ready, literally all of my kindergarten materials, furniture, manipulatives, toys, art supplies, books, etc., have been moved and put into storage, which is naturally the music room. A room that is normally designed specifically with young children in mind is now void of any thought but guidelines for physical distancing. All of my kindergarten furniture and materials have been replaced with desks placed carefully 6 feet apart, all facing one direction forward, a space in front, presumably for me. And while I understand why the safety guidelines are the driving force, this does not make my classroom safe. My classroom is a busy and dynamic space. Kids are rarely sitting down in one place for more than 5 to 10 minutes, unless of course it's because they're engaged in a beautiful inquiry of their own choosing. Kids feel safe and loved and excited to start their school journey. They sing, they laugh, and they play every day. They see themselves reflected in their space and they take ownership of it, making it not my classroom, but their classroom. The picture that I sent you looks nothing like my classroom. It does not look like a space for 5 and 6-year-olds, or 7 or 8-year-olds for that matter. This space is in no way developmentally appropriate, and in fact, I would argue that this space feels cold at best and cruel and inequitable at worst. To ask a child to do what they're not developmentally capable of doing is cruel. To tell families that don't have the resources to opt out that this is your child's learning environment is inequitable. For all young children, but especially for a child who is at risk, what is developmentally appropriate can change from day to day or moment to moment. It requires a level of emotional responsiveness that the teacher and the learning environment provide in order to help all children feel seen, heard, valued, and loved. It requires the support of adults in the room and the room itself to help children safely regulate and stay regulated. Add to this masks, physical distancing, no singing, no touching, no sharing, and fear of a deadly disease. I'm not being hyperbolic when I say cruel and inequitable. I'll be the first to admit that, like many people say, remote learning, quote unquote, didn't work for me. When I look at this classroom, in-person learning isn't going to work either. But I do have confidence when this bunch of educators come together, we can come up with a robust remote learning plan that includes time and space for all children to access connection, learning, and safety. I know that we can create something that is flexible at meeting the diverse needs of our families and our students. That's what we need to be focusing our energy and our conversations on. How do we make a remote learning plan that is engaging and equitable? How do we support families in their struggle for economic security, childcare, healthcare, and food insecurity? How do we use a culturally and emotionally responsive remote learning plan to prevent the widening of the learning gap? Let's have that conversation so we can make a real plan while staying as safe as we can. Our children deserve nothing less. I thank you for your time and your commitment and just the impossibility of this all. I'm sure you're not sleeping. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The next person whose hand is up is Ilan Abrel.
Hi, thank you. Greetings to everyone. My name is Ilan Abrel, and I live on Park Hill Road, and I have an incoming kindergartner at Jackson Street. Infection rates are currently rising in Massachusetts. As of today, we've had a 70% increase in COVID-positive cases over the previous 14 days. According to one study, based on current data, at least one COVID-positive person would be expected to arrive at most schools in Hampshire County during the first week. With multiple colleges in the area planning to reopen with at least some in-person classes, and the virtually universal expectation by medical experts of a second wave of infections in the fall, we can count on cases rising even more in the area in the next few months. Faculty, staff, and students in Northampton schools should not be forced to participate in a potentially fatal experiment. What we currently know is more than enough to make it clear that a remote model is the only morally justifiable plan for school reopening in the fall. A recent study suggests infected infants and young children can have extremely high viral loads with as much as or more viral material in their airways as infected adults. We also know that children over 10 spread the virus at the same rate as adults. And although many infected children seem to have more mild cases than adults, there is evidence that COVID-19 causes lung damage that can lead to lifelong complications, even in infected children who are asymptomatic. Both the fully in-person and hybrid models under consideration will put faculty, staff, students, and their families at unnecessary risk. Without weekly rapid testing and an infrastructural overhaul of our school ventilation systems, neither of which are feasible, it is impossible to guarantee their safety with even the most conservative hybrid model. And a system that relies on a home self-screening process for symptoms is not a safety system at all. It does nothing to detect asymptomatic carriers and depends on a universal commitment to rigorous routine. In a country where hundreds of thousands of people either don't believe the virus is real or don't think it's serious, this is inviting disaster. Of course, we must do everything possible to ease a remote plan's burden on families, especially those being disproportionately and unfairly impacted by the economic effects of the pandemic. But in the eloquent words of a public commenter at the last school committee meeting, the only acceptable level of student deaths is 0, and the only acceptable level of teacher deaths is 0. We're in the midst of a world historical disaster that requires us to make very difficult decisions. But the only acceptable choice here is clear. The Northampton School Committee must vote for remote school. Please do not ignore the warnings of the dozens of Northampton caregivers and teachers who have highlighted the inevitably disastrous and entirely predictable outcome of not adopting a remote plan. The safety of Northampton schools, families, faculty, and staff is in your hands. Please do not throw it away. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next person with their hand raised to speak is Michelle Sullivan. Michelle, you have the floor.
Hi, my name's Michelle Sullivan. I'm a constituent from Ward 7 on Ryan Road. I've been an early childhood educator in Northampton and the surrounding area for the past 22 years. My husband is a middle and high school teacher in an adjoining school district, and my daughter, who's a rising ninth grader, has been going to Northampton Public Schools since kindergarten. I love this school district. I moved to Northampton so that she could be part of this school district. And I am really, really concerned that our short-term response to this pandemic is going to have negative impacts on this school district for years to come. A lot of people have addressed safety. I don't feel like I need to go into it any further than to say we simply do not have enough evidence letting us know that it is safe to resume in-person schooling at this time. We really should wait. I'm very concerned about the finances. The cost of the hybrid plan is absolutely staggering. From $35,000 to $50,000 a week, that's more than I make in a year. I mean, I'm an early childhood educator and we don't make much money, but still, it's a lot. I have yet to hear a really definite answer as to where this money is going to come from. And I really don't have any faith that the state or the federal government is going to make up for this gaping hole in the school budget. I'm worried that spending between $490,000 and $700,000 to get us through 2020 is going to devastate us for years to come. I want to have teachers next year. I want my kid to be in a class of under 40 students. I want that for everybody's kids. I would much rather you go fully remote and invest this hypothetical money that you have in in-person enrichment centers like New York City has had for essential workers and high-need families since the height of the pandemic. I feel like it's safer, and it's more fiscally responsible. I'm very concerned about the logistics. I've been part of 3 different school districts reopening plans, and figuring out how to do the little things is really staggering. I wonder what would happen with these tents if we had another tropical storm like we had earlier this week. I wonder how kids are going to manage lunch. How are people going to deal with not having transportation for their 6th through 12th graders? How are people going to move from class to class? What happens if you get your first period in a porta potty in the middle of a pandemic and there's no sink? This is real. It's a lot, and you do not have much time to make these plans. I would really rather have my beloved educators take their time and energy and put it towards planning a robust, creative remote learning program than figuring out how kids are going to get to the bathroom safely. It's a better use of our time. We should wait. I think I'm most concerned that we will lose experienced teachers, like putting aside the and staff, putting aside like the horrifying fact that we could lose them for good to COVID. I feel like the relationship between administration and the teachers union is already strained. I know that you guys don't want it to be that way, but after last year's negotiations, it's just a fact. I feel like if you ask teachers to go into a building where they do not feel safe and they do not want to be there, everybody who possibly can retire will. Teachers who have the option of going somewhere else will, and you will never repair their reputation. People will not want to work for our district. Right now,
Michelle, if you could just finish up your
wrapping it up. Gotcha. Right now is just right now. This pandemic is not forever. I really hope it ends sooner rather than later, but I feel like we can wait. We should wait until we have more information about where the money is going to come from. What kind of access are we going to have to testing?
Thank you, Michelle. I have to be fair to everyone. So
gotcha, no problem.
Okay, thank you so much though for offering your comment. The next person whose hand is up is Terry Parker.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Terry Parker. I live in Leeds. My child would be entering kindergarten in the fall. First, I just want to thank everyone for the care that you're taking with this really important decision. I really would prefer the remote model right now, since the cases are rising in Massachusetts and all of the reasons other speakers have said for the health and safety of our children and for our teachers. I'm really concerned about sending teachers into this environment. I'm concerned about my child getting turned off from school, going into a classroom that isn't friendly and welcoming to them. And I'm also concerned about the risk to our elderly caregivers, those of us who have to use grandparents, our at-risk caregivers in a hybrid model that would be dangerous for them. I am the sole adult in my household. I am working full-time from home, so that's an incredible privilege. It is still complicated to manage remote education for a kindergartner, but I'm completely willing to do it. And I would vastly prefer that than putting him in this situation of a hybrid learning environment at this time. And I also think it would be much better to do one thing, the remote learning model, really well and beautifully and with all of your attention, than to try to split your focus between these two highly complicated structures. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. The next person who has their hand up is Karen Hidalgo.
Hi, my name is Karen Hidalgo. I live in Ward 1A at 133.
Bacon cheeseburger.
In
Hi,
Merridith Street.
Sprite with barbecue.
Whoever's sorry about that. Could you mute yourself, whoever's ordering dinner at the drive up? Sorry about that, Karen.
That's okay. I live at
Go
Ward
ahead.
1A, 133 Barrett Street in Northampton. I'm a school counselor, also known as a guidance counselor at Northampton High School. I have two children in the district, a 5th grader at Jackson Street and a 7th grader at JFK.
Somebody on the call just started ordering dinner at the drive-thru.
I'm here to talk about MPS's reopening plans. I want to be back in school in person, but I don't think we can be ready by mid-September. Those of you who know me well know that equity is very important to me. When I see something that is unfair generally, but particularly to low-income students or students of color, also known as students of the global majority, I speak up. This is usually in the context of well-meaning white, middle, and upper-class parents and students asking for exceptions to school rules. They don't always realize how exceptions affect others directly and indirectly, but it can be other things. Many of my friends and acquaintances, and here I'm talking about a mostly white and well-off community, have said that we should keep schools closed until there is a vaccine. I don't totally agree. A vaccine could be months away, but it could still be years away when we're talking about getting essentially the whole planet immunized. Many of my friends, and here I will include myself, are sitting pretty compared with a lot of our fellow humans. We may be on leave at home or working remotely. Yes, we are isolated. Yes, working from home while parenting is completely, literally impossible. However, as a group, we are generally safe and mostly even financially stable. I resent the idea that we should keep doing what we're doing because it is working to some degree for a vocal subset of the population. What about our essential workers? What about parents who've lost their income in order to provide childcare for their children? What about children who will struggle to participate in remote learning because of lack of support at home? And here I include myself as well. I want us to open school buildings safely as soon as possible, and I want to make work safer for our essential workers who are taking risks right now as they have been since the beginning of the pandemic. I don't like working remotely. Remote school worked fairly well for my daughter, but in any form is going to require supervision for my son that we are not able to provide while working, whether or not we are able to stay home. I want more than almost anything right now to be back at NHS and to have my children back at school. However, I no longer think we will be able to pull it off in a way that will be safe by mid-September. On the topic of being able to reopen school buildings safely, I will say two things. I support NACE's proposal, and we need more testing until there is a vaccine that is widely available and enough of us have received it to achieve herd immunity. I know that testing is too slow and that we cannot currently require it of all staff and students. We need to tell our city government, our state government, and our federal government that in order to safely open school buildings and to keep open essential services and help our economy, we need much, much more testing with results returning rapidly until a satisfactory level of vaccination has been achieved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just a reminder to folks, if you could mute yourselves when you're on the call. I reserve the right to mute everybody and then unmute you, but just be helpful if you could keep an eye on that. The next person who signed up, who has a hand up to speak, is Janice Toddy. Janice, you have the floor.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Janice Toddy. I live on Fort Street in Northampton. I'm a physical education teacher at Jackson Street School and a longtime Northampton resident. I care about my students. I care about my students. I care about our school communities and this city. I am here to ask you to act in the name and in the hope of greater safety for all by voting to start the school year remotely. I say this in painful awareness of the need for support for working parents, with respect for the profound complexity of this situation, with awareness that this public health crisis is taking place amidst great inequities in the lives of our students and their families. I've been looking at images of school held outside in the 1918 pandemic. I'm a descendant of people who went to school in hedges. It's tempting to say we can have school in person right now. We're smart, creative, and skilled. We can stay ahead of the metrics. All we need to do is enact the right protocols, the right can-do attitude, tents, taking temperatures, masks, distancing, not showing up with symptoms. All I can picture when I think of that is the image of teaching that makes the rounds on social media every so often. Something about driving a bus, and the bus is on fire, and someone's vomiting, and you're descending a mountain, and the brakes give out. I would imagine being on the school committee, especially lately, feels like that. We have lockdown practices in our schools each year. I sit in the dark in my little PE office alone for the first one. The school grows quiet. I look at the safe spot poster and the angle to the access doors. I look at what could be thrown to stop someone. During the second practice, which we don't always get to, I am with students. One year, a child looked at me when we were finished and said, "Ms. Toddy, my shirt stops bullets." I said the kinds of things grown-ups say in that situation in reply. I didn't say, "I will be that shirt if I need to." I can't stop a virus from hurting someone. We can only take precautions. Let's not take the chance that someone in this district or city will lose their life or their long-term health because we decided we can open right now. I fully support Jen Lucine's thoughts about who our students are developmentally, and what we would ask of them right now does seem cruel. Asking students to distance, stay at desks, please distance, it's time to stay at desks, is asking them to inhibit who they are as human beings. This is the antithesis of what we strive to do in Northampton Public Schools. Teaching is not management, not hurting, not endlessly saying, please stay away from each other. Is this what we want? The issue of young children getting or spreading the virus is changing in the news. You must be seeing these reports. Work with NACE. Listen to REAL. NACE and REAL make us better schools.
Janice, you're at time, so if you could just finish your sentence. Thank you.
We didn't have remote learning in the spring. We had a public health crisis. Please vote tonight for the chance to develop a better remote learning model. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next person whose hand is up is David Marlin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, school committee. My name is David Marlin. I live at 33 Ward Ave in Ward 2. You will be deciding tonight, committee members and Mr. Mayor, and over the next several weeks, whether people live or die. When a student who innocently brings home COVID-19 and then experiences the death of a parent or grandparent, will they look back at tonight knowing that your vote resulted in their loved one's death? If a teacher forced to teach dies of the virus, will it be because of how you voted tonight? The proposed hybrid approach forces students to choose between a quality education and their families' lives. If you want Northampton educators teaching your child, the hybrid stay-at-home option is not an option. The Edgenuity system has been found to not even meet standards, and the entire proposal punishes students who opt to stay at home. It forces teachers to choose between their careers and the lives of their families. There is an answer. 100% online learning. This would enable all students to have access to the same great Northampton teachers, and it would also enable those who need it to spend the day at school taking their classes online at the school. Anybody could go to the school to take their classes online if they needed it. Those teachers who want to stay home can. You will be putting these life and death decisions into the hands of the families where they belong. A model for this was presented in the New York Times on July 20th, and I encourage you all to read it. And if there's a way to do so, I'd be happy to submit it to the clerk. It solves so many of our problems, and it enables us to easily transition to more in-person if that becomes an option. On May 1st, I watched my father suffocate to death as COVID-19 ravaged his lungs. As anyone who has watched a death from COVID knows, it is a terrible way to die. This decision is your responsibility alone. Even the experts don't know what's best. And so here you are where you never expected to be. And I ask that you please do the right thing and vote for all classes to be online with an option. Again, there can always be an option for students that need to go into the schools. Thank you for all you've been doing. I know it's an impossible situation, and if there is a way to submit that article, I would be happy and appreciate the opportunity to do so.
Thank you, David. Yes, you can certainly email that to our clerk or the superintendent or any of your representatives, and make sure that it gets shared and part of the record.
All right. Thank you all very much. Good luck.
Thank you. The next person whose hand is raised is Deanna O'Connor. Deanna, you have the floor.
Hi, thank you for having me. My name is Deanna O'Connor. I'm a mom of 2 boys who've gone through the Northampton public schools. My youngest is going to be a senior at the high school this year. I forwarded an email to the committee earlier in the week. It was an article from the Gazette where the positivity rate of the COVID virus has been increasing recently in Northampton. I think 2 weeks ago it was 0.7. Last week it was 1.9. If it doubles again, we're going to be dangerously close to the 5% threshold of positivity that I think is dangerous. So I too am a proponent of remote learning, and I think that's the safest and most responsible thing for us to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next person whose hand is raised is Haley Pearl. Haley, you have the floor.
Hi, everybody.
Okay, great.
If you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Great. I am Haley Pearl. I'm a 7th grade ELE teacher at JFK, and I'm in Ward 6. And I want to read a statement from me, but that was inspired by my conversations with lots of parents of young kids who are also teachers. Here we go. I'm one of so many teachers who, starting in March, became a full-time parent and a full-time teacher simultaneously in my home. A colleague with very young kids like me described the latter situation as circus at times, and I'm sure so many of us can relate. As such, I've heard very little conversation about what teaching may look like for parents of non-school age children in the fall. While the superintendent has alluded to on-site childcare when teachers' school-age children are not actively in a building under a hybrid model, this option has not been extended to infants and toddlers to my knowledge. More recently, the superintendent has made some oblique references to help with childcare for younger children, but as of yet, there have been no specific information that's come from him or the state, and I know that's just still in development. Plus, there's the challenge of not knowing our schedules under either model, which makes securing childcare very difficult. Indeed, there have been no formal statements about our
We're having a hard time hearing you, Haley. Your audio seems to have cut out. Haley, are you there still?
I'm here. I'm just going to kind of start where I left off. Sorry.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
As many of you know, childcare in this area can get pretty cutthroat. Daycare facilities and homes require reservations and deposits months, if not a year in advance. And to add to the chaos, many facilities are closing permanently reducing their numbers or changing their hours due to new COVID guidelines. I know 3 JFK colleagues who will be majorly impacted by these types of changes in the fall. What's more, many of us, like me, who do not feel safe sending our children back to the regular facilities, even if they still have a spot. So to the many of us that are in flux with childcare, waiting for a decision on hybrid versus remote is enough, but not knowing our schedule either way compounds the problem. A hybrid model and the expectation of returning to the building would make things nearly impossible for my family in terms of having enough time to secure in-home or shared childcare that feels safe. I can't even reach out to other families or possible providers without a firm grasp on what my days will look like. At this moment, I only have about 2 weeks to establish safe, likely full-day childcare for children. If our school committee decides that learning in the time of COVID needs to be remote, with the increased expectations for teachers and students, I and many teacher parents will still need to secure childcare in order to do our work, but it may look different depending on our period schedules. I would add that if there are any expectations whatsoever around scheduled synchronous learning, I believe we have not been given enough time to make the necessary arrangements to follow such expectations. I am certain, however, that all of us in this situation will make a heroic effort to do so. While the remote option certainly feels much less daunting for me and my family in terms of keeping kids safe, my kids safe, and others, it will still be a major challenge to get something in place before school starts, not to mention to adapt to any changes that may occur later in the school year, such as if we move from remote to hybrid. A change in
You're at time, so if you could just try to finish up your final sentence or try to wrap it up.
Sure, let me pick a sentence.
You can also submit your statement as well, as you know.
I would say in either model where there's flexibility, we need to know. Where there is not flexibility, we need to know. This way we continue to balance our family's safety and responsibility as teachers. We need to know more now, yesterday, or in June when we knew this was really bad. We can't afford to lose teachers right now. And what a shame it would be for any teacher to have to choose between their children's safety and their job. Worse yet, imagine a teacher returning to work out of financial necessity and their child and family becoming exposed to COVID-19 through their child's daycare facility because they were unable to secure alternate, safer childcare plans in time for the school year to begin.
Thank you, Haley. Thank you very much. The next person whose hand is raised is Brett Costello.
Great. I hope you can hear me okay.
Yes.
Terrific. Thanks so much for allowing for speeches tonight. My name is Brett Costello. I teach at JFK. I've been running through my mind what it's going to look like to be in my classroom again. So I'm imagining it in September, still summer. Since fans can spread infected particles from one student to another, I won't be able to use one this year. So even assuming the custodians opened my one window that we know works in the morning when they do their rounds, we know the day will get hotter. So to open a second window, I need to take a chair, drag it over to the counter, step on the chair, stand on the counter, and then bend all the way over and use a hefty amount of strength to pry the window open a few inches. So I'm in room 213 at JFK. And before you decide to use a hybrid model to open JFK, whether it's now or mid-year next year, I urge all of you to go to room 213 and just open a window for yourself. Just see how you feel about the effort that will be required for me to increase airflow to allow for safety and for comfort. And you might remember, we had a sudden no school day last year when the pipes burst. It wasn't a surprise to us in the school. The room next to me is so cold that students and teachers regularly wear their coats. So our confidence in the systems of our building is low. And this is an airborne virus. If you support hybrid learning now, consider how you will convince me and our staff to believe in our HVAC system. At the very least, publishing a report from a certified engineer who evaluated our HVAC system, logs that show the history of how often the HVAC systems are inspected and recalibrated, dates when filters are changed, the quality of the filters that are currently installed, and consider carbon dioxide monitoring when classrooms are fully occupied. All of this is outlined in the Schools for Health report from the Harvard Healthy Buildings program, along with healthy policies, cleaning, and upgrades to bathrooms. I'm going to leave you with just a couple statistics. When you closed our buildings in March, I'm sure all of you wondered and worried if it was the right thing to do and who might come in to complain about it. And we now know from the Cincinnati Children's Hospital Medical Center that it was the right thing to do. And because of you and because of others like you who made that tough decision, we can now estimate nationally that more than 1 million cases of COVID and 40,000 deaths were spared. When we closed in March, the Massachusetts statewide case total was 123, the whole thing. New daily reported cases as of August 4th is 438. And there's now more than 111,000 cases in Massachusetts in total. So you are being counted on to do the right thing again. Thank you for hearing these concerns.
Thank you very much. The next person who is has their hand raised to speak is Sarah Churchill-Windsor. Sarah, you have the floor.
I also have a 2-year-old, so I have to move away from her. Sorry.
No problem.
She's mad about that. Sorry.
Oops. Sarah, I think you.
I am a 6th grade special education PR. What's that?
Your sound is, you're freezing up a little bit. I don't know if you're in a place that doesn't have good Wi-Fi, but.
I'm gonna go next to my router then.
Okay.
We'll see how that goes. But that's closer to my 2-year-old, so we'll see how that goes too.
Understood. Okay. Go ahead.
I'm a 6th grade special education teacher at JFK. Also the PR&R chair for NACE, so I'm an officer in the union. I'm speaking tonight out of grave concern about the safety of reopening our Northampton public school buildings in the fall. COVID-19 is in our community. It's across the Commonwealth. Even Governor Baker has legitimate concerns that we're going to need to go back a phase if current trends continue to show an increase in cases. Data about transmission among children is incomplete at best, but we know that transmissions will occur as it has transpired in other states. This will happen even with diligent attempts by staff and students to observe social distancing, proper mask wearing, and sanitizing of areas in the classroom. It's reasonable to assume that children will outright object to and ignore prescribed regulations put in place for their safety, leaving those around them at risk. It is unreasonable to expect that even the most well-meaning of children will consistently adhere to proper social distancing protocols and proper mask usage for hours when countless adults fail to follow proper safety measures, even in short spurts. And my 2-year-old wants blueberries. Assuming that most... Sorry. So yeah, just one moment. I'm gonna try to get away from the 2-year-old again.
Okay.
Sorry. I'm gonna sit in my garage. I did this during remote learning too. It is reasonable to assume that some children will object to or outright ignore prescribed regulations that are put in place for their safety, leaving them at risk. It is unreasonable to expect that even the most well-meaning of children will consistently adhere to proper social distancing protocols and proper mask usage for hours when countless adults fail to follow proper safety measures, even in short spurts. Assuming that most children who test positive for COVID-19 are at low risk for serious illness or death, it is important to remember that these children nonetheless serve as vessels for the virus and are likely to carry the contagion home to their families where there could be immunocompromised individuals. As seen this summer, daycare centers, camps across the U.S., and some schools have shown high infection rates among children, as well as the staff members serving them. When new shutdowns and mandatory quarantines occur due to high transmission rates, how can we ensure consistent education for our children? How many students and teachers can be sick or quarantined before a brick and mortar school can no longer function? How will we get substitutes to cover our classes if we are sick? If our goal is the health and well-being of children, how can we send them into a building for hours at a time when we cannot ensure their safety? People will contract COVID-19 and may die if school buildings open, and if children and staff are brought face-to-face at this time, be it all in or hybrid. Those who don't die are likely to suffer chronic complications. Those who remain virus-free may suffer with depression, anxiety, and grief over the loss of loved ones. We are not out of the woods. In fact, this could be the beginning of a very long battle. Opening the buildings would have staff and students engaging in unsafe and untested conditions in just a few weeks.
The only way she eats is we
Conversely, the choice to start the year remotely with considerations for on-campus learning ready for implementation
You're
as
at time,
study.
Sarah, so if you could just finish up quickly.
Yep. I have one more sentence.
Okay, great.
Can I start it at the beginning because you kind of interrupted it?
Sorry about that. Sure.
That's okay. Conversely, the choice to start the year remotely with considerations for on-campus learning ready for implementation as specific safety metrics are met. Plus, that will put safety of Northampton's children, our school employees, and all of their families first. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah.
Sorry about the 2-year-old.
No problem. Go have some blueberries with them. Okay, the next person whose hand is raised is Heather Brown.
Hi, my name's Heather Brown. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Heather.
Great. I live on North Maple Street in Florence. I'm the vice president of the Northampton Association of School Employees and an English teacher at Northampton High School. I'd like to share with you a reopening statement from the Western Mass Educators Action Network, known as We Mean. NACE President Agito will finish if I run out of time. And thanks in advance for listening and for all of your time and efforts. Western Massachusetts public school educators have been grappling with two urgent needs that are increasingly irreconcilable during this extraordinary pandemic: being in person with students and keeping communities safe from the risk of serious illness or death from coronavirus. Ultimately, we will not sacrifice the health and long-term well-being of our students and our educators. We're standing up for our students, their families, our educators, and our neighbors, and rejecting ill-advised school reopening plans that fail to take into account the medical and scientific evidence that show dire risks still posed by the COVID-19 crisis. This is why we are urging school districts to begin the year with remote learning and phase-in returns to school buildings, basing such plans on prevailing scientific, medical, and environmental health and safety guidance. We recommend our school committees and superintendents, we commend our school committees and superintendents for making the right decisions in March and keeping school buildings closed for all spring. Research shows that nationally, more than 1 million cases of COVID-19 and more than 40,000 deaths were prevented by that decision. Anticipating the reverse is unthinkable should buildings reopen in a matter of weeks. Adopting a remote learning model to start the school year will give educators and families time to plan and create a successful experience. No one imagined this is where we would be. More than anything else, we love your children, our students, and we want to be with them in person. The reality is that any attempt to be back in our school buildings and classrooms will not resemble the academic or social environments we strive to create. The restrictions necessary for ensuring safety as prescribed by current state guidelines will prevent the kind of connections we all seek. Masked children facing forward and socially distanced from one another and their teacher will be a discouraging and disappointing experience for students and their parents. The cost of all of this will be tremendous while still presenting an unacceptable degree of risk for the entire community. It's almost certain that even if schools reopen, instances will arise triggering a full return to remote learning. Are the costs and risks worth it? We Mean says no. When you send your children to school, you entrust us to safeguard their education and also their well-being. Given what we know so far, it's not safe to return to in-person learning. CDC guidelines require a downward trajectory of documented cases over a 14-day period to move to the next state of reopening. Neither Massachusetts nor our counties currently meet this standard. Furthermore, we're more likely to see exponential growth of infection rates rather than a decrease. Scientific research shows that children do transmit and contract COVID-19. There have been outbreaks in many places, and recent studies reveal that children over age 10 are just as likely as adults to spread the virus. Thank you. And Andrea Agito, our president, can finish our statement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Heather. The next person whose hand is raised is Andrea Gito.
Thank you, and I appreciate you giving me the time to speak. I'd like to continue reading the statement from We Mean, the Western Mass Educators Action Network. Testing for COVID contagion is essential as carriers are not all symptomatic. It is imperative that Western Massachusetts does not contribute to the growing numbers of reports about premature openings resulting in illness and death, further adding to the inequitable burden of this pandemic already falling upon our communities of color and those who are socioeconomically disadvantaged. Districts have been directed by the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education to prepare 3 plans for returning to school: remote, fully in-person, and a hybrid plan. Politicians are willing to run the risk of returning to school before it is clearly safe to do so, hoping that nothing bad will occur. Educators are instead urging caution. Reopening schools cannot be rushed, or our communities will pay the price. Please don't be bullied into a dangerous decision by DESE's threats of withholding federal funds and auditing our schools. Educators are confident that with a delay in the start of the school year and adequate time to prepare, we will build a more robust and meaningful model of remote instruction. We will work with students and families to address the equity barriers experienced in the spring, including access to devices and high-speed internet, as well as providing training in how to use them. Time to plan will allow us to imagine creative solutions that emphasize social-emotional well-being, outdoor learning activities, and student-driven projects. If we do not invest the time and resources now, we will end up in crisis learning all over again. The Massachusetts Teachers Association, American Federation of Teachers, and the Boston Teachers Union are recommending schools begin with a remote learning and to phase in any return to in-person learning, taking into account agreed upon health and safety benchmarks. Over 80% of 10,000 MTA educators statewide indicated that the only safe return to school in September is remote. Many districts in Western Mass have already rightly decided to protect the lives of their students, their families, and educators by committing to begin the year remotely. I just got word that only moments ago, Springfield voted to start the year remotely with 12 weeks of fully remote learning. We call on all districts to follow their lead and confirm plans for remote learning until the health crisis conditions warrant reconsideration of other options. A physical return to school buildings in September is simply not possible in the current reality. Increases in COVID-19 outbreaks have caused the governor to even question and possibly discuss pushback phase 3 of reopening in Massachusetts. The same logic applies to our schools. As disappointing as this truth is, we must find the humility, compassion, and patience to understand what is beyond our control and to make the prudent decision during an unprecedented pandemic. We cannot control COVID-19, but we can control how we return to teaching and learning and connecting meaningfully with our students in order to ensure the health and safety of all in our community. The loss of normal in learning is replaceable, but lost lives are irreplaceable. Thank you for your time and your efforts in making this incredibly challenging decision. And again, this is a statement from the Western Massachusetts Educators Action Network, or We Mean, a coalition of local unions in Western Massachusetts. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Andrea. The next person to have their hand raised is Deborah Keish.
Thank you. I'm a parent in the district. I have 2 kids at JFK, and I'm a member of REAL, Racial Equity and Learning in Northampton. I want to give props to NACE. I support everything that Heather and Andrea just said. I'm here to plead with you to select the remote option. We're seeing more and more children, as other people have noted, infected, and rates rise as schools reopen across the country, even when they're trying to do it safely. It's not arguable that a hybrid or fully in-school approach will only increase the risk. I would ask each of you who here is okay knowing that their decision for any in-person time led to a student, staff member, teacher, caregiver, or elder getting sick, chronically ill, or worse, dying, because that is the risk if the vote is anything but remote. Who are we willing to risk? Whose life is okay to sacrifice? I also want to talk about equity along the lines of race, class, and ability. Some have argued that it's precisely because of equity that we need to have some in-person learning so that vulnerable populations can be served. That perspective is nothing but a failure of vision. That we have to risk lives to support and provide resources for our community members, that is absurd. Members of Real Northampton already sent a letter to the school committee that contains many alternative options that are being carried out across the US right now. This community is filled with creative, loving people. The only compassionate and just option for schooling is to go remote and then to work together to provide resources to those who need it to make remote learning a safe and meaningful option for everyone, not just affluent families. Whether that's supporting childcare or internet access, we as a community can figure out a way to provide these resources that does not require people risking their lives inside school buildings in the middle of a global pandemic. Please, I urge you to vote for the remote option, and then I urge us all together to begin conversations about how we can get through this with equity at the forefront. And thank you so much to the school committee for all the work that you're doing.
Thank you very much for your comments, Deborah. The next person who has their hand raised is Dorothy Albrecht. Dorothy?
Hi. Sorry, I thought I was, oh, hold on a minute. I thought I was further down the list here. Hold on. I got too comfortable there. Sorry about that. I'm just trying to put my, okay, there we go. Put my, my name's Dorothy Albrecht, and I am a 7th and 8th grade teacher at JFK. And I lost my notes. I'm sorry. I thought I was way down the list there. Okay, I'm a 7th and 8th grade teacher at JFK, and I absolutely love teaching at JFK. And but I just had a birthday, and it put me in a high risk category. And so my family and I have a hard decision to make. I'm not ready to retire at all, but I don't think it's safe to go back. So teaching is my second career for me, and I was educated and worked as an engineer and a statistician before becoming a teacher. So I believe in science, and I know that the data is critical in fighting community spread. Last night I took a look at the state COVID numbers to see how they were rising in the state, and it's well established in the science community that the COVID will spike again. According to mass.gov, new COVID cases for August 4th and 5th were 546 and 440. At our lowest point of new cases at the beginning of July, it hovered around 200 per day. Now we are more than doubling that rate. So I'm wondering, is the second spike happening? We just don't know. I looked back at March 13th when we left school and went remote, and the numbers were for the 12th and the 13th were 13 and 15 statewide. So what have we done to improve in our battle against COVID since March 13th? We've mandated face masks, but have we done anything to improve COVID testing? The wait between testing and the results is too far long. The wait between the testing and the results is
Dorothy? Dorothy? I think we've,
excuse me?
You were a little bit frozen there for a second.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay now?
Okay. Yep, go ahead. You're back. Yep.
Okay. All over the country, schools that have returned are experiencing COVID spread. We are Massachusetts, and we contain the spread very responsibly, but let us not forget what we experienced in April all over the Commonwealth. Odds are that we will have to return to remote. I know that me and my colleagues, with careful planning and training, will have a robust remote schooling that we can put together, and it'll be highly effective. We can do better if we're not thrust into a crisis situation. I love teaching, and I am not ready to retire, but I do not think I can go back. With increased community spread is almost certain. I look forward so much to going back to school in person and that first day and weeks of school with my students, but when it's safe. That time is not now. Even though the calendar shows September around the corner, I know that you are being pressured and even threatened by the federal and state governments to adopt in-person school regardless. And I don't envy your position at all. And I heard the bell, so I will leave it at that. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you very much, Dorothy. The next person who has their hand raised is Kieran Slattery. Kieran?
Hi, thanks. My name is Kieran Slattery, and I live at Pines Edge Drive in Northampton. I'm a proud 5th grade teacher at Jackson Street School. Dr. Provost and Mayor Narkowitz and the school committee, thank you so much for your time and energy toward this difficult matter. We need to begin our school year remotely for our safety and well-being, as well as for the safety and well-being of our students and families. But some people at this meeting may not be aware that even if we go remote, the current plan is to have some SPED students with significant needs come receive services in person. During our town hall meeting today, Dr. Provost, you stated that it would be up to the family of the child receiving services and their SPED teacher as to how those services would be provided, either in person or remote. That means that families will be allowed to dictate whether or not a SPED teacher is required to show up in person to service their child. This is unacceptable. Yes, currently some SPED teachers are valiantly providing in-person services at summer school. Yes, so far, no one that we know of is gotten sick. Dr. Provost, you've said that because a model of allowing only 10 students at JFK at one time to go for one-to-one summer school sessions is going well, that's a reason to allow in-person services for SPED students in the fall. We cannot use 10 students at once in a building over the summer with SPED teachers who don't have any other responsibilities as a benchmark for how this would work in the fall. Come fall, SPED teachers are required to write countless evaluations on IEPs and somehow also find time to provide services for students. And then they're also forced to work in person when no other teachers have to. It's not equitable to force SPED teachers and related service providers, including SLPs and OT specialists, to either opt in or out of remote learning or be beholden to a family's decision. I've heard arguments that, well, there are sure to be at least some teachers who are willing to work in person. Sure, there likely are. Does this mean that they should be teaching in person? As teachers in our district, we will always go above and beyond for our students. We always opt to work harder and put in longer hours in order to make sure that our students are getting the resources they need and their needs met. And often it means putting our health and safety at risk, but this should not be normalized. Dr. Provost and members of the school committee, I want to ask you, what if it were you in this role? What if you were a SPED teacher, terrified of contracting the virus, but forced to work because you didn't want to let your students down or because a family demanded that you be in person with their student? Every single service can be provided remotely. Is it optimal in every case? No, but this isn't forever. We can always support students who need catching up. We always have, and we always can and will. We can't replace a dead teacher or a dead student. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next person whose hand is raised is Paula Regano Murray. Paula? Paula? Oh, there's the timer. Paula, are you there? I'm asking you to.
Now, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, there we go. My name's Paula Regano Murray, and I live at 45 Finn Street in Northampton. Most of what I want to say has already been said, so I'm going to try to keep it short. I'm here tonight as a homeowner, a school employee, the co-coordinator of the ESP chapter of NACE, and most importantly, the spouse of an in-progress cancer survivor. I also am apparently entering my golden years as I fall into the second highest risk group by age. I don't pretend to have the answers to this once-in-a-lifetime pandemic that has taken over this country, indeed the globe. I do not envy you at all, because tonight you have to make an extremely difficult decision, and no matter what you choose, people will be unhappy. COVID-19 is complicated. There is so much that we still don't know about it. We spend a lot of time focusing on the people who die from COVID, but the reality is that more people will survive with serious complications. These people may face months of recovery time due to debilitating side effects. We have zero information on the long-term effects from having COVID with or without symptoms. We have no idea how children will be impacted in the long run. We just don't know. One thing we do know is that COVID-19 disproportionately affects people of color. In Northampton, That means it disproportionately affects the members of my unit, as well as clerical and custodial, because that is where the majority of this district's staff diversity lies, with your hourly employees. It is imperative that for the health and safety of our staff and students of color, we begin the year in a fully remote model, which allows time for collaboration with teachers to form a strong distance learning program supported by ESPs, while allowing the district to fully bring our buildings up to code and continue to monitor infection levels in the Tri-County area as we are school choice. I worry about our students for a variety of reasons. If we reopen with a hybrid plan, understand that COVID school is not pre-COVID school. The social and emotional components will not be the same. An anxious staff will need to oversee anxious students. School will become rigid. It has to in order to protect everyone. And eventually we or society will fail. Numbers will rise in our community. Staff and/or students may fall ill, but it is likely that as flu season arrives, we will have to shut the doors once again. I worry about that emotional roller coaster. I feel one last thing needs to be said. ESPs are typically left out of conversations and rarely sought out for our input. This was never so evident as the near blanket exclusion of ESPs from the reopening committees. I remind you all that we work directly with the most vulnerable students in our schools. Our opinions should matter. So on behalf of the majority of the nearly 100 ESPs in the district, I implore you to return to buildings only when it is safe for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The next person who has their hand up is Mariatha.
Maritha.
Mariatha?
It's Maritha.
Maritha, my apologies.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was still muted. Okay, now I'm unmuted. Sorry about that.
You're back. Okay, great.
My name is Maritha Wallace. I am an ESP at JFK. I've been there for 4 years. I've written curriculum for Black History Month, and I run SOCA there. And I wanted to actually put a face to the by people of color here. So, and from the employees, I have a letter written. To our community, we are writing to you out of love for each other and ourselves and our communities in order to address the question of returning to school in the fall amidst the global COVID-19 pandemic. We want to be clear in our conviction. Anything other than a fully remote start to the school year is unacceptable. COVID-19 has disproportionately ravaged Black, Latinx, and Indigenous communities. This is true nationally, and it is true in Northampton, in Amherst, Hadley, and anywhere else. The data shows that our Black families and educators have higher rates of history of negligence from our healthcare systems that has continued into COVID-19 pandemic. Our Black and Brown educators and families continue to be particularly vulnerable to both the virus and the systems that fall far short of their stated missions to care for our communities. It is not acceptable to put our lives at risk. We do not yet know about the long-term effects of COVID-19 will have on adults and children. New studies are showing brain, lung, heart damage, and potential infertility. It is not acceptable to ask educators and families to assume appropriate safety measures are in place and to trust the system will keep us safe when our lived experiences and histories tell us otherwise. The planning of the start of this unprecedented school year must be co-designed. Co-designing tells us that those most affected by a design solution should be prioritized in designing it. Centering students, families, and educators of color in this process needs to happen and has not. We are the most affected, and we are telling you, we will not go back to school buildings until it is safe. And right now, it is not safe. Therefore, we demand that the district must immediately plan exclusively for remote start to the upcoming school year. Number 2, the school committee must vote to protect the safety of our students, educators, and families by directing the superintendent to exclusively pursue planning of an all remote plans for returning to school. No plans for full or hybrid in person.
Doesn't make any sense.
Schooling should be considered until the
Fabulous. Thank you.
Considered until the state achieves health metrics to be identified by health and safety experts in conjunction with families, educators, and youth. We, the educators of color, do not take these demands lightly. Our demands are rooted in what we have heard loud and clear from young people, families, and fellow educators, as well as from our neighboring communities. We demand that young people, we demand it for families, and we demand it on behalf of all of our educator brothers and sisters and siblings, because no one should die unnecessarily. This is resolved and in solidarity with NACE members, NACE educators of color. To put a personal string on it, I am a single mother raising 4 children, and because I am the sole provider in our family, I will have to attend work. I am immunocompromised, but I will go into the building knowing full well that I could die being there. I don't want to do that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Merridith. The next person who has signed up is Kate Jobson. Kate?
Hi, my name is Kate Jobson. I'm a Unit A member at NHS. I do improv comedy, yet speaking at this meeting is absolutely terrifying to me. It is not safe to return to schools. Therefore, the only real option to begin the year is fully remote. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. The next person who is signed up is Sarah Moshak. Sarah?
Yep, right here.
Okay.
Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak tonight. I want to thank the school committee, the administrative team, teachers and staff for all of your hard work that you have engaged in since March. I am particularly thankful for the work of the Northampton Food Service staff, who've made sure that our students I'm an administrator in another district, so I keep thinking I'm part of what you're doing, that the children of Northampton have had access to food. Our family has been lucky enough to be members of the Northampton Public School community for 11 years. My sons are entering their junior year at the high school. I see many beloved teachers and staff in this meeting, and I wanted to thank them and the rest of you, teachers and staff and administrative team, for creating an enriching, safe, and robust learning opportunities for my sons. I trust that Northampton Public School educators will continue to be amazing, inspiring, and thoughtful in their pursuit to meet the needs of all students through remote instruction. Is it perfect, or will it be perfect? No. Is it what I want for my sons and their friends? No. But is it necessary? Yes. And you folks are all rock stars to me. So thank you for all of your hard work.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. The next person who has their hand up is Ian Sachs. Ian?
Hi, my name is Ian. I am a part-time employee at Leeds Elementary School. And I'm going to come at this at a little different angle because, I do all the lunch and the recess stuff. So I see outside on the playground how important exercise and face-to-face interaction is for kids. So even if we do have an online option, which obviously hearing everybody, I can see is definitely the safest plan. But even if we do that, I still would somehow, I know I don't have a plan, but I still would somehow like to incorporate some sort of physical face-to-face exercise that I can lead, or maybe somebody else would want to. But so that's the angle I'm at. I'm hoping even if we have a 100% remote model, there's some sort, at least for elementary school kids, because I work at the elementary school, I'm hoping that there's at least some sort of physical like physical face-to-face exercise aspect, because I see how important getting exercise and that is for kids, and that can help clear their mind and stuff instead of just being on the computer all day. So I know it's might be a crazy idea to some, but that's just my thought, is having like a socially distant, like a socially distanced dance party, or just some sort of exercise for like face-to-face exercise for the kids. So hopefully that'll be considered, and thank you for making my voice heard.
Thank you very much, Ian. The next person whose hand is raised is Kim Gerald. Kim? Oh, actually, I have to, sorry about that. There you go.
Okay, hello, good evening. Thank you to the school committee, and I wish you well in your deliberations tonight. 5 months ago, I stood in front of the school committee urging you to close down the schools, and you did, and I'm so grateful. Since that time, I decided I needed to retire to protect myself. I was a teacher at Jackson Street School. I needed to protect myself as a person in a higher risk group, and as well as my partner. Since that time, I've seen the deaths in Massachusetts go over 8,400, I believe. I've seen 2 family members go through having COVID. And then I saw the numbers going down, but they're coming back up again. So it's clear that we cannot open up right now. It's not safe. I'm not going to go over everything everybody else said. I'm blown away by the depth and the intelligence and the compassion of the people I've heard speak tonight. I hope the school committee will consider a plan of remote and then considering in-person learning further down the line. We do need to pay attention to the needs of high-need children, and I know that can be done remotely. That has to be front and center. So I just hope that tonight you're courageous when you make your votes and cautious, because lives depend on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. The next person whose hand is raised is April Yvonne.
Thanks, everyone. So my name is April Yvonne. My son is going to 4th grade into Ryan Road Elementary School. I am a parent who decided to go to Northampton. I live in East Hampton. When I got the phone call on Friday the 13th, I was upset, but also very happy at the same time when the schools actually shut down. I was very lucky within the last several months to be able to work from home, be able to get services for my son for his IEP. Don't get me wrong, working from home has been really hard, multitasking, and also trying to teach your son all the pretty much simple things that they need to do in life. When it comes to math, when it comes to speech, when it comes to reading, having everyday classroom activity. Don't get me wrong, it's really hard. Now, I am very fortunate, like I said, to be able to work from home. But at the same time, many parents don't have that option. With COVID going within the next several weeks, and it is increasing rate, unfortunately, I don't think we should send our kids to school. I am worried about the frontliners, all the providers within the childcare systems, when it comes to the teachers, when it comes to administration. I'm thinking of elder parents. If I do need to go into the office, who is going to be able to watch my child? My husband works full-time. I work full-time. He's an essential employee. Yes, we will have to figure out childcare when it gets to that point, if we have to do that. And I do have possibly the option with his IEP services, him able to go into the school. But I'm more worried about his safety. I'm more worried about the teacher's safety, administration, staff, everyone, including him. I just prefer you guys to keep as a remote as much as possible within this upcoming school year. At least start with that phase, because I'm worried that if you've seen in the articles in the last several weeks, within the first day, there are, one person having cases and being exposed to other students, or even hundreds for the first day. And that's the last thing I want to see. That's the last thing I would want to see for us in national or even in the Gazette, saying that, this school or this public school system had 200 cases on the first day of school. That's the last thing I want. I don't want anyone to get exposed. I don't want anything happening to my son. I'm thinking of everyone else who is attending. So thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments, April. The next person whose hand is raised is Rachel Baker.
Hi, sorry, I was going to try to put a face to the voice. My name is Rachel Baker. I live on Evergreen Road in Leeds. Thank you so much for the chance to comment. So I have one son who just went through the amazing pre-K program at Leeds and is enrolled in kindergarten for the fall. But the reason that I'm speaking, even though I'm terribly nervous, is I want to represent another voice that I don't think has been very heard from here and at the last meeting. I'm the parent of another child who will start at pre-K in December on an IEP. That son receives and will receive from the school district many therapies that are intended to be in person. And I do appreciate so much the acknowledgement that students on IEPs and 504s may be the ones struggling during this time. But I want to bring up a point that has maybe been ignored during these meetings, and that's that these children who receive these services are oftentimes the ones with underlying medical issues or who are medically complex. They're the ones who might be the most at risk for getting very sick, maybe even dying from COVID. So when I hear the idea from our superintendent that families might choose remote learning in a hybrid model, it doesn't feel like a choice for my family. We won't be sending either of our children. And to think that my children might not receive, especially my child on an IEP, might not receive equitable instruction from our own wonderful Northampton teachers, it seems inequitable for a student on an IEP. And I know I don't speak for all families of children with special needs, and I totally acknowledge my relative privilege, my access to resources, and my master's degree in education. But I really want to point out that when we have this argument, like that 5th grade Jackson Street school teacher said, when we talk about sending our special education students in for 5 days a week as a solution, I would love for you to actually just spend more time and resources on creating remote systems that work well for all students, including special ed students and students with different resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rachel. The next person whose hand is raised is Dinah Mack. Dinah? Dinah, are you able to, let's try and unmute?
Oh, hey. Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, I couldn't unmute myself. Hi, my name is Dinah Mack, and I've been a teacher for 15 years at JFK, and I would really like to continue there. I too, like Paula Regano said, am entering my golden years, and if we are not remote at this time, my beautiful career might have to come to an end, and this would be really difficult for me, and perhaps a loss for my future students. I love my career at Northampton. And after hearing these eloquent speakers before, I don't have much to add other than thanking everyone for coming out to speak tonight about a remote start to the year. And I'm urging all of you to vote for this option. But what I do want to add is that I was really struck by one of the earlier speakers who started this conversation, who mentioned that there was an adversarial relationship between the school committee and NACE based on our wage fight last year. And I just want to say that it's really imperative that educators and staff are at the table making plans and decisions all the time. But right now, it's really imperative that this is not a contentious fight, that we all work together and we collaborate. these are really hard conversations that we're going to be having. We need to be compassionate towards each other, and we might not all agree, but I just think it is essential that families, educators, and staff, the alt team, the school committee, that we all sit and work together. And the town halls, I really appreciate that they happened to answer questions, but they didn't feel collaborative. They didn't feel like we could actually have these hard conversations or dialogue together. And I feel like what causes this contention, this adversarial relationship, often has to do with educators and staff feeling very silenced in the system. And I think that maybe the silver lining of this whole thing, there might be many silver linings, but one of them could be that we open up relationships in this city to collaborate, to be creative together, to create a model that will work for all of us. And I know that this is a very hard time for people, and we are all feeling it, and everyone is working really hard. And I just would like us all to really come together. I'm urging you all on the school committee to please vote for NACE's sound proposal. A lot of care went into it. A lot of voices went into it. And we can work together to create a model that will really support all of the students in our district and all of the adults in our district, including the alt teams, including the school committee, including the staff, including families. And let's just all sit at the table and have these conversations. So thank you all for your work tonight and for this whole process. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person whose hand is raised is Ellen Brown. Ellen?
Let's see. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can,
Okay.
Ellen.
My name is Ellen Brown. I live in Whately, Massachusetts, and I'm a first grade teacher at Jackson Street School. I would like to start by thanking and acknowledging the school committee for their time and commitment to all matters relating to school, but especially in this time of COVID. Thank you as well for allowing the public to comment at these meetings. Public comment is critical in this moment, as teacher voices have largely been left out of the school reopening conversations. I'm here to share some of the deeply concerning questions I have as a teacher who may be asked to return to in-building, in-person instruction during a pandemic. How will I teach without materials? How will I teach without proximity? How will I keep everyone safe, distanced, sanitized? Can I count on the district to provide the needed supplies and materials when in the past they have not? How can school employees be sure that families are following safety precautions? How can families trust that school employees are? How will I build community under these circumstances? Will teachers quit? Custodians, ESPs, cafeteria staff? Will we have substitute teachers? Who will help me open and close my classroom windows, since it requires the strength of 2 adults standing on top of shelves to do so? Will I be allowed to turn my fans on? What if I'm not? Who will be sanitizing the bathroom between visits from children? How will I simultaneously manage hand washing, social distancing, conflict resolution, unwelcome behavior, separation anxiety, injuries, illness, all while effectively teaching content? How is lunch going to work? How will it be delivered, served, cleared? Who will wash the classroom tables and sweep the floors? How will I manage my workload if my classroom is to be used as a cafeteria? Can you imagine 10 6-year-olds eating lunch in your office every day during your break, a break you often work through? Will the joy of teaching and learning disappear? Are these the questions you've been asking as you plan my return to school? When I consider teaching remotely, I'm filled with questions, but with questions I can answer. My answer sounds something like this. I have tech support I can access. I have a building team and a district team that I can count on, collaborate with, and lean on. I can visit students and families in the community while socially distancing. I can plan remote learning that isn't virtual. I can access materials and use them in my teaching. I can use skills, ideas, and lessons that were developed during the closure. I can teach and want to teach remotely because ultimately, I want to teach in person again. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. The next person whose hand is raised is Michael Stein.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you for giving me the chance to speak. I was going to echo a lot of the sentiments that have already been offered, and pretty amazed at the near unanimity that's been presented. I just want to mention a few things. The first is that I think that in this moment, a lot of people are sobering up about these choices. I think watching Smith reverse their decision is an important indicator. And while we've been on this call, UMass has reversed their decision about having such a large in-person contingent attend. So I think the signs are there for us to really consider a fully online model. And I'd like to also just say something about the hybrid model. I think there's a tendency when you have to make really difficult decisions where none of the options are good to try to split the difference. And the hybrid model seems like a way to split the difference. You get a little bit of in-person, but you get some of the safety of online. But as an epidemiologist from Harvard recently, said, the hybrid model is probably the most dangerous model in terms of community spread, because you're going to have students coming in and out. You're going to have other caretakers taking care of them on off days. And just the risk of community spread from the hybrid model is pretty significant, more so than the full in-person model and much more so than the online model. That's withstanding all of the sort of practical difficulties of pulling it off. So I'd just like to sort of echo what most people have said about beginning the term fully online, and thank the school department the school committee, and also everyone that teaches for all of their hard work, and really embrace sort of creating the best possible online experience we can with all of the talent and creativity and resources available to us. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Michael. Could you just give your address, Michael? I didn't get that.
Sure. Sorry, I forgot. I live in Ward 4, 14 Columbus Ave, and I'm a parent of Bridge Street students.
Thank you so much. The next person whose hand is raised is Jackie Iman, sorry.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Jackie Emond, and I'm a parent of 2 kids at Jackson Street School, 4th and 5th grade going into. And I definitely want nothing more than for them to go back to school. However, I do feel like we're trying to fit a square peg into a round hole by even entertaining going back to school inside the building. Although a lot of thought is being put into attempting safe in-person learning, we can almost predict that their school will eventually have to shut down at some point, ultimately forcing full remote learning. To me, it makes the most sense to pour all of our resources into remote learning instead of a hybrid model. The hybrid model seems to be too inconsistent and complicated, and still puts everyone in the building and then therefore in their homes at risk. I do appreciate what a logistical nightmare this is for everyone, parents, kids, staff, city officials, and I truly appreciate all of you for allowing us the place to speak about it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jackie. The next person is Melinda Rogers. Melinda?
Hello. Am I unmuted?
Yes, you are.
Okay, I'm going to let you see me. Hi. So I will try to be succinct. I live in Florence on Bridge Road, and I am an ELL teacher at Northampton High School. My child will be a 4th grader in the district, and my husband is a teacher in Springfield Public Schools, and they just notified us that they will be beginning remote for the first grading period this year. They are opening fully remote for the first grading period this year, which is a great relief. This has been a very stressful summer for all of us, facing going back into schools when there's not solid evidence that it's safe. So I want to say a few things. Remote learning, our transition to remote learning was really rough and challenging in the spring because it was on the fly. And I think we all learned a lot, and we've had a lot of experiences in this time period, more remote experiences than I've had ever. And I think we're learning constantly, and we're learning what methods work and what methods are more effective. For my ELLs, it was challenging. We got them all through. But one of actually the really rich parts of the experience was bonds that I felt like I formed with some of the families, because I was speaking with them more frequently and were expressing their concerns to me. And I felt like there was a really important dynamic that happened because of being remote. And I hope that we can focus on that in the fall, on working with those relationships, because everybody's under stress right now and our families are too. I'm very concerned about what the experience of even hybrid might be like for my ELLs. Many of my students have experienced trauma, extreme trauma. And we address that. We work with counselors. We address that in many different ways when we are under normal conditions in our classrooms. And I just don't know how I'll be able to do that under the conditions that we would have to work with, for safety. I also don't know how I can teach language with a mask on 6 feet from my students. 6 feet. I mean, I'm all the time asking my students to take they're teenagers, to take their hands away from their face. And there's a lot of inhibition when trying to speak an unfamiliar language. And I just think we're not going to be able to hear them. They won't be able to see my mouth. I think that in many ways, our virtual platforms will provide a better opportunity for instruction and for learning. Also, I did send, I know many of you responded, thank you, to the email I sent. I have concerns about the main obstacle to their success in the spring was just reliable internet access. And I think that we can turn our resources and our attention to meeting some of those needs that internet, I mean, we did so many people did an amazing job getting food to our families. And I'm grateful for the people who coordinated that. Kelly Knight is amazing. So I just want to say, I hope we can devote our resources toward making the remote learning more effective. And I think that's the way we should open.
Thank you, Melinda. Thank you very much for your comments. Okay, so we've heard from everyone who had their hand raised to speak in public comment. Thank you all for taking time to weigh in with us this evening. And I will now move into the regular agenda of the school committee meeting, which begins with announcements. Are there any announcements from any members of the school committee? Okay, no announcements. Next, we have a consent agenda, which consists of 2 sets of school committee meeting minutes of June 11th and July 9th. And I wondered if someone would make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Can I make a motion? Oh, sorry, there's a hand up.
Member Gold.
Very briefly, just wanted to share an announcement. I tried to get my hand up there. That the Ward 3 Neighborhood Association, which we gave permission to fundraise for the Bridge Street School sign and message board, was able to collect those funds, and the sign will be installed at the end of August. So it's some exciting news for Bridge Street School.
Excellent. Thank you for that. Thank you for that announcement. Member Voss.
Yeah, I would like to make a motion to postpone the meeting notes. I don't, unless I'm wrong, I got one set, but I haven't had time to read it because of our executive session, and I don't think we got the other set, and so I have not been able to read
Certainly.
them.
Okay.
So that's my motion.
Yeah, well, we can actually, I can just as chair say we'll skip the consent agenda tonight, and we'll move down through the agenda. And I guess I would ask, given that there's a lot of people on the call, 320 people who are here primarily for item 6, which is the vote on the school reopening, I would actually suggest that we take that up now and move forward with that, and then we'll return to regular order after we complete that. So so let's move to item 6. It actually aligns with our time, ironically enough. We were supposed to get there at 8:30, and here we are at 8:35. So little creative agenda swapping there. I will put this forward, and I'll start by recognizing the superintendent to just give us a quick overview of where we are in the process. And I know he completed, I think, his 12th town hall today, and then we'll open it up for questions, motions. I know we have the city's health director, Merridith O'Leary, is on the call and has received questions from people that she can speak to. So, Dr. Provost, I'll start with you.
Sure, thank you. I'll be brief. I just want to thank everybody who participated in any part of this process. Over the course of the past 6 working days, I've had conversations with hundreds of parents and hundreds of staff members. And then tonight, obviously, we had a tremendous turnout for our meeting. I tell you that at this time, I feel like I've done my duty. The school committee has wanted models. I've provided, I don't even know, I think at this point, more than 15 different models for the school committee to look at. Whichever model is chosen, it's helpful for me to know that very well designed alternates are also on the shelf that can go into implementation at any time. So I think that we're very well positioned for an opening in any format that the school committee takes. We've done thorough checking of all of our schools. Our schools have never been in a state of readiness like they are currently. I've dug deep into the medical recommendations. I've got new medical recommendations from our school physician, as well as our health director, who will be on shortly to talk about it. And at this point, I really feel at peace. I went into this knowing that I had to do my level best. And I want to take some time to thank the team that has supported me through all this. We have had literally thousands of hours of preparation into the 3 models that the school committee has to choose from. And that includes people from all different walks of life within the school. Primarily, it's the administrative team. But, you know, our reopening committees have been broad-based and inclusive, and we have had members of every unit on those reopening committees. So I want to thank you all for the time that you've put into it this summer. Additionally, I really just want to take this opportunity to recognize Ms. Delhanna. A few people have mentioned her, but at this point, we have provided more than 40,000 meals to families who rely upon the school lunch program in order to help feed their families. And I think it's the greatest thing that we've been able to accomplish during these past weeks. So the models are ready. They can be implemented at any time. I feel like, in a sense, all of the planning work is done. And I feel a sense of relief at handing this over to the committee, because this is a very difficult decision, and it's a decision that I don't think should be made by any individual. I'd look forward to the committee's vote, but I know they have some important questions to ask of our health director before they make their vote, so I will just step aside for her at this time.
Thank you, Dr. Provost. Merridith O'Leary, who is the city's health director, there was a request that she be here this evening, and I know that members submitted some questions to her in advance. Merridith, are you on the call?
I am, Mayor.
Okay, great. Great, so you've unmuted. Thank you for being here. And I don't know, you've received several questions. I don't know if you want to sort of go through them and try to address them, just so that as succinctly as you can, and I'll turn the floor over to you, and then we can have follow-ups if there's clarifications needed.
Sure, absolutely. First off, thank you for inviting me here to tonight's meeting. My name is Merridith O'Leary, as the mayor had mentioned, and I'm the public health director for the city of Northampton and have been in this position for over 9 years. I know we all know that COVID-19 has created the largest disruption of educational system in history. The decision that you guys make tonight, it impacts the essential services to children, including access to nutritional food. It has economic consequences because parents have to go back to work or have to stay at home. There's health and psychological services to children that could be affected, social, emotional health. These are really big system problems, and I don't envy the decision that you have to make. I commend all of the public comment tonight, and I enjoyed listening to their voices and their opinions. So with that being said, I asked the school committee members to give me questions that they had ahead of time so I could help kind of manage them in a systematic way. Many of you had similar questions, and I kind of just lumped them together. So if the school committee would like, Mayor John, if you'd like, I could just start going through them. I think there might be at best 10 combined questions.
That's the best way to go. Yeah, I would just proceed that way.
Okay. So the first question says, and I'd also like to announce that I have our public health nurse, Jenny Meyer, on the line with us too. So if there's more clinical or medical questions or answers that need to be had, she's here also. So the first question is, what happens if a family member comes sick? Does the whole family at that point have to be out of school? And can you talk about contact tracing? If the family member has been determined to be in close contact with school attendee, which most likely might happen, any close contact would be advised to quarantine for 14 days from the date of last exposure to the ill family member. If the ill family member cannot isolate from the child, this quarantine date would be 14 days from the conclusion of the family member's isolation period. People would not be allowed to enter into the building, any school building, if they were under a quarantine order per the Department of Public Health guidance. Close contacts are defined as people who are within 6 feet of an infectious person for greater than a 10-minute period. Close contacts can occur while caring for, living with, visiting, or sharing a healthcare system in a waiting room, or with a COVID positive person while the case was symptomatic or within 48 hours before symptom onset, or having direct contact with an infectious secretion of COVID-19, with a COVID-19 case, like being coughed on, sneezed on, while not wearing recommended personal protective equipment. In a school setting, close contacts include other students and staff who were within 6 feet of the student or staff for at least 10 minutes or more in a classroom, excuse me, or in other school spaces, on the bus, or an extracurricular activity. In an elementary or other school situations where the students are self-contained classrooms for an extended period, all students and staff within that cohort would be considered a close contact. Positive close contacts should not come back to school until they've been tested or elected to self-quarantine for 14 days. If an individual tests positive for COVID-19, then self-isolation is for a minimum of 10 days and at least 3 days have passed with no fever and improvement in any other symptoms as noted. If the test is negative, the student, staff can return to the school if asymptomatic and wearing a mask. So then to talk a little bit just on what contact tracing is. Contact tracing and symptom monitoring encourages people to quarantine while providing local health departments an opportunity to promptly and proactively identify symptomatic persons. It's a four-legged stool, contact tracing. It's about testing, tracing, isolation and quarantine, and monitoring. Contact tracing, as well as testing for all close contacts, even those without symptoms, who we call asymptomatic, has been in place in Northampton and will continue to be. While we recommend testing for every close contact, this depends on a number of factors: the individuals being reachable, electing to being tested, and their comfort with seeking out testing. but we always work with individuals who encounter barriers to being tested and help in whatever ways that we can obtain it. We follow up with every confirmed case within our jurisdiction within 48 hours of receiving their test results into our system with a registered nurse who is part of our contact tracing team. This is part of the job of the public health nurse and has occurred in each and every case which is reported into the state epidemiological system. The team includes a school nurse who has become an expert in into the subject matter and will liaise with our team during the school year to ensure robust classroom tracing with intimate knowledge of both the school setting and the contact tracing process. We also have the ability to use the state contact tracing program in the event of a surge happening and stretching our systems and resources beyond our capacity. So the next question was a sick scenario. During the school year, if a student or staff is to test positive for the virus, what would happen? Well, most people who test positive have and have symptoms will need to stay in self-isolation for at least 10 days. Those that have tested positive can resume public activities after the 10 days of the first set of onset of symptoms has occurred, and 3 days have gone by without no fever, not using fever-reducing medications like Tylenol, experience improvement in other symptoms such as the cough has gotten much better, and receive clearance from a public health authority or contact tracer or local board of health. We, the public health department, the public health nurses, we follow DPH guidance as local public health for clearance to return to school from isolation or quarantine. We would advise that any quarantined individuals remain quarantined for 14 days from date of last exposure and obtain testing. However, a negative test would not negate quarantine. We would work with the school department for insight into any classroom setting to determine who would be considered a close contact to a confirmed case. People ask about asymptomatic transmission and how would we be able to catch that in a school. The question that was posed, we know that people can spread COVID-19 even when they appear healthy. How does the district's plan for asking students and staff to check for symptoms each morning prevent asymptomatic people from spreading the virus widely within our schools? And an honest answer, it can't. Any screening that we have available to us in our capacity cannot catch asymptomatic transmission. A screening looks for symptoms, clearly would not catch someone who does not have them. However, screening also should include 2 questions which may help identify and exclude students who may be asymptomatic. Having contact with someone who has COVID, is anyone in the house ill or traveling outside any lesser risk dates within the last 14 days? In our experience, it is rare an entire household would remain asymptomatic. And then that leads us into testing. This question has been asked by a lot of school committee members. What do you think about a 5% benchmark that is being thrown around as a positivity rate threshold to close schools? So I can tell you, data is a very tricky thing and it can be interpreted in many different ways. Metrics are tricky. We've seen many ideas floated around or being pushed and are being pushed through the state for a formula that takes into considerations that might compromise our community. You can't just look at one metric and make a decision on opening or closing a school. You have to look at several different metrics. And in public health, we are looking at 6 metrics on a daily basis. We're looking at positive test rate, number of active cases per population, hospital capacities, testing capacity. So some of these metrics are available to us, but some are not. So we're asking DPH to help both our community and the surrounding ones to analyze their data completely to help guide these metrics. Our current data sets, if we looked at them at such a granular level, looking at just the city of Northampton, how many cases that we had that were positive, you would say that perhaps it might not be safe to open school. But if you really break it down and look at what matters, and I'd like to share my screen with you for a moment. Let me see if I can do this. I can give you a nice visual.
Let's see.
Am I allowed to do this, Mayor?
I think you'll have to allow that. There you go. Excellent. Perfect.
Okay. So everyone can see that. So right here, we have the cumulative Northampton COVID-19 cases. The yellow line, as you can see right here, the weekly number that you see, the state report, looks most like this yellow line. However, it really doesn't do a good job of telling the story, okay? This is all the cases since the first case in the city of Northampton on 3/19/2020. The pink line, which is right here, represents the folks who live in a nursing home. The green line represents folks, just general public living in our community. And you can see that's quite stable. And then we have the gray line below. These are our probable cases, okay? Probable cases mean those people that got an antibody test that show immunity, so they had COVID at one point, and then those people who received an antigen test, which is a rapid test, that's not being used in data points right now because it's not as sensitive as a PCR test. So then when I take this data and I put it in a pie chart for you, this is what we get. The vast majority of COVID-19 cases in Northampton can be attributed to a couple things. Our nursing homes right here and our healthcare workers. Now we're starting to see an increase in COVID positive cases in Northampton because recent travel. This right here is what's left. Okay, 70 out of our total case count, which was 249 cases. We didn't include the probable in this pie chart. That averages out to about 0.24% of our population. So that's what breaking down, slicing data up really looks like. I'm gonna, oops, trying to get back, just bear with me a moment. Let me see if I can get back. Are you still seeing the screen?
Yes, we are. Let's see.
There should be a stop share button at the bottom of the screen where it says share content. There should be like a stop share, or up at the top.
Down along the bottom, there's
I lost my Zoom view. Let's see. Okay, stop share. Let's try that. Okay.
There you go.
So that's a little bit about the data right there. Just get back to the questions. So just continuing a little more on testing, the next question is, what's your best hope for when your community and our school district will have the opportunity to test individuals for COVID-19 with fast and accurate results to determine if they're carriers? By fast, I mean 30 minutes or less. By accurate, I mean with enough information provided in order to make determination whether or not that it's safe for those individuals to be around others without spreading the virus. Testing, testing is one of the public health metrics that we do look at. We've watched it increase capacity over the past few months. It went from red to yellow and it's now green. People have been using the words that testing capacity is diminished. I don't like that word because it's actually not diminished. We are still testing at the same rate that we were. It's just getting a little bottlenecked because we've opened up the parameters as to who can get tested. 6 weeks ago, the parameters were really, If you were sick in the hospital, if you were presenting with COVID-like symptoms, then we opened it up to household members. We wanted to get as many people tested as possible. And now we're testing travelers and household members. And so it's really kind of getting bottlenecked. Testing capacity is still good. We just have to improve on it and make it better so we can continue to include those parameters without having to go backwards. But it's not diminished in any way, excuse me. So testing results in 30 minutes by PCR tests. The Massachusetts Department of Health only accepts PCR tests, not antigen tests, as I mentioned, is available through one kind of machine. NAP, which is the Northampton Area Pediatrics, which takes care of most of our kiddos in our school systems, has informed us that they've inquired an Abbott machine, which is rapid testing, but it won't be used for screening purposes in the school system, but they will be able to test at a rate which is acceptable. The school department or the local health department does not anticipate having any scope or capacity to perform our own testing, and nor does the state recommend it at this time. So the next question was about Northampton numbers, and I touched on that just a little bit with that graph. Are the numbers of new COVID-19 cases in Northampton and Mass this past week concerning to you? They seem to put Northampton in the state's yellow-orange range. Can you please share your interpretation of these numbers and also where you think they're most likely headed over the next few weeks? So currently, the city of Northampton has 5 active cases for the general public. Some of the numbers that people are looking at are our cases plus the general public cases plus our long-term healthcare facility cases. So those that are testing positive in nursing homes. There is a regulation set by the state that if you were to have positives in the nursing home, then you get all the staff and all of the residents tested. So that is most definitely going to increase our test to positive ratios and our active case counts. But we like to extrapolate that data because people in the nursing homes really do not pose a risk and increase community transmission whatsoever. I wish, I could predict what's going to happen, but as we all know, COVID-19 has been extremely unpredictable because it is novel, it is new to all of us. There is no textbook on how to move forward with this. The next question. Also, do you truly believe that it is best practice that pre-K, kindergarten, and first grade students not be required to wear masks in schools, as DESE guidance suggests? Or in your opinion, should we require them to wear masks as the city of Northampton expects children over the age 2 to do? What I can say is that we have some good science that has come out about how wearing masks protects you and protects others and reduces community transmission. So I strongly encourage any individual or caretaker of a school-age individual to follow the recommendations of the governor and State Department of Public Health with regards to mask wearing. These current guidelines asking anyone over the age of 5 and leaves the ages 2 through 5 to parents' discretion. However, school is not the same as choosing to leave your child at home rather than going to the park because they'll have a difficult time wearing a mask. Compliance, I thought this was an interesting question that came in today. In speaking with members of the community today, including high school students, there's a great concern with compliance. People understand that the protocols that you're recommending allow for us to reopen school safely, but only if there is compliance. The neighborhood listserv and Facebook have been filled up with complaints regarding those members of the community who are refusing to comply with the city ordinance requiring face masks, despite the fact the city has compliance officers. Students also cited the fact that we have been able to control vaping, which is actually illegal at the high school despite our best efforts. Can you address if it's reasonable to expect compliance in schools when the experience downtown and other public spaces hasn't been great, and how that may affect the level of risk to students and staff? So compliance is one of the major issues that I grapple with too. We've had a mask order in the city of Northampton and the downtown areas and the parks and recreation areas since the beginning of April. And I get many complaints a day from the general public saying that they witnessed someone not wearing a mask. This order that we passed was what we like to consider harm reduction. We know and knew when passing it, we don't quite have the resources to enforce it. It would be next to impossible. But we were hoping that people, the majority of the people, would do what they needed to do. And we do see compliance. We see probably over 90% compliance every single day when I'm out walking downtown town. I'd like to think that in terms of a school setting that we actually have kids themselves being ambassadors of whatever the policies may be to make it a safe environment and be champions of these rules and policies to help educate, to help reinforce, and to help change the culture. I don't anticipate, anyone handing out tickets even at the school. But one thing that we compare this to, in the question, they compared it to vaping. If people were caught vaping, what could we do? We don't want to suspend them or expel them from school. We want them to continue their education. Here now, if we have a hybrid model, at least we have an opportunity. We can first give a warning, hey, you got to wear a mask. And B, if they continue not to wear a mask, then maybe the school setting isn't for them and they go home and they do remote learning. So we have that option where we don't have that with vaping. Another question, it was brought to my attention today that numbers in Rhode Island have risen enough that visitors to Mass are required to get tested or quarantined. How do you expect that will impact the number of cases in our state? Again, I don't have a crystal ball. I can't answer that, but there is an online platform that people can actually fill out and let the state know if someone's not adhering to the mandated quarantine by the state. And then just lastly, a lot of the questions that were asked of me were insight or perspective on vaccine. Again, we're unsure or have any intel on prospective vaccines. I pretty much hear what you guys hear in the media. Each vaccine requires different numbers of doses and look into different mechanisms. I think we can all have hopes that they will help, but will not be a silver bullet. I can tell you that one vaccine we are going to use as a strategy this year to help reduce the amount of respiratory disease that's out there is the flu vaccine. The impact that the cold and flu season will have or pose for our schools and our students could be huge. Flu symptoms closely mirror COVID symptoms, and managing both flu and ongoing presence of COVID could be extremely disruptive for our school and healthcare systems. So mitigating strategy is to enhance flu vaccine coverage. I've even heard that it might be mandatory. Not sure about that, but that's definitely a strategy that we're looking at. So also one of the big questions, actually there was many questions about colleges and how returning students would impact community transmission, but I think that's been negated now with Smith College announcing yesterday or today, my days blend, I'm sorry, that they're not bringing back students, and now UMass just announced that they too will not be bringing back Res Life. So I don't think I need to go over that. So those were the questions, Mayor, that or emailed to me in the last day or two. I'd be happy to answer more if the school committee members had some for us.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Director O'Leary. We have a few hands up from school committee members. Member Voss, you have your hand up.
Thank you. And thank you so much for being with us tonight and answering our questions. I do have a few more, just mostly follow up on what you shared with us, Director O'Leary. I'm a little confused about data several constituents have sent to me, including a link that I think came from Mass Live about number of cases in our community. And you said there were 5 active cases right now. If I look at those, it gives numbers like, and maybe your 5 don't include certain populations, but it gave a number previously of 20 active cases and then 25 new cases in the last 2 weeks, showing a bit of an increase. So I was wondering if you could explain those numbers, but coupled with that, just so I have 2 questions, and this is all one, and then I have a separate question about contact tracing. But coupled with the numbers, the graph you showed, and I maybe just need to see it again because I was digesting it, but it looked to me like the nursing home larger numbers were a couple months old, and the increases in the community spread, the slopes of those lines were quite big more recently. And so I'm less worried about the actual number today, but the direction it's heading. I think that's partly why the colleges have made the decisions they made. So if you could talk a little bit about that and how that change is happening in our community, and what that number 5 means compared to the numbers 20 and 25, I would find that super helpful. Thank you.
Most certainly. So the overall number, whether it was 20 or 25, includes our positives from our long-term healthcare facilities, our nursing homes. So we extrapolated those numbers, again, because what I said is they really don't pose a risk for community transmission. So taking those numbers out, we're left with 5 general public population with active COVID right now that have tested positive.
Okay, and can we just see, just so I can couple this with the chart you showed, could I see the chart, please? Thank you. The graph, the time on the x-axis and the case numbers on the y-axis. So it's a little hard to see because it's all condensed, but when I look at this, what I see is in the red, except at the very end there, it's pretty flat. That's the nursing home. And now I do see it, there's an increase last week in the nursing home. But what's concerning to me that maybe you can talk about is that green one that's just creeping up from May 22nd until today. It's just a steady rise. And I guess I might say the same about the probable cases. So those are not nursing home, and that's the slope I'm worried about.
So we expected a rise. Our social worlds have gotten bigger. Businesses have opened up. People are congregating. So we expected to see some rise. Our test to positive rate is still 1%. Where right now overall in the state, we're seeing anywhere between 2 and 3% on a daily average. So I'm comfortable. What I wouldn't be comfortable with, I'm comfortable with small little rolling hills, totally expected. What I wouldn't be comfortable with is if we saw peaks and valleys, surges and then coming down and then resurges. But the data that I'm looking at here, it gives me pause that we still have to do our diligence. But again, nothing unexpected.
Okay, and then my second question in some ways is related to this. I don't know if I need the chart up, but it's fine to keep it up if people want to see it. In terms of those cases, in the confirmed cases and the probable cases, can you talk a little bit about the contact tracing and how well we're doing? So when these cases come along, what % of I don't know what the technical words are, but of the people that you reach out to try to work with them to do the contact tracing, how successful are we in our community at that contact tracing?
We are extremely successful. Very early on, I want to say mid-March, I set up a contact tracing collaborative for the city of Northampton and for some of our smaller rural communities, because what happens in those communities that don't have the infrastructure or public health nurse to do monitor, surveillance, and contact tracing can have an impact on the city of Northampton, because many people that live in the rural communities actually work in Northampton. So it was in our best interest for us to actually take on some of those smaller rural communities. So at the peak of cases, I had at one point, I think 9 nurses pretty much working anywhere between 20 and 30 hours a week doing the contact tracing, and then my full-time public health nurse overseeing the entire program. It was our mission when the state stood up the state contact tracing collaborative, not to use them if we didn't have to, unless there was a huge surge that we couldn't handle ourselves. My staff are medically trained individuals, RNs, that have been working in the healthcare system for many years, where the contact tracers on the state level could just be anyone who could read off a template form. And you know, one thing that I like to pride ourselves, if we called our index case or our direct close contacts and didn't get an answer, they didn't pick up the phone the first time, the second time, the third time, we continued to call. We would find out where they were at. Many, sometimes they were in the hospital, so they didn't have their telephone or we couldn't get in touch with them. But our team was so diligent in this. They knew how important it was that they continued to follow up until we knew where they were, how they were doing, and what's going on. So in terms of contact tracing, I think we have one of the most robust systems in place in Western Massachusetts.
Thanks. That's really good to hear. I guess you read in the news that a lot of people don't answer the phones around this. And this is my final little piece. It would be helpful to hear if you know roughly the percentage that you actually do contact, and then of them, the percentage of people they say they've been in contact with, how many you actually reach, just to give us a sense. And thank you. I'll stop after that.
Sure. So I'm going to invite my public health nurse, Jenny Meyer, to answer that question, since she has direct oversight of the program for me.
Thanks.
Jenny?
In the city of Northampton, I just looked at my data. It looks that we have not been able to contact 6 cases.
Out of all 300?
Yep.
Great.
Yeah. And we also, like Merridith was saying, we're innovative. We look at historical addresses, we call hospitals, we text, knowing that a lot of people are reluctant to pick up their phone thinking it's scam. So, we're willing to text and give a lot of personal time and attention. We encourage index cases to reach out to their contacts to say, hey, you're going to be getting a call from this person, please pick up the phone. And a lot of people have a lot of success with that. Additionally, I will say having a school nurse on our team has been greatly beneficial, because while there are some people who are new to the concept of public health nursing, everyone's aware of school nurses. And so when someone picks up the phone and says, hi, I'm a public health nurse, but I'm also a school nurse, there's also a huge added component of trust there. So I think that also reassures us that in the school system, these are contacts they already know and trust. So between that and messaging, we're pretty confident that we'll be able to continue that success rate.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jenny. So the next person who has a question is Member Levy.
Thanks. My first one's a little longer. The other two I think are fairly short. And my first one is a multi-part question. You mentioned the measurement tools you'd look at. Could you share where you would want to see numbers before advising that students attend school in person? Are we there? And if we were doing an in-person or hybrid model, what numbers would make you advise us moving to remote learning?
I really can't answer that. And it's not just about community transmission numbers or test positivity rates. We at the local health department have no epidemiological background. So epi training on what percentage or line slopes or anything that would be hard cuts. So I cannot give you any hard number. It wouldn't be fair.
Okay, so it sounds like if what we wanted to do was ensure that we were really relying on data in making this decision and not emotion or fear, we need to have an epidemiologist on the call to be able to guide.
And I'm not sure that they would be able to give you just a hard number either, because there's so much embedded into that, and there's other public health metrics that have to be looked at also. I'm not sure.
Okay, but there would be a way to get a team of people together who could bring their public health and epidemiological understanding to then help us create some metrics for what we should be looking for.
Yes. And I'm hoping that the state does do that.
Okay, thank you.
To add to what Merridith's saying real quick, that we are advocating to the state to provide a uniform, cohesive set of metrics where we might not have access. We showed you the data that we currently hold. We're advocating to get access to the data we don't hold. That way, a lot of our school districts that have that local nuance, we can all be making these decisions based on the same epidemiological best standards. That way, if we decide one thing and a neighboring community decides another, we're not pointing fingers going, which one's doing it right. We're all using the same metrics that fit the nuances of our own community. And so I am working very hard to try and get that so it's available to all of our communities.
Yeah, thank you for those efforts. That sounds like that would be really, really beneficial.
The metrics, on the state scale, it's so large that it kind of balances out the little kind of nuances that I spoke about, like where if we just look at, on a macro scale, just the city of Northampton, that number can look like the community transmission rate can look really significant if we don't really slice it up. And a good example of this is Whately. Whately reported 2 positive cases and only had 23 of its residents tested over the last 14 days. And this put their rate at 8.7%. Just because, and if we were to set a metric at 5%, we would have to Whately would have to close schools because they're over the 5% because of the 2 positive cases, which really might not have an impact on what's happening, what's not an impact, but wouldn't have any bearing on what's going on in the schools. So you also have to see what's happening in the schools too, if we were to be open or have a hybrid model.
Yeah, that actually, thank you. And that leads to my next question, which is, you mentioned that, we're seeing our numbers go up a little bit, and we expected that because people are congregating a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
If we were to open schools and have any kind of hybrid or in-person model, we would have a lot more people congregating. And obviously we would hope that they would be wearing masks, they would be social distancing. But as we've heard from our so many speakers who spoke really eloquently tonight, there's a real worry that not everybody will comply. And so my question is, what rise would you expect to see as a result of going towards some kind of hybrid or in-person model in the schools?
A rise as in transmission within the school setting?
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea. Couldn't even give you a guess. Jenny?
I can't give you a specific number, but what I can say is we have congregate settings of children in our community currently. Daycares were allowed to resume in-person care that largely are within EEC, which mimic DESE guidelines at the end of June. All of those facilities are required to report to me any positive cases, whether or not they're residents of Northampton. And that has not happened. What has happened is an incredible amount of outreach, support, and planning with those facilities. Our YMCA has successfully been running camps for 5 weeks now. Yet again, they have great policies and procedures in place. If something does occur, we've been in close contact if there's questions, if there's gray areas. So I'm not saying that if we come back to school that transmission won't increase. But what I can say is that if transmission occurs, we have a very strong mechanism in place to help it not become widespread, hopefully. And I think looking at childcare models throughout the state is, while they're not analogous, I think it's a good place to at least look a little bit.
Yeah, thank you. That's really helpful perspective to point out. Thank you. My last question, and then I'll yield to my colleagues. You mentioned that we have an amazing capacity for contact tracing, and it sounds like it's been really, really successful. If we were to reopen schools, that's a lot more. Obviously, it's predictable because we know for the most part the bubbles that kids would be in, sort of, at least in school. We don't know their bubbles outside of school. I guess my question is, do we also have the capacity to keep up that really strong capacity for contact tracing if schools were to go in person or in a hybrid model?
So I would like to think yes. One of the school nurses has been part of our public health nursing collaborative and has been trained by us and is very familiar with the Massachusetts surveillance system and how to do contact tracing. So I've had conversations with Dr. Provost and Lisa Saffron about designating one school nurse to be the COVID, I don't know what title we want to give her, but to be the COVID liaison with all of the school nurses to get on top of any type of contact tracing that needed to be done within the school system, and to liaise with us at the public health department so we can work collaborative. Having one point person in place in the school system to do this will allow for a huge jumpstart on getting the people that need to be in isolation and quarantine there faster than not having a lead person. So I'm pretty confident because, again, this person has had training, has worked with us for the past 5 months. And if they are identified as the COVID liaison within the school system, our capacity will be great.
Okay. Thank you so much for answering the questions and for speaking tonight and for all the work that you're doing in our community.
Oh, certainly. You also. Thank you.
Thank you. Director O'Leary, before I call on the next questioner, I did just want to say, apparently, when you gave your presentation, there was one of your charts which was referring to the other category that you referred to it as a 0.24%. And I think it actually, I think it was meant to be 24%, but it's 0.24%. And so I guess I just wanted to, someone from the public pointed that out, and I wanted to just give you the opportunity to clarify that on one of your, I think it was on your pie chart.
It's if you take that 70 cases and divide it by the total population of Northampton. We were talking about the representative, the number of folks who are residents in the city in total,
okay,
who have been ill, who cannot be associated with a nursing home cluster, working in a healthcare system, or who have engaged in recent high-risk travel.
So it wasn't 70 out of the 290 cases. It was 70 right out of the population.
Right. And so we were trying to say that, you know, it's that 70 out of those 290 cases are what, you know, what our cases look like once you remove those very high risk, very high transmission populations. And if you put that 70 people, which can seem like a lot, but put it in the perspective of the total population of the city of Northampton, that's, it's, you know, it's just trying to put the number in context.
That's the 0.24%. Okay, yeah. Excellent, good. Just wanted to clear that up. I didn't want there to be any lingering concern about that. So thank you. The next question comes from committee member Gold.
Can you hear me? I don't know if my internet's good. We're good?
We can hear you.
Great. Thank you very much, Director O'Leary, for coming. Just wanted to clarify. So has the city's health department advised the school department that it's safe and okay to reopen schools based on the current metrics that you're seeing?
So both myself and Jenny, my public health nurse, sit on the pandemic planning committee, which is one of the committees that is putting the plans together to reopen schools. It's my belief that all of the different committees are giving the plans to the superintendent, and there's going to be one comprehensive set of plans that will all have opportunity to review, which will go over everything from personal hygiene to illness to health screenings to cleaning, disinfecting, HVAC. So yes, we're definitely part of the process.
And so based on where things are at right now, under the current conditions and metrics, is there confidence to say that the school system can open in a hybrid model? Has that been decided at all yet?
That's your job.
Well, in terms of the thresholds of what you're looking for, like, if we want to say if one of the things we're trying to do is work to find a body that will define when it is safe, and rather than us define, like the school committee shouldn't decide when it's safe, right? Like that's not our role. I hope goodness that's not our role. We should establish what is that body that will define when it's safe, and so that's what I'm wondering if has that been defined yet by your committee or any committee?
So no, we don't necessarily talk about if it's safe or if it's not safe. What we do is we put the safety measures into place if the students were to return. And again, when I look at the 6 public health metrics, it looks pretty good. Now is a good time. Our Northampton community transmission rate is extremely low. It's 1.7%. I think back early on, Governor Baker said he'd like to see it at about 1.35%. I don't think it's going to get any better than this without having vaccine or community immunity. So I rely on my information from the Mass Department of Public Health and the CTC. Some of it conflicts with DESE. I'm just here to give you a public health lens. I'm really happy I don't make that decision on whether or not it's safe to go back. I can just give you input in terms of, just another perspective on things.
So along those lines then, the Northampton closed the schools, if I'm not mistaken, a couple days before the state directive to close the schools. And that was the superintendent's decision based on advice, and maybe Dr. Provost can share this. He made that decision based on some advice, right? Like, and was it from the city's health department? Or who was that? How did he make that decision to close school?
Sure. Yep. So I remember a couple days prior to, a week to prior, that decision being made on a county level, sitting in a planning meeting with the superintendent and his team, and knowing everything that I knew about a pandemic based off my emergency preparedness background and running drills and so on and so forth. What I knew and what I advocated for is that closing down schools is the #1 non-pharmaceutical intervention that we have based on history to help contain a pandemic. So that's why I was highly advocating to shut the schools down.
Gotcha.
Do you want to add to that?
Yes, if I could be recognized.
Sure.
Sure. Yes, I actually had 2 advisors on the school closure. One was Director O'Leary and the other was our school physician, Dr. Johansson. They both advised closure.
Okay. And then, so then along those lines, are you getting advice, and I don't know if Director O'Leary can answer, are we getting advice that it is safe for the school committee to vote for the hybrid model? Like that is a safe option for us to vote for?
Well, if I could go again.
Sure.
I asked our school physician to provide a medical opinion to the school committee. My understanding is that's gone to you. It was the contents of it were shared with me, but I wasn't included on the actual email. My understanding of that medical opinion is that our school physician is saying that opening school is advisable at this time.
I appreciate that. And then my last question, and Director Lee, and I didn't think, I didn't mean to suggest that it was just your decision, it'd be one person. Could you talk a little bit about who the team is made up of? Because I've heard that it's quite a robust team. And so if you could just reiterate for the public who is on this pandemic response team, and if I think that'd be good for the public to clearly understand.
Sure. So on the pandemic planning response team is Lisa Saffron, who is the Director of Health and Safety for the Northampton Public School Systems. All of the school nurses are on there. My public health nurse, myself, and I am missing a few people. Jenny?
Diana Johansson is on that committee.
Dr. Johansson from NAP, who is the school.
And there are a couple, I think, faculty advisors that have been on the committee as well, to my recollection, but unfortunately I cannot recall their names. I apologize.
Thank you very much for your time, and greatly appreciate your efforts.
Thank you, Member Gold. Member Busansky.
Thanks. And thank you, Director O'Leary and Ms. Meyer, for joining us and for all of this information. This is incredibly useful, and I really appreciate all the work that you've been doing for our community greatly. So I'm just curious, I keep hearing about this transmission rate or reproduction rate, and if it's, I've been on a couple calls where with Cooley Dick people where they've said if it's below 1, we're sort of, the virus is, it's safe, and if it's above 1, it's not, and we're at like 1.07 now or 1.7, and I don't see it on the COVID dashboard that the Mass Department of Health puts out, but I'm just curious if you know what you know about it, if you could speak to that at all. If we're in some kind of danger zone because we're above 1.
Jenny?
So R0, I think, is the value you're referring to, and that's for every sick person, the number of new sick people they will create. The thing about R0 is it is incredibly variable by community and by the actions they are taking. So for example, like I think one of the best known examples is measles has an R0 of like 12 to 13, meaning for every one person who's sick, 12 to 13 people can be infected. However, over history, the R0 of measles has varied from anywhere between 3 and like 30. And that depends on the density of people, the preventative measures they're making, the immunization status of, the people in the area. So I have seen various estimates of R0 for COVID. I don't want to say I don't pay attention to them. That's not true. I'm always looking at data, but knowing that, for example, and I think a good way of putting it is R0 in like Atlanta, Georgia, or the Gwinnett County schools where you're seeing all of these cases come out about going back to school. They literally reopened schools. They just opened the doors and said business is normal. There's no social distancing, masks aren't required, students are being pressured to come back to schools. Their R0 is going to be much higher. Our R0 would be much lower because we are being far more vigilant both through government mandate as well as our social practices. So I can't necessarily speak to what it is. The percentage that we are looking at, like we were saying, there are a number of metrics, and this is why epidemiologists are great at their job, because those metrics likely all feed into creating an R0. So the 5% number you hear, though, is simply the number of tests that are taken by Northampton residents in a week, and the number of positive tests. And you take the number of positives, divide them by the total number, and that gives you that 1.77 number that can change drastically week to week. And that's where we're saying it takes likely a number of metrics to create a full picture.
Got it. Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Member Kaufman.
Yes, thank you. Thank you again for joining us tonight. I concur with my colleagues. It's really complicated, and I'm happy that we have at least you two on board with the rest of the people that are on our committee to make our decisions and help us make decisions. I did want to circle back to one of the questions that you answered before, but I just want to see if we can dig a little bit deeper, and that had to do with the return of higher education students. So while I'm very happy that Smith, and now I'm hearing that UMass has reversed course, there are certainly many other colleges in the area, and unless we hear otherwise, there'll be many other college students returning to ours and our neighboring communities. And I would think that it's really difficult to predict the impact of the numbers of students coming back. In fact, so I have a question about that, but I just want to say that I just quickly looked at UMass Chancellor's memo, and he says, quite frankly, when we made a clear-eyed assessment of public health data, same data, and comparable reopening attempts around the nation, that we have no choice but to make the difficult decision to enact these changes, which is basically they're not allowing students back on campus, and everything except for a few students will be remote. And the Smith College president also talked about the increased rates in Massachusetts around the country, as well as some failed reopenings, citing specifically some countries that were cited in a recent New York Times article. So I am, I'm just questioning, why are you more confident than the UMass Chancellor and the UMass President in terms of our likelihood of reopening without the kind of concerns that they're describing in their memo to their public? They're looking at the same data and they're making the same decisions. They don't seem to be saying because our students are this or that. I mean, they're adults. I mean, you can imagine.
Sure. But one of the vast differences with the colleges and the universities is they have students coming from all over, from states and communities that have high community transmission rates. And that, I mean, they have implemented, we sit on a 5-college consortium where we discuss with the colleges what they're going to do. So we have some insight, and if they were to reopen, how they were going to do it safely. And one of the largest variables was the incoming student population coming from everywhere, where we don't have that. Our students are, are Northampton residents, where community transmission is extremely low. So I think that's one of the biggest variables.
Well, I would push back and just ask you to consider the fact that, again, just because 2 colleges have made the decision, there's many other colleges, many people rent places in Northampton. So it's a community thing. Of course, I hope you're right. But the second thing is, I don't know, and maybe Dr. Provost could add here, I don't think we have students that just stay in Northampton over the summer. In fact, I would venture to guess we have several families that return to their home communities in Puerto Rico and then come back to Northampton. And we have students certainly that have crossed the nation in other areas just for summer vacation or whatnot. So we don't necessarily think that we have students that have not left Northampton, but they're back. They will be coming back soon and in time for school. So,
if you want me to speak to that, I'll just talk about the safety protocols that have been developed with the help of the pandemic response team. First of all, returning out of state would be, of course, subject to the governor's travel order. And then as part of our screening protocol would be required to self-quarantine or provide a negative COVID-19 test before being allowed into the school. So that's the protocol that our health team has developed for us. And, obviously that is, that's a little bit of a different situation where you're bringing all of the students together into a congregate housing situation and asking them to all quarantine with each other.
Okay.
Yeah, we kind of referred to the college dorm situation as mobile cruise ships or stationary cruise ships in the beginning. And I think one of the differences, like Superintendent Provost was saying, we still also will require a 14-day quarantine from anyone coming in from a higher risk COVID state. Additionally, bringing in college students, we're not already absorbing their socialization into our metrics, whereas I think, and this might be variable, we are advocating for students to go back to school. We're not advocating for students to resume the social lives that they had pre-pandemic. We're advocating for those social lives to be where they currently are, mindful, cohort-based. And so that behavior has already been demonstrated within our metrics. So the only variable is reintroducing the students into the educational setting. Whereas bringing college students in, you're reintroducing students into the educational setting as well as absorbing their unknown social habits. So I think that that's one of the other things we're thinking about. Additionally, just because UMass and Smith have announced they're not necessarily welcoming on-campus students back, we are still in frequent communication with them. I talked to the health advisor at Smith College today, and we discussed how they will still be working with their off-campus students and the services they will be providing and the testing they will be providing. All of our universities had independent testing contracts set up, so they would not be utilizing our testing capacity. That likely will remain. In addition, their contact tracing services just got a heck of a lot stronger because the students they're tracing now are infinitely less. So I think that they made this decision when I was talking to our liaison at Smith, not just because looking at our trends, but looking at the trends that would happen if they brought their student bodies back. It was made out of a mutual decision respect between the best safety of their students and the safety of our community.
Yeah. And I think that's what we're doing, but thank you. Yeah. That's what we're planning to do soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Goldman.
Thank you. Thank you, Director O'Leary, for joining us this evening. I really appreciate it. I'm a little concerned that that I might be misunderstanding some of the points you've made, and so I just want to ask for some clarity. One question was about younger children not wearing masks, and what I gathered from your reply was that you recommend all students are masked.
That would be best case scenario. So I know it's going to be difficult and challenging with, the kindergartners, the first graders, but if we can kind of just get them used to it, if we do a hybrid remote and in-person learning, having parents start working with their kiddos on wearing masks, just do the best we can with the young kiddos. But yeah, I would advocate, I know it's not going to be foolproof and it's going to be uncomfortable for many, but doing the best we can with it.
Thank you. Yeah, my interest in exploring the hybrid option, because there are reasons why I do support the hybrid option, is to make sure that the next priority is sort of the perceived safety and care of the adults in the building.
Mm-hmm.
The other question I'd like clarity on is that from Member Levy's questioning, just confirm we do not have measures and metrics at this time in place to determine when it is safe or not safe, or when we should be switching models. Is that correct?
That's correct. There's nothing that's been set. Mm-hmm. The number 5% has been thrown out there, I think, through the Harvard study.
Right. And if we did vote to have the hybrid model, and even if we decide to have the all remote, at some point we want the kids to come in. So can you talk a little bit about a timeline or an approach, or even is it true that it would be necessary to develop measures and metrics to put into place to determine the safety of the schools as well as the movement from one model to another.
Yes, you have to have the measures and metrics in place you have to be able to pivot quickly with COVID-19. That we've learned. So if you were to do this hybrid model, we would want to have, those metrics in place. What are the benchmarks set, the permissible limits, and be able to close down in a snap if we had to. But we also want to be able to reverse them and to be able to come back and open up and have students back on campus too. So.
Right. So at this time you don't have them, but if we were to choose the hybrid model, we would put together the metrics or the professionals and the experts would put together the measures and metrics. And then when we compare that to our current situation, it would be possible that we would say, actually, we voted to do the hybrid, but we're not meeting the safety measures that makes it possible to do that. So after all, we're going to start with remote.
Yes. And I would parrot what Jenny had said. We are extremely hopeful that these metrics are set by the Massachusetts Department of Public Health. We in Massachusetts are 351 communities with 351 boards of health. It makes it very, very challenging. And if we don't have it by the state, maybe working with our compadres in the county, the superintendent working with the county superintendents and myself with the public health colleagues, and at least doing something on a county level or a region 1, meaning the Pioneer Valley. I would hate to have to do this just for the town of, the city of Northampton. But yes, metrics do have to be in place. We're hoping that they do come from the state.
Right. And we had a situation for us where, it was like 6 feet, but then they came back and said, or 5 or 4 or 3. And we were like, that doesn't feel safe to us. Let's really stick with 6 here. And so we, of course, need to have that option as well with any standards that came for metrics and measures that we could be like, that's not quite, we don't have a perception of safety at that level. We might need to make it more restrictive, right? That makes sense.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Sure. You also mentioned that in closing the schools in March, it was quickly recognized and acknowledged that by far the best non-pharma choice to contain the pandemic was to close the schools. Mm-hmm. And I'm wondering, my mind immediately goes to, well, isn't the best non-pharma choice to contain the pandemic right now to close the schools?
So we've learned a lot over the course of the last 5 months, and we're still continuing to learn. And much of the science is still out about kiddos and transmission. We're just starting to see some good scientific evidence-based research papers coming out. And so having, before we were told, this being a good non-pharm intervention, that's just what we know off history with any type of contagion. That's the number one thing that you do to contain, for containment. And then kiddos, us being told that kiddos weren't really good vectors for transmission has kind of left us in a certain area where we're looking at things a little differently, because like H1N1, kids were great vectors, and, so keeping them out of school was a priority. But having been told for the past 5 months, well, they really can't transmit, they're mostly asymptomatic, we're taking all of this information, we're waiting for the studies to come out, and it's changing how we look at things.
Yeah.
Also, if I could add to this, the other thing that has come out that we didn't know in the beginning is the efficacy of masking and social distancing. Mm-hmm. Those things are not things that we were aware of in the beginning. 6 months ago, we knew very, very little. And in the absence of any data at all, that's why we closed things down.
Yeah.
And with the transmission, like rates in kiddos being high or low or whatnot, I also do want to acknowledge all of the very real feelings and fears we heard from a lot of our educators. And knowing that when we look at data, that's why the pie chart broke down adults over the age of 18, is because without our educators and our faculty and our staff, we cannot teach our children. And so where we are differently now than we were 6 months ago is we know it is difficult to maintain social distancing, and masking. It is possible. And if we do our best to adhere to that, it can help mitigate risk for everybody, not just our children, but also our teachers, faculty, and staff.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's clear that before we didn't know what was safe or not safe. So the best thing to do is to shut down. But now with masks, hand washing, social distancing, these sort of things, I think it creates a much safer environment. I see
and
that.
As we know more, we're willing to be nimble and change to data in research that comes out. Like research informs us and it educates us, but we're mindful to the nuances of that research as well. The new JAMA article that was published talked that kids can have higher viral secretions and possibly viral loads, but those are also, in looking at that study, it's all symptomatic children. And if we do our job well with screening and with our distancing and whatnot, hopefully those children won't be in school. And so those are things that are also important to keep in context.
Thank you. Yeah, I would say I'm very proud of our district and community for the way that we've been able to create safety in our community as well as we have. The last thing I just want to point out is to read, in response to Member Gould's questioning, read just the first section of Dr. Johansson's response to us, which was sent yesterday midday. And she said she was asked to share her opinion regarding reopening schools in Northampton for in-person learning this fall. Northampton area pediatrics published an opinion piece in the Gazette, which you may have read. And so all of that article is included here. I'm not going to read that. I'm sharing my opinion below as it pertains to the Northampton School District in the context of the emerging examples of how school reopening can be done both correctly and incorrectly. In summary, it would be a missed opportunity to not reopen Northampton schools for in-person learning when we have community support for mitigation strategies as well as low local circulating rates of COVID. Thank you for reading, and I really appreciate all that you do for the Northampton School District. And then there's sort of the statement from the American Academy of Pediatrics, and there's the article in Gazette that I would refer constituents to. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Condon.
Thank you. Director O'Leary, a question for you. Considering how poorly DESE has done providing timely guidance for districts across the state, how optimistic are you that the Board of Health is going to provide statewide metrics that will be useful to us in a timely manner?
So yes, you're absolutely right. I've had both DESE and DPH have on occasion dropped the ball a little bit and had recommendations or requirements or orders come out way later than they should have. I agree with you there. I do know that in lack of requirements or recommendations from either both DESE or DPH, you have a very strong Board of Health, and we are a policy setting board that we can help pick up any slack that might rear its head because of a certain requirement not being set in time. There are some of the DESE requirements that I don't exactly agree with, that don't jive with the CDC or DPH, that if school were to be a hybrid model, that we'd want to address those and perhaps set local policy or school policy for that. So it's not the end all. It's nice to have those guidance documents and recommendations, but again, we are a policy setting board with a very strong public health infrastructure in the city of Northampton. So I'm confident that collaboratively we'd be able to move forward safely if it were to be slowed.
Thank you.
Okay, Member Voss, you have your hand up.
Thanks. I'm still sitting here just feeling uncomfortable about a bunch of things. So I wanted to just share a few thoughts and maybe get the two of your professional opinions on them. So I'm still really uncomfortable with the idea that we can have asymptomatic carriers and not really be doing enough testing to stop it before it spreads. And the other thing is my reading of the 6 foot distance is, you know, we've all been trained, stay 6 feet away. And I wonder what your response to this is. I feel like we're doing quite well right now in Northampton because we're not collecting in groups as big as classrooms, and we're spending a lot of time outside, and people are trying to be 6 feet apart. But the amount of gatherings is probably relatively small to what school would bring. And 6 feet, my understanding, comes from decades and decades ago with some really pretty limited measurements of how far a sneeze might go. Mm-hmm. And we've brought it into our language over the last 6 months, but I'm not sure in a classroom setting 6 feet is really that magical of a number. It seems like it's a lot more complicated. The number of people in the room, the ventilation in the room, and the duration of time in the room. And so I guess I echo what you're saying. We're still learning a lot about this, but I am really worried about being part of the research project for this, because what we're seeing around the country is COVID explodes before the community knows it's going to explode. And when small daycares or outdoor camps are being successful, or small gatherings of students in Northampton public schools, like 10 in all of JFK at once, I'm really glad it's not spreading right now. But when we start putting hundreds of kids in rooms with teachers for many hours a day, I'm really nervous. So if you could tell me an alternative view of that, I would appreciate it, but that's where I am right now.
Sure, absolutely. Physical distance has to be optimal. The 6 foot, like you said, is not an arbitrary number. There is some science behind it about the velocity of a sneeze.
Sorry, can I just say though, isn't that for being outside? For being inside, my understanding is it matters a lot less.
That's a variable based on HVAC, depend on, you know, if the window's open. Yeah, there are variables there. So at a minimum, 6 foot, but the more distance equals less risk for transmission. That is absolutely known. So when we talk about physical distancing, I think we would really have to consider our space and how many students we could comfortably put in there, giving them the most space as possible. So that might look, the school might have to look at alternative spaces. We could be innovative. Hotels and motels are being used in other states for classrooms, and they're putting 5 students into one room, which is well below the capacity load and reduces the risk transmission because we're increasing the amount of space with one another. Smith College not opening up, having in-person learning, perhaps talking to them about some of their classrooms. If we're going to do it, I think we really have to think about what our classroom size is going to look at. I'm not saying that we set up our desks exactly 6 feet away from each other and call it a day because we can put a check in that box that we're 6 feet away. This would have to be looked at extremely closely. It is a comprehensive set of strategies. It's not just checking a box.
Yeah, I can echo what Merridith says, that, it's with anything, there's the science, and then I don't want to say the art because that makes it sound kind of squishy, but there's having enough of us to give each situation the care and nuance it deserves. When I onboarded 8 new nurses, in the first few weeks, you teach them the black and the white. And then you quickly get 1,000 phone calls because every case they get is a shade of gray. And we are becoming better and better trained to adapt to those shades of gray and be innovative in finding ways to do that. 6 feet is, there have been studies done a long time ago, and there have been studies done going forward with COVID specifically on the 6 foot distance. And what I would point out is DESE also says that being 6 feet apart does not negate wearing a mask. And if you look at some of the studies of people wearing masks in sneezing, particles are lucky to go, I mean, like a matter of inches, even with cloth masks. So, you know, I liken COVID to being something we're asking to run an obstacle course. The further you make it run, the more obstacles you put in its way, the harder time it has transmitting from person to person. And while I realize that some of our smaller camps and childcares aren't directly analogous to our primary school settings, I can speak personally as a parent. I have a 3.5-year-old who has been at the YMCA camp. And where a lot of the EEC guidance has come through is it says, this is our gold standard. And in doing all of this, we understand kids will be kids. And we are developing ways that I have worked with camps and with our childcare centers to be like, to talk about what your day looks like and those moments when it's imperative that like everyone is masking and distancing, and those moments where if a child needs a hug, like how do you accommodate that and keep people as safe as possible and kind of work through those gray scenarios. And I think we have a staff that is open to dialoguing about those things and is open to having really innovative solutions.
Okay, Member Busanski, you have your hand up.
Thanks. Actually, I just was curious since you brought up the daycares and summer programs. And have we not seen, I'm just curious what the lessons learned are from our local daycares and summer programs this, that have been going on so far this summer. Have we not seen any cases, or what does it look like? Pardon?
Not in Northampton. You'll have to forgive me, this is colloquial because it was verbal on a state call I was on probably a month ago. We had Dr. Shu, who's a state epidemiologist who's tasked with pediatric epidemiology. And she was talking about, out of all of the emergency childcare centers that opened in the Commonwealth, of which I think there were 600 of them, that I think we had 10 cases of COVID. And I can also say, as an essential healthcare worker who had to be serving our community during that time, I sent my daughter to an emergency childcare center. It was a max of, I think there were only 8 children there. However, those children were not consistent day to day. And the children she attended care with were, like myself, they were essential healthcare workers. Many of them worked in nursing homes. And I won't say that's perfect. I won't say transmission will never happen, but it helped quell my fears a little bit in feeling safe, knowing that she spent 2-3 months, and the masking wasn't required in the beginning either. The masking requirements came in much later for the students, with other babies and toddlers being grimy babies and toddlers. It doesn't mean transmission can't happen. We call it anecdata. My cat just jumped on me. It's not a published study. It's not epidemiologic data. It's just anecdotally what I've seen. The other thing that I have seen as far as the pediatric cases we have had in our community, and also kind of speaking a little bit to asymptomatic spread, is most pediatric cases we've seen, we have tied to an ill adult, not an ill friend pediatric contact. It has been, a parent or guardian who's gotten ill, and then just by nature of how a family runs, their child has become ill. Additionally, that's why one of the screening questions for children coming into school is anyone in your household ill? Is because while some children may be asymptomatic carriers, it's very rare, anecdotally, from what I have seen in the 800 some odd cases I've tracked for the collaborative, that an entire household is asymptomatic. Generally, there is at least one person in that house who is ill. And then that triggers testing for the whole family. So I think that, like I said, while it's not a silver bullet, what Merridith talked about in regards to harm reduction is that we're not going to get to zero. We're not going to get to perfection, right? Like even 5 years from now, likely we've been told we'll see COVID circulating like the flu. But what we can do is bring down those uncontrolled, like those big points. We can make them more manageable. And if we can get all of those reined in enough that like what's left might seem like manageable risk. And no one in healthcare, no one in life, we all want to promise that you will never get hurt. But I talked to Dr. Johansson today, and she said, you know, you take a risk every time you get in a car. You mitigate those risks as much as possible, but the risk is always still there that you could die.
Do we know how many children were tested in the camps and daycares?
No, because of linked exposures, not offhand. We only are told of suspected or confirmed exposures in the child care center.
Okay, so Member Goldman, and I want to just let the public know the public comment period has ended, and so now we're at a point in the meeting where it's only the school committee that's deliberating. I know I've seen some hands come up. Really, it's really now the school committee meeting is in progress, and it's the school committee that's deliberating and having this dialogue. So, Member Goldman.
Thank you. I have two questions. The first one is how do you give a hug? Like, I'm realizing that there are going to be occasions when when it isn't a perfect classroom and when students do have needs. And can you talk a little bit about what safe looks like in those situations?
Yeah, so what we've done in our daycares and camps and how we've worked it into our conversations of consent is, you know, I can see you're upset, you know, would you like a hug? And if the child says yes, or is able to verbalize that, or if the child comes towards a hug, it's like, I see you're upset. I want to be able to work through that. Let's put our masks on so we can be safe when we're close. And that's a way that it has worked. I don't want to say worked, but you know, that we've seen some success is those very clear points when we can expect that children can understand direction to put on a face mask. You know, the concept of space is a little nebulous to children. So from what I've heard from our educators, is they like to try and incorporate it into tasks that, you know, children can do. Okay, guys, it's time to get ready for circle time. Wash your hands, put on your mask, and sit on your yoga mat. And incorporating it into those times and that kind of speak for our younger children where it might not be mandatory. You know, I think that's what we've seen. And you know, obviously each person is going to find their own nuance and comfort and success level with that.
Okay. Additionally, you know, if school were to adopt this hybrid model, we would definitely do role model, and we would run through specific scenarios for days on end, trying to tackle these conversations and figuring out the best policies around that. What does that look like? Because we do know there's going to be time when distancing is not possible. So we're going to have to use extra precautions in terms of personal care, you know, PPE, personal care protection, to reduce the risk of any type of exposure from bodily fluids or what have you. So there's still a lot of nuances that, you know, if you guys vote tonight for a hybrid, there's still a lot that needs to be worked out. I'm not saying that it's all done. A lot of planning still needs to be discussed and policies need to be set. So, but just, I wanted to reassure you that it's continued conversations and continued role playing and scenarios talked about all the time. And as we learn, bringing that information to Dr. Provost and Lisa Saffron so they can then, you know, inform you of what we've learned.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I'm just trying to really get an idea of where's the missing information in the hybrid model, and is there anything that's kind of a deal breaker for it, or what do we think you can figure out with it? Even the remote model, you know, there's lot of conversations and decisions that need to be made around that as well. So I'm just trying to see if it's even feasible to have a hybrid model before we push it off the table. And so the last piece I want to speak to is we heard from a number of people about students who are traditionally marginalized in the school systems, but also in the healthcare systems. It's the same populations, and there's a lot of concerns about them getting education. But I also wonder about the risks they are facing in the hybrid model versus the all remote model. If you could speak to that for their physical and mental well-being.
No, I feel and I fear that a remote model puts them more at risk. And if you were to adopt a hybrid model, I really liked the way that South Hadley has put their hybrid model in, and they take the needs of the most marginalized children and bring them to school first. I think they set November or something. I don't remember what the date was, but to take those children and prioritize them and getting them back to school, the children that need to be in school to do learning and to have access to a variety of other different things. But yeah, no, those discussions are being had also.
So it feels like it would be like they are actively prioritizing bringing them into school first, as opposed to what some people are reporting, that they are more at risk in school than white students or are privileged. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any other questions for Director O'Leary? Thank you so much, Director O'Leary, and obviously to your public health nurse, Jenny Meyer, and not only for obviously for this evening, but as I've thanked you in so many other forums, thank you for the incredible work you've been doing throughout this pandemic. And you've been leaders and led not only our community, but our region. So we really appreciate that work. And thank you for coming tonight to share some of that, some of your wisdom and experience, and just provide the school committee with some answers to some of the questions they had. So thank you both.
Thank you for having us. And as always, feel free to get in touch with either one of us if you have any further questions.
Okay, thank you. So, so we are back to the issue at hand, which is the requirement that we select what the opening model will be for the Northampton Public Schools. And obviously the question before this the committee is to whether the schools would reopen in person, remotely, or in the hybrid model that was agreed upon by the school committee and submitted to DESE with the other two plans. So, Member Levy, you have your hand raised.
Thank you. I have a question and then a potential motion to propose. Superintendent Provost, I asked you at a previous meeting whether it might be a possibility to adopt one model for some students at some grade levels and another model for students at a different grade level. And I'm wondering if, at the time you said that's a possibility, I just want to see if that's still in your mind a possibility, or whether that creates too many headaches for the district.
At the time I said that I knew of no rule against it. Since that time, I've been part of a conference call with the commissioner where that very question came up, and it was positively affirmed that that could be an option for districts. So I think that there would be some administrative difficulties, but we would work them out. If you want to bifurcate this vote and have two different models, we can make it run that way. I would say that it would be much easier if you did it at a split in our district between level. So if you did all elementary and then middle and high school differently, or elementary and middle and high school differently, and not split a school in the middle, because that would, I think, add a lot of challenges. But doing it at a natural break would be feasible.
Okay, thanks. So I'm going to put forward a motion, and it's all right. here's the motion I'm going to put forward. I move that we that our middle school and high schools start the fall at a fully remote model with some in-person, socially distanced, safe advisory groupings that would allow for some social emotional support and academic support at a regular basis. And for us to have a continued discussion about how we would open the elementary schools. I would just be curious to hear where my colleagues stand on the elementary school. In my mind, there's compelling evidence and data that our younger students are at a lower risk of transmission, and from an equity perspective, to be able to ensure that there's some in-classroom time. And I also very much hear every single person who spoke tonight. Even though my inbox is pretty 50-50 split, tonight there was not a single person who advocated for in-person learning. So to me, it seems a little bit easier to say, given that piece and the data we have about students who are older being at an equal risk of transmission as adults, that we could at least start with the middle school and high school models.
So I just want to clarify, you're making a motion that the middle school and high schools start remote, but what's the motion with regard to the elementary school?
I am not moving to talk about that yet. I'm saying in my motion that I want this motion to only be about middle school and high school, and we can talk about the elementary school separately. But I also want to clarify that my motion to have middle school and high school remote is contingent on there being some regular in-person, socially distanced advisory for those students, ideally outdoors in the fall.
Okay. Is there a second on that motion?
Second.
Okay, so the motion's been seconded by Member Voss. So I guess discussion on that. So when you say in person, you're saying they're all remote, but then there's going to be some component of in person where they're getting together for advisory groups? I'm just trying to understand what that means.
Yeah, I think we need to have some creative thinking that allows for our students to have some in-person connection with peers and teachers that's done in a safe way. And again, like, this is just a motion, people can debate it and vote it down. But I think for me, it's hard for me to think about not offering our students some kind of social, emotional, and academic in-person support if we can do it in a safe way. And I think we could think creatively about what that would look like.
Are there other comments on this particular motion? Member Voss, who seconded the motion, and then I'll go to, sorry, the next.
Yeah, I have comments on the motion. I like the direction it's going. I like separating them out for the purpose of this conversation. So I'm just talking about middle and high school here. I feel really strongly that in everyone's, it really is in the best interest of our general community, teachers, staff, students, families at home to go remote. One of the professionals just speaking referred to the South Hadley model. They are remote till November. I would be very much in favor of something like that to see how this plays out and reconsider it on a regular basis. And I really like Member Levy's suggestion of exploring ways for teachers to connect with families and students. And I'm not sure what that looks like. And I'm not sure we are the right people to dictate what that looks like, but it might be optional. It might be under tense. It might happen once. It might happen more than once, but the chance for some sort of in-person meeting early in the year when the weather is good and the COVID numbers are still relatively low, I would support that. And really one of our public comment speakers referenced a New York Times article that I too had read, which basically suggested if all the academics are remote, That doesn't mean people can't potentially even use some of those spaces very distanced, but it enables everybody to have the same educational experience remotely. It enables teachers who, for whatever reason, cannot be at school to teach remotely. And I think it solves a lot of our problems in a little bit of a compromised way. So I could go for something like that.
Member Gold, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I have a question, and then question for Member Levy, and then also a question for Superintendent Provost around this. How is this, if we're going to be having teachers, essentially the district calling teachers into the schools to publicly to meet with kids in person, how is that not a hybrid model? The way they define a hybrid model in the state is students alternate between in-person learning with safety requirements and remote learning. So I'm confused as to how that's not a hybrid model.
I wouldn't envision learning taking place. I don't envision any instruction taking place. I think the instruction takes place remotely. I think what I'm suggesting is that there be opportunities for students to gather in a safe way and be supported and have some social emotional support. And I can imagine, given the structures in the high school, that there could be a way to figure out how to do that with teachers who would be open to doing it. I don't think every teacher would need to. And if there were teachers who did not feel comfortable doing so in person, that's a possibility. I mean, these could, I guess, be virtual, but that sort of defeats the purpose.
So Dr. Go ahead. You would also ask Dr. Provost too.
Yeah, so I was going to ask, because it does sound like, I'm still torn on how it's not a hybrid model. I mean, whether you're doing social emotional learning or community building, you're learning, right? Like we don't have the hybrid model doesn't define what the learning is that you do when you're in person. It's just that you are in person with a teacher and students. So the social emotional piece is included in that. So I guess I'm a little bit, because I'm just thinking, like, if we're going to be having to negotiate with NACE on a contract and all that, and part of it is to say that come September 16th or whatever the date is, you know, teachers will be called back into the buildings to do these, or outside of the buildings or under tents, whatever it is, but called back to in person. It then moves into being a hybrid model. And so what I'm thinking of, what I hear you saying that I can appreciate, is the hybrid model that we're looking at currently, that we submitted, sounds like it's something that you're not comfortable with approving or passing. And so I just want to clarify with Dr. Provost that if we choose a hybrid model, do we have the opportunity to adjust and modify our plan prior to September 16th? Like, if we say we want a hybrid that brings teachers and students back into buildings, we can adjust what the content is. Is that correct? And what the schedule is and what they're doing still, like we can adjust our plan?
Yes, in every town hall meeting I've had, I've emphasized the need for flexibility and to be able to move nimbly between models and adjust models. And I don't, unless I'm missing it, it sounds like this is the sort of on the fly development of a new model right now, which would be different than any of the ones that we had put forward before. So I had a question about it. If it's permissible to ask a question of the motion maker.
Sure.
So in prior votes around both remote model and hybrid model, the school committee was strong about wanting to prioritize the high needs students. Would they still be allowed to come into school for education under this motion or not? Just, I need to be clear.
That is a part of our remote learning model, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm putting forth the remote learning model that we have. The only adjustment to testing is that there be some kind of opportunity for those students who aren't coming in at all, and all students, the students who are coming in as well, to be able to connect at a distance. And it feels a little bit like semantics to say, well, then it's a hybrid model. I mean, I think call it what you will. It's a way to say we hear the community and teachers that they are not comfortable being in a classroom or in a building for X number of hours. this is a suggestion that perhaps people would be a little bit more comfortable being outside under a tent or in a field for 30 to 40 sitting at a distance with masks and so on.
And Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to,
sure,
just as I had the floor. So I just want to share, like, so my concerns with the plan is that it in a way becomes a semantical thing, and I wouldn't want to mislead things because it does sound to me very much hybrid. That's sort of, I hear what you're saying about the concerns, Member Levy, but that X number of hours or days, like the state doesn't define what that has to be. So we can, as a district, they can redefine what those days, what the frequency is. The hybrid model doesn't have a stipulation of what the frequency of is in person. And so that's what concerns me about this motion. And then lastly, Mayor, my hand was up before, not about the motion, but about something else. So I was after Member Levy for that one.
So you still would like to be recognized?
No, because now we're talking about this motion, right? So there was about a different, like,
okay, okay, excellent. Okay, Member Kaufman, your hand is raised.
Yep, thank you. Member Levy, I had just a quick question. And then a comment about your motion, but you're not suggesting that we put off conversation about elementary school and middle school? Well, okay, maybe I have two questions. Is this just about high school or is it about middle school and high school?
I'm putting middle school and high school together.
Okay, thank you. And then the conversation around elementary, you're not suggesting that that goes off to another night. You're saying just for this conversation, we'll have this first, and tonight we'll continue with elementary.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So, I mean, I frankly, I believe your model makes perfect sense. I am going to, unless I hear otherwise, lean towards or support that for K-12. I'm not having any difficulty understanding the difference between instruction and SEL support. I see it as very clear, and I think I fully understand what you're saying. In retrospect, I'm not sure we've really discussed that much about what our very, very, very talented school counselors and social workers and adjustment counselors and psychologists and behavior specialists are going to be doing during remote learning or even during hybrid. So I would think I mean, we have an abundance of really great people and resources, and I would think certainly people's jobs are going to change, but we have so many people that would be interested in meeting the social and emotional needs of kids that I think we have so many people that could figure that out. And I don't know what it looks like. I certainly like the idea of being part of the motion, but I'm not that concerned that even if it's not part of the motion, we're going to do it. I have a lot of confidence that NACE is not going to put up barriers to this. They know how important meeting the social and emotional needs of kids are. And like I said, we just have so many people that are not classroom teachers that would endorse the idea of meeting kids' needs, whether it's meeting them in the bleachers or whether it's meeting them in the tents, whether it's meeting them in parks, whether it's one-on-one, whether it's small group, whether it's even remote. We know we need to do that. Everybody knows we need to do that. We have incredibly caring educators. I don't see that being a barrier. So I thank you for bringing it up, and I could certainly support. I didn't know you were going to do this, but since it's half of what I fully support, I can vote for it for sure. Thank you.
Member Busansky.
Thanks. I like this idea. I guess I have a little bit of a different take on it, Member Levy, that I wanted to run by you since you're the motion maker. But I think it's really important for our kids to meet their teachers in person, outdoors, in Child's Park, on a bleacher, in the fields at JFK, under a tent, whatever it may be, but to somehow get to see each other in person. And maybe it's just, so to me, that is what I've kind of been imagining is more important, is that if we start with a remote model, that there's some time less about advisories, but just the high school students, I guess I've been in touch with more than middle school students lately that I've talked to. The thought, I've actually been hearing from them that they want to start remote, and that yet the thought of not ever having seen their teacher or the other classmates in person at some point is what really, seems to make them kind of almost, well up with tears. And I think we have an opportunity in good weather, at least for, whatever, through maybe sometime in October to get some of those meetings in place. So that's what I would want to put forth and get your thoughts on as the motion maker.
Sorry, I'm not clear on what you want my thoughts on the idea of gathering like as classes.
Yes. Yeah, gathering as classes rather than gathering in some kind of advisories.
Just as a, like, just to meet.
Pardon?
To meet each other initially.
It's the same, to me, it's the same kind of social emotional support. You know, when we closed down in the middle of March, our high school teachers were tasked with, and maybe middle school was too, but high school was tasked with reaching out to every one of their students. The teachers became the social emotional support. They were the ones who were emailing with the students saying, hey, how you doing? Hey, are you sleeping? Okay. Are you, eating okay? Whatever the questions were. So in a way, I just kind of feel like they become that kind of continuous thread throughout the semester that becomes really important to our kids' social and emotional well-being. And I saw this having had kids in the middle school too, obviously in person, but that, they're a really big part of the social emotional support. And they're going to be the ones who are on doing remote learning with our kids every day and seeing them on the screen. And so I would want to center it around their teachers rather than just center it around like just advisories or.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying. I'm not opposed to it. It's certainly different from what I was thinking. And the reason it's different is I guess what I'm proposing is that we're actually creating a different sort of thread that would carry them through in their social emotional support, so that they would always have this group to be able to go back to and to be able to talk about how's it going and what are you missing and what's going really well, and let's all talk about where we've seen joy, and let's talk about race, let's talk about identity, like a way to kind of engage. Now maybe it is getting more into what Member Gold is saying about actual education, but so it doesn't have to go in that direction, but it could. And so I'm not opposed to, I guess I'm just trying to figure out logistically how that works, like at the high school or middle school level for students who have multiple teachers to be able to meet in all of their classes outside at the beginning, but we have creative folks and maybe they could figure that out. So it's different from what I was envisioning, but if that's something that is, I wouldn't want that to replace what I'm suggesting about a small group advisory. And if that's something that was important to the rest of my colleagues, then I could get behind it.
So, I mean, I think the other part that maybe Dr. Provost, you could probably shed more light on this than I could, but we had advisories at the high school, isn't that right? And we no longer have advisories at the high school. I think there was an advisory program that was started about well, it was maybe even before your time, Dr. Provost, but maybe Mayor Narkowitz remembers, but closer to 7 or 8 years ago.
I saw a saga of advisories at the high school. So there was an advisory, and then there were concerns about it. So there was a reformulation. It was called Lens 21 for a while. Now that is gone, and that's been replaced by the Flex Block, which was scheduled to start this year at the high school.
Right. So I think advisories are just, I think it's going to be a heavier lift. I mean, I don't know how we could really get that off the ground in the next month. And you'd want teachers to have, I mean, that's a whole kind of, you'd want them to prepare for it in a whole other way so that they could do a, good job at it. And I think, so that's my other kind of wariness about setting up advisories, or if we would even be able to do that. Do you have any thoughts on that, Dr. Provost, if we'd be able to?
I would try to run it through Flex Block if we were going to do it. I would call it Flex Block instead of advisory. The difference, I would say, between a Flex Block and a traditional advisory, at least as it has been set up at the high school, is students have choice of which teacher they want to meet with rather than being assigned an advisor for the year or for all 4 years. And that has been developed with a joint labor management team at the high school and has been approved. So I think there would be faculty support for doing it that way. to me, it seems a little bit more, I hear what you're saying about the classes wanting to get together, but it seems a little bit more intimate and potentially more manageable than trying to gather large groups of kids at this time.
Okay, I guess I imagined with the classes is that maybe they could meet with half their class at a time, not the whole class. Obviously, that would be too many people, so. Okay, thanks.
Member Condon.
Thank you, Mayor. Just rewinding a bit, I'm not sure that we need to have a motion to go with the remote plan with the asterisk next to it. From what I understand, Dr. Provost, correct me if I'm wrong, there is the option, even under the remote plan, for in-school services for students who need them. And I feel like these types of services would fall under that umbrella. So I feel like we can move forward with discussing the remote plan without necessarily getting into the weeds of what those specific services are. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, I guess I think it's a little bit more nuanced than that. Under our remote plan that was approved by the committee at the last meeting, there's a specific group of students who are able to come in and receive services. As I understand Member Levy's motion, all students would be allowed to come and receive the services that she's describing in the social emotional realm. And is that correct?
It is, and I would add that the reason why I put the asterisks in is I'm not actually comfortable going with a fully remote plan that doesn't allow our students any opportunity to connect with one another and have that social emotional support. So for me, that social emotional support is an important condition for a remote plan. But I hear you. Like, I guess what I'm saying is I don't want it to just be implicit. I want it to be explicit.
I guess I just feel like if we're going remote, we're doing so because we feel having groups of students come into the building and meet with faculty is not necessarily the safest thing. And based on how you're describing it, and kind of going back to what Member Gold said, it feels like it's not necessarily the hybrid model, but it's trending that way in certain ways. So I feel like, tasking faculty with creating these social emotional advisory groups, especially at this late time. I mean, they have, how many weeks to organize their classes and then add this on top of it. I'm not sure we have the capacity to do that or the reasonable expectation to ask teachers to do that.
Okay. Yeah, before I ask Member Fallon to speak, I just was curious if you could give me an understanding of what the frequency of these meetings would be. I'm just trying to understand what you would envision there.
Well, I agree with my colleagues who have said that we have some incredibly talented and creative folks on our teams. And I'm not sure, if this needs to be 100% ironed out with every detail, we can talk about that. I guess for me, I would leave those details up to the counselors and the people in the schools who support our students and could help develop what this looks like. I'll share too, I guess, in response to Member Condon's point, that I believe at every single meeting I have suggested that we have some kind of a creative look at how to create some kind of an advisory where we are supporting our students. And so I hope it's not a surprise that I'm suggesting this. I'll also add that a hybrid model where we've got hundreds of students in the building at a time, going from class to class and in the building for hours, is very different from what I'm suggesting, which is a 30 to 45 minute time period where a very small group of students, potentially 5 to 8, but again, those details can be ironed out, are meeting ideally outside. So I think it is different from anything that we've talked about in terms of the hybrid model. And if Mayor Narkowitz, it's important to iron out those details, we could. I guess it's true that we haven't asked teachers to weigh in on this, Part of the reason I'm suggesting it is the folks who have reached out to me there are a lot of people who have reached out to me and have suggested it. And so, you know, hope maybe there's a way to have the motion be under the condition that it has the support of NACE.
Member Fallon.
Thank you. I'll be honest, I am struggling with the amendment. I'm fine with supporting a remote opening for 7 through 12. I don't understand why social emotional support can't be delivered and offered remotely. I'm struggling with the process that we're using right now. We approved 3 plans at our last meeting after hours and hours and hours, and now we're going to essentially iron out the details of a new plan tonight without any consultation. And I think that's what we heard during public comment. You know, I don't want to pass a motion that includes this great opportunity for students to meet in person tonight before we do check in with students and families to find out, is that even feasible? Could your child even get to the high school or the middle school now that there's no transportation? And so I really think that this, you know, while this is an important goal and that it's something that we should look into, I don't think it needs to be part of the motion. And I think that we should find out from teachers and the counselors and administrators and families how it would work best to have personal connections, whether we're facilitating them through the school or whether we're, and, you know, just helping people to meet outside of school, or whether we're actually hosting them on school grounds. I think that all is way too complicated to be worked out tonight. And I don't think it's my place to dictate the terms of how that would look.
Can I respond to that?
Yes, you may.
I'm super open to figuring out, taking it out of the motion and having some kind of a, like, I don't know what that looks like, but some kind of a hope and ask that our remote plan have some kind of a conversation from or between educators, caregivers about what this could look like to ensure there's some kind of support in that way.
Okay. Member Seraphy Cox.
Thank you. There were conversations in our last meeting about well, okay, let me go back. I think that I'll just say generally that I want to see things remote, and I was actually going to make a motion myself that reflected something very similar to what South Hadley passed a few nights ago. I think that we're spending a lot of time debating a detail of Member Levy's motion, and I think that from with a hope of creating consensus on the committee, that perhaps we could leave that portion aside. And also, I know that there's a conversation coming up later in our meeting about our school calendar and about the activities that teachers are going to engage in before the beginning of school. And that is the time when I kind of envision this connection between teachers and students happening. It's something that we've heard from NACE that they want. So I am also, I think, like Member Fallon, I am also struggling with the process of, I hear you, Member Levy, that you have voiced this at every meeting. You didn't make a motion when we were passing any of the models about what it would look like. Now, I also understand that we didn't talk in depth about what the remote model would look like. So you perhaps didn't have the chance intellectually to bring it up at that time. but it does a little bit feel like spitballing right now. So I would like to, I guess I would like to decouple that portion of it. I don't want to put either our teachers or our administrators in the position of dealing with a situation where they're having to do many of the things that other committee members said. So as proposed right now, I can't support that. I absolutely support starting remote for the high school. It sounds like we perhaps do not agree about starting remote for the elementary school, but we can get to that portion of the conversation later.
So I'm open to decoupling. I will add that for me, it's hard because we haven't actually talked about any of the specifics about what remote learning will look like. And so it's, I think to your point, yes, there hasn't really been an opportunity to engage in this conversation.
And perhaps a follow-up point to that is that that's not entirely our role as a school committee. That the oversight of curriculum and instruction is the role of both teachers and administrators, and our role is to set the guidelines around that. And so I see our charge this evening is making sure that that our community and the folks who work for us, the students who attend our schools are safe, and figuring out how to do that, as well as figuring out a way to ensure that our administrators and teachers have the resources that they need to enact a plan that would do the things that you envision. And that is my point.
Yeah, I can get behind that 100%. If you have an idea of how to articulate the motion such that it makes it clear that we are equipping our administrators and teachers with the tools they need to ensure the social emotional safety of our students, which to me goes beyond simply the lack of detail that we have in the current remote plan. I am very open to that.
Sure. I mean, I think for one thing, voicing that in terms of articulating it through an amendment, what I would say is that it's not the conversation for right now. It's the conversation for the calendar, because we have to carve out that time for that to happen. And so right now we're talking about whether or not we are stuffing people into buildings. And we can talk about how to create space for professional development and interactions with families and students when we talk about the calendar.
So, so where I guess my question is, so where does that your colloquy with Member Seraphy Cox, where does that leave you in terms of your motion? I mean, my basic concern is that we've had a process where we've been talking about a remote model, which I think most people, when they think of remote, means we're not going to school, we're going to be remote. Maybe we'll phase into something like that, but we're going to be remote. And then we're talking about a hybrid, and then we're talking about a full return to school. And so I guess, like, I share the concern that Member Seraphy Cox expressed, that we're now, not quite the 11th hour, but almost the 11th hour, throwing a little curveball. And so it's still a hybrid to me, because if we're saying students are going to return to school, then to me that's a hybrid. So I guess I need more clarification on that. But Member Voss, you have your hand.
Sorry, Mayor, if I could just wrap up my time with that and
Sure.
offer a friendly amendment to follow up on what I was saying, because it sounded like Member Levy was perhaps open to decoupling. So I would offer a friendly amendment to Member Levy to set aside the caveat about the social emotional learning until our conversation about the schedule. and that the motion would just be that the middle school and high school be remote at the beginning of the year.
So,
we didn't hear you, Member Levy.
Yes, I am open to that. I also see that we have other people with their hands up, and I don't know if you all want me to just say yes and we move on, or if they want to add into this.
well, I think you would, if you accept it, then we're then debating a slightly different motion, and we'll just continue recognizing people. So if you're accepting that amendment, then
I am accepting that amendment.
okay. So then the newly formulated motion on the floor is that the middle school and high school would begin the school year in a remote mode. Member Voss.
Thank you. And I agree with all of this conversation. I won't repeat it other than to say, I agree the calendar is going to help the discussion. And what I was saying at the beginning was really just a mechanism for teachers to connect maybe once. It was not the idea of a regular connection because we are going remote. This has nothing to do with changing the motion. I just want to recognize something I heard in public comment tonight and not lose track of it. I fully support the motion on the table. If we vote, I'm going to vote yes. I like it a lot. One thing I heard, though, that's related to it is a concern about students who are invited back up to 5 days a week for extra support. And I think we need to be really careful about what that looks like, what we're asking special education teachers to do. And the thing to highlight is I heard several people say it's possible to offer some of that really well remotely. And I don't want to assume that we don't put resources into figuring out what aspects of those services can be offered remotely for families that want it to be remote and when it's safer for teachers. And again, I don't mean for that to be part of the motion. I just want to say that I heard that, and I don't think our vaguely defined remote plan means we can't do that. Thanks.
Member Goldman.
Thank you. And thank you, Member Levy, for the motion. I also just want to check that to see if any other members are concerned about coupling, about making a vote about JFK and the high school together. Member Levy, are you specific? The sense of it is I get that you think this is the right move to make because the students in these schools are older than 10 or 12 and so are at a higher risk with the pandemic. Is that the main reason why those students would be more easily moved into a remote model?
Yes. And I think there are a lot of people who probably agree that or think that our elementary school students should also be in the remote model. To me, that begs just a little bit more conversation than the middle and high school does in my mind. So that's why for me, it just seemed like an easier thing to say, can people agree that the middle school and high school students should be remote? And then let's talk about elementary school and maybe we'll come to that same conclusion.
Okay, and also maybe it addresses, concerns about childcare and developmental learning in those other ages. I'd be prepared to vote for along the lines for this motion, but I also am interested to hear from any other members if they would rather we were placing a vote for just the high school and then just the middle school, if anyone were inclined to move the middle school to a hybrid model. Thank you.
Member Fallon.
Sorry, I'm surprised that we are not attaching a date or a number of days or time limit to the motion. I don't know who is the original maker of the motion at this point, but I don't know if we wanted to say that we would open remotely until November 3rd. I know every other district that's passed their plan at this point has clearly articulated a date, or whether we want to leave it vague and say that we will reevaluate in 45 days and assess the situation according to health metrics that have been established, which of course have yet to be established.
I'll share that I did keep it vague on purpose because I do think that it should not be based on any arbitrary set of time, but should be based on health metrics. And that's where it gets tricky because we don't have those health metrics right now. So I also wasn't sure if, because of what we saw in our executive session, whether this is just something that gets ironed out when we are working with NACE, or whether it has to be a part of the motion. So we could attach something. If we were to attach some language, my hope would be that it would be about having specific metrics that are developed by that team that I'm blanking on the name of, pandemic response.
Thanks. You got it.
That they would be the ones to develop the metrics for when we would reconsider the model.
And I see the advantages to what you're saying, but I also can say that for families who are trying to figure out healthcare, we have given them very little advance notice, and then to say we're going to be remote and to give them absolutely no indication of time for how long we are even contemplating being remote seems brutally unfair.
I agree with that.
Okay. So are you, that's not an amendment then, Member Fallon, you're just raising that concern?
Yeah, I'm raising the concern because any amendment I make we'll have to vote on because we're virtual. I mean, we're remote, so
Unless
I don't want to.
it's a friendly amendment.
Unless it's a friendly amendment.
So I don't know if as a friendly amendment, we would accept saying that we will be remote until November 3rd. I mean, I'm open to other suggestions. I think we need to establish some sort of timeline.
Turn to the maker of the motion or the seconder of the motion. Member Voss, you have your.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to do this because I want to comment directly on Member Fallon's and just say I agree. I think it's probably a good idea, and I would be open to other ideas, either 45 days or the same day as South Hadley, and just say reassess. But I understand why you're saying that, and I think it's a good idea. So I'll leave it to Member Fallon to maybe come up with a friendly amendment for Member Levy, but.
So you were the seconder of the original motion. The maker of the motion would have to also agree to accept that as a friendly amendment.
I will probably accept it, but I'm not sure a friendly amendment has been made.
I'd like to, sorry.
Member Fallon, are you asking for this friendly amendment?
Yes, I would like to add in that we add in the language that we open remotely until November 3rd when we will reassess.
Okay, and you're accepting that, correct, Member Levy?
So, okay, I'm in the interest of time, I will accept it. The thought in my head is I get somebody else chose November 3rd as their date, and that's maybe why we've got it, but I'm not sure why November 3rd is the date, but I will accept the amendment.
Okay. Member Gold, your hand is up next.
All right, I guess, so my comment on the motion as it stands, which is, just so I'm correct, is secondary would be fully remote up until November 3rd. Is that correct?
Right now it's middle and secondary.
Yeah, sorry, when secondary, sorry, I meant, yeah, middle and high school. So I can't support this motion for a couple of reasons that I'd like to share. Because I think, mainly because I don't think it's taken into consideration a very large population of and of the feedback that we've heard from the parents in our community. Yes, we heard from many people on the public speak out just today about going for remote, but we received dozens and dozens of emails from members of the community asking us to select the hybrid model. And so they didn't speak today. I think there's a variety of reasons why that might happen in our community, but I would like to just highlight two of them. One of them, I did ask the parent and teacher if I could share it, and she did give me permission, just a small piece. Her name is, pardon me if I'm mispronouncing her last name, Sarah Hogan. And she wrote us a letter that we all received that she's a parent of a 5-year-old with special needs and an IEP. And she's also an NPS employee, a Unit A member, and serves on the role of the district-wide physical therapist, working with students in all 6 of our schools. And she was also involved in setting up the summer program at JFK for in-person and direct services. I'm not going to read her whole email. She goes into great detail about the regression she saw in her daughter who had Down syndrome, and how being in the summer program, how greatly that regression slowed down and she was able to regain communication. But I think that a big piece that I'd like to point out is that she's not necessarily asking schools to reopen to a hybrid model, and she's not asking teachers and therapists to return to unsafe working conditions. I'm not asking for my child to attend school 5 days a week, but I am asking that we remember that we all have different needs as families, as students, and as employees, and there's no one-size-fits-all answer to this epic dilemma. Just as our IEPs support individualized learning plans, I also feel our options for the fall regarding in-person instruction for our most at-risk populations of learners must include individualized options. And I think that if we go all remote, we remove that option, not just for kids. Yes, we're going to be providing our high needs, but for any families that want to. And so I really appreciated the way she framed that and from her experience. So I want to make sure that's in the public record. We also did hear from Dr. Johansson. I did read her email. I didn't realize that was the one that Dr. Provost was referring to. And NAP shared the following as to why they think we should return. While keeping children from home from school may seem like a risk-free alternative, it is clear that this option can cause unintended harm. Schools provide critical services, not only for education, but also for socialization and for nutrition and physical needs. As pediatricians, we have seen the mental health stress created by social distancing and the struggles that some children with behavioral health or special needs have had with remote learning. And for me, those pieces need to be considered in the public record, and is a big part of why I'm going to be voting no, because the experts in the field have told us that it's safe. We did hear, yes, we didn't hear specific metrics, Member Levy, but we did hear from our health director and her team, as Dr. Provost said, that it is safe for us to go into the hybrid model, right? They said that we had to fine tune what the metrics are, but they clearly stated without a doubt that yes, it is currently safe for us to go in. So they are the experts that understand that part. The last piece I want to add about why I wouldn't be able to vote for this is that it's missing the parent feedback that we got from all these amazing town halls that Dr. Provost did with every school. Yes, there's, I don't know what I last saw, there's 300 something folks on this Zoom, but there was over 500 or 600 people that attended the town halls. And of those people, over 60% on average said that they would send their kids into the hybrid model. That was after it was made very clear by Dr. Provost and the principals that you don't have to go hybrid if we have that option. You don't have to go into school, you can stay remote. And if we're not going to honor that over 60% that we heard, then I really am concerned, because our job isn't to just listen and respond to who comes to public comment or who emails us, it's to take in the breadth of information. Yes, public comment was one thing, and yes, this 60%, the parents weren't representative of everybody, but it is a representation of some of the parents. And 60% said yes, and that includes 63% for, it was 63% of NHS parents said that they would send their kids in for hybrid, and 58% of JFK said that they would send their kids in for hybrid. And so the all remote model does not honor that for those families. And for that reason, I would be voting no.
Okay, Member Busanski.
Thanks. I guess I also kind of feel like I'm going to go back to what Member Fallon said, and I feel like the South Hadley model choosing November 3rd feels like too long of a time in this remote model. To me, the benefit of starting remote, and I guess we'll get to this in the school calendar discussion because it got, now that it's no longer a part of Member Levy's motion, but I am still hoping for some kind of in-person time for middle school and high schoolers to just briefly have some kind of, I guess, social emotional connection with their teachers or however that would look. But I would just suggest that we go, that just feels like too long of a time. Also, October 15th, we're here it's August 6th. That's over 2 months away. And we know so much has changed with this pandemic.
Member Busansky, can I just ask you before you continue to make a motion to suspend rules?
Yeah, motion to suspend rules to continue after 11.
Yes. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I need a roll call on that.
Member Condon.
Yes.
Member Levy.
Yes.
Member Kaufman.
Yes.
Member Goldman.
Yes.
Member Voss.
Yes.
Member Gold.
Yes.
Mayor Narcoitz.
Yes.
Member Busansky.
I'm unmuted. Yes.
Member Fallon.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Okay, so continue, Member Busansky.
So I guess it's sort of changing Member Fallon's friendly amendment to changing the date to October 15th or October, whatever that Monday is, October 12th. Let me look.
Okay, so again, we're not making, we're making friendly amendments tonight. We're not seem to be making amendments, so this would again fall back to the maker of the motion, who would have to, I guess, unfriend Member Fallon and friend Member Busansky. I guess I'm not sure what the parlance is here, but yes, you'd have to switch it up if that's what you're willing to do.
Do I need to do that, or is it's really a friendly amendment to Member Fallon's friendly amendment?
Yeah. I suppose you're right. Yes.
I put this on Member Fallon to respond to.
Thank you, Member Levy. I'm sorry. Were you saying October 15th? Were you giving us a month?
I was giving us a month. So if kids are back roughly around September 16th, yeah, I guess that does put us at, I don't know, October 14th or 15th. Yep.
Mayor, am I allowed to request a point of information at this point? Does that have to work? Can I do that?
Yes.
Okay. Can someone share their screen and put this up there so we can all see what the motion is rather than having to remember it? If there's anyone able to do that, I think that'd be helpful for everyone in the school committee and the community.
Okay.
I can type it up. Do you want me to?
Sure.
Let me get it blank.
So, Member Fallon, back to you. The question was wanting to modify your November 3rd date, which is a Monday. Is it a Monday in November?
It is a Monday.
First Monday in November. And it is the 15th and Monday as well?
No, it's a Wednesday, I think.
It is. And that Monday is Indigenous Peoples Day. So Tuesday the 14th would be the first day of that week.
Okay.
So it could be Tuesday the 14th. And I guess my only point is I just think it just seems like a very long time to November.
Sorry,
with the
can
way
you just tell me if you guys see that?
We can see that you've started screen sharing. It hasn't quite come up yet. I guess my question would be,
It's up now.
okay.
What do you want?
So, so I guess my question is, was your motion, member, or your friendly amendment, member Fallon, that we would be in remote mode until November 3rd, 2020? But did that preclude reconsideration earlier or later, or is there a mechanism that you were proposing as part of that? I guess I'm trying to understand, because the Monday the 3rd is, I guess there'd be an opportunity in October for the school committee to make a determination whether it would continue beyond November 3rd.
I'm not even sure I understand the question.
I
I'm
guess
sorry.
what I'm saying is,
These long meetings are taking a toll.
yeah, I guess what I'm saying is you're setting a date of we would be in remote until X time, means that there'd have to be some reconsideration of that. I see that that's what Member Voss is trying to incorporate.
Right. And Mayor Narkowitz, just to add to that, I guess what I'm thinking is that the school committee would not be making that decision. I do believe that we need some metrics that we're following, and that's either got to be our, pandemic, what's it called again? The Pandemic Response Committee.
Yes.
Or I really appreciate Dr. Provost and others' work on trying to get some statewide metrics, or at the very least having our county superintendents from Hampshire County joining together and coming up with some metrics. That's what I really want to see. I do not think that I actually don't think the school committee should be making this decision at all. And I think it's really remiss of the state to have not come up with some sort of metrics to have made this decision that we could apply. And, it's what we heard from Director O'Leary. I also feel like, just in response to what Member Gold said, that, it's interesting that Director O'Leary praised the South Hadley model. That's, so if we want to talk about what our experts are telling us, what I was hearing was that she really liked what South Hadley did. So that was pretty moving to me. So I want to, that's what I'm really asking for. And I don't know the best way to kind of, but maybe it's a date, maybe October 15th, November 3rd. They're all a little bit arbitrary, but I want to figure out a way in this motion to say when we're going to move from remote mode to possibly hybrid.
Okay.
I'm trying to just capture what I'm hearing.
Well, I will say that the South Hadley model does actually switch to that phase on November 4th. Oddly enough, I just pulled it up, the Gazette article. So their phase, they're fully remote. They're all remote until they've got it divided into phases. They've got the whole year planned out. They wouldn't start their hybrid until January 4th. So I don't know how far out we want to plan, or if we want to just at least give parents some sort of notice while we figure out these health metrics.
Yes, I think that would be a good idea.
So
the problem I have with that October date, to be honest, is only that I hear what you're saying about the, how late we're starting and not having the data, but I do, there are days off. There's a half day on there, and looking at the calendar. So it's not even a full month by October 15th, which is, if that's what the committee's will is, I certainly accept the friendly amendment, but.
So, Member Seraphy Cox, did you want to add something to this conversation? You had your hand up.
Member Fallon illustrated the details about the South Hadley model that I was going to, I think I'll reserve my comments until we have figured out what the motion is.
Okay. So, so could it be just simplified to say motion to start NHS and JFK in remote mode until November 4th, subject to public health yet to be determined public health metrics or something like that. I don't think we can make a question. The motion can't be a question or an information request. It has to read like a motion. So, I said November 4th. I think I meant November 3rd. Obviously I have November 4th on the brain for some reason.
No, November 4th is when South Hadley goes hybrid. So that's correct.
Okay.
If you're going by the South Hadley model.
Mayor Narkowitz, who has the floor now? Is this open conversation or?
Well, I'm trying to, we're trying to negotiate a friendly amendment between.
That's fine, but how are we doing it? Is it open conversation or are you calling?
I'd like to add, please, if you have a question about it. We're just trying to get this friendly amendment. So as Member Gold asked to see something in writing because there's now been a motion and there's been.
But I'm just asking what's your pleasure? What are we doing? Are you calling on people or is it open? I don't want to interrupt if you're calling on people, but if it's open.
How about this?
I liked Mayor Narkowitz's proposal.
How, does this work?
Okay.
I think, do you have to say public health metrics that who those metrics are coming from, that are coming from the Pandemic Review Commission? Pandemic
Response team.
Response team, thanks. I would say right where you are, from the from the pandemic response team.
Okay.
So that means that, Member Busanski, we denied your friendly amendment.
Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. I guess I'm a little confused by the language in this motion now. So that means we get to November 4th and then we look at switching modes.
Yeah, I think that may be a little confusing to people, but
Yeah.
How about?
I feel like we're confusing what the motion needs to be with what our communication with the community needs to be.
Yeah, I think we just have to, I think really the motion to start NHS and JFK remote mode until November 4th is really the motion.
That's what I would agree.
That's the
Okay,
motion.
would you like me to erase the rest?
Yeah, I think that
I'll keep it around. If somebody wants me to put it back in, it's copied.
I think it's pretty fairly well established based on the conversation this evening, what we're going to do, what we're going to, how we're going to move between modes and what we want. And so I don't think we really have to incorporate it into the motion. So
if I still have the floor, then I'll just say I support that motion and lower my hand.
Okay. Member Kaufman.
I'll just say real quick, I also support the motion. And just to clarify so that we're not thinking we're doing the same thing as South Hadley, my understanding is South Hadley is not allowing any students, including the students that we plan to target in-person mode from day one. I'll call that the population of most vulnerable students. My understanding is that they also will be remote until November 4th, and then they will be coming back on November 4th. And then they will be joined by their colleagues for a hybrid model in January. So just to clarify, I might be wrong on that, but that's what I read in the paper. So the only thing that resembles South Hadley here is remote until November 4th, just in case that was your thinking. And anyway, I totally support this. That's it.
Okay, and so just so that everyone understands, when we say remote mode, we're referring to our remote model.
Right.
Which
that part maybe we should clarify.
Okay.
Say motion to start them under the remote model that was submitted to DESE.
Or just to start NH and JFK under the NPS remote model or something like that, because that was what we submitted to DESE.
And I don't like how it says to start until, because you're not really starting it until, so we need a little better wording. So motion to start NHS and JFK under the NPS.
I think we motion to reopen NHS and JFK. Until
yeah. There might be a better way of wording it, but I think that's what we're saying.
That's good.
That's fine. I mean, I think you could get rid of the and use this model, but it doesn't matter. It's fine. I think people get the gist. So does that clarify for you, Member Kaufman, that we are clarifying that the model, that the remote model that
yeah, that's helpful. Thank you. Yeah, good idea. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Member Gold, you have your hand up.
Yeah, first, just to clarify, because I've been watching this going through, what's happening on November 4th? I mean, this motion doesn't say what happens on November 5th.
I guess my sense would be that this would be that there'd be an evaluation happening prior to November 4th to decide whether they would then move to some other model at that point, or to move backwards or to move forward. I think that's my understanding of the way that the and I let the superintendent speak to this, but that the all of the models had that flexibility to move backwards or forwards. So I suspect that we wouldn't be changing that flexibility. But again, this is, we may want to check in with the superintendent because he has to actually submit this to DESE on Monday or by Monday. So I guess, is this, is your understanding of what's being, the motion here, superintendent, seem workable?
I think it's something that can be submitted to DESE. I don't think it answers Member Gold's question, though. I think he was asking, so what is the mechanism that we're using to deal with November 4th? And what we've said before, just so I want to get this out here, this is my understanding, but so much has been said, that my belief is this motion says that the pandemic response team is going to come up with a set of metrics, and it's not debatable by the school committee. Whatever they say is going to be the metrics. When we hit the metrics, we open without further discussion. I've heard people say they don't want to be a part of the decision and that this is the group that they want to empower to make the decision. And so I just want to be clear on that.
And I appreciate that. That's what I was going to ask is, so then does that mean that if the pandemic response team says on September 20th that we can move into the hybrid, that would be allowed under this motion? Like that's my question. And I have another follow-up thing with that, but I'm asking, is that what this motion means? That
Member Voss.
You're muted, Member Voss. We can't hear you. We can't hear you, Member Voss. You're muted.
You're muted.
I said, there's other people with hands up, but I have a direct comment regarding the pandemic response team. So if other people are waiting for that, you can go ahead of me. Otherwise, I'll go.
Okay. I was just going by the order of hands. I'm sorry. I saw your hand up. So.
Oh, maybe it was. All right. Let me just, I haven't been watching because I have my screen up. I think I heard the two members of the pandemic response team also concerned about their role in making this decision. And I think this might be a bigger conversation than we want to be having right now. We definitely need to figure out who's responsible. But part of what I heard was there might be a state level or a region level group that's going to make this decision. So I don't want to say who's making it, but I think we're sharing that none of us, it's not necessarily our decision, but to say whose decision it is right now at 11:20 without all the information, to me, doesn't make sense. But clearly between now and well before November 4th, we need to figure that out.
So, I mean, I think I kind of still have the floor here though, because my question was, what's going to happen November 5th? And can schools be reopened of September 20th? I don't know what day of the week that is, but can some schools be reopened if the team that is identified says that it's safe to reopen in the hybrid model on September 20th? Does that motion allow for this?
No.
That would not be my understanding of this motion. No.
So then what are we, okay, so then what is happening November 5th? How are this motion, so we're just saying, all we're telling parents is that there's school until November 4th and we don't know what's going to happen on November 5th with this motion? Because that's very concerning.
Well, can I answer as the friendly amendment giver?
Sure.
So our goal, I thought, was ultimately to return as many students safely to the school as possible during the school year. And so my understanding of this motion is that we are committing to be remote until November 4th. At some point, obviously before that deadline, we are going to reassess how remote learning is going and what the health metrics are saying and whether there's been community spread of the virus. And we will decide whether we continue remotely because we need to keep everyone safe, or whether we will move into a hybrid model. I can't imagine we would jump from remote to all in.
Yeah, no, I'm not suggesting we would jump into all in. I mean the hybrid thing. And I guess I'm confused because I don't know what new information we're going, like, I hear just to clarify, I don't know if Dr. Director O'Leary's on here anymore. What she said was that it's not her decision if we reopen, but that she does give advice to the superintendent if it's safe to reopen. And her team have clearly given the superintendent that it is safe to reopen now. Like that's what just like they advised him to close the schools and then he closed it, they're advising him now. So what new information are we expecting to get up until November 4th that they're going to tell us differently? Because they might tell us the same exact thing that they've already told us, right? Like they're saying to us, it's safe to reopen under our current conditions right now. So I'm really confused as to what we're looking for. And I just want to reiterate to my colleagues that we have pushed very hard to make data-driven decisions. And right now we have an arbitrary date, nothing based on metrics, an arbitrary date establishing how long we're going to be doing remote learning. We're not doing anything with data right now on that, because the data that we have from Director O'Leary and her team and all the school nurses is that it is safe to open currently. So I'd love for someone to explain that one to me.
Okay, Member Sarah Fee Cox.
I will, I wanted to add to this about, to lay out what would happen, because that is what other school districts have done. And I'm disappointed that Member Gold didn't just make a motion, although I guess he doesn't agree with this motion, so it makes sense that he wouldn't just try to edit it. So my suggestion is to add something about if the health and safety metrics that we agree that come out of the Pandemic Response Committee are met after November 4th, then we will move to a hybrid model, so that we are giving families more direction the way that other districts have.
I just pasted what we had. You want me to say after November 4th?
No, I mean, what I said was if health and safety metrics are met as put forward by the pandemic response team, then we will move to a hybrid model. We will move to the NPS hybrid model. Move to the NPS hybrid model.
So this is another friendly amendment, Member Levy.
I accept the friendly amendment.
Okay. I'm assuming since the seconder's typing it that she accepts it as well. Okay, so, okay. So this is the, provides the answer to what happens after November 4th. So presumably November 5th, the district moves to a hybrid model. Member Busansky.
Thanks. So I think, part of the problem with putting the pandemic response team in is we're not sure yet who's going to be developing those health and safety metrics. I mean, I guess we could assume that, let's say, the state comes out with metrics, or as the superintendent's proposed, that we have sort of a county-wide metrics, and then the pandemic response team adopts those, and therefore we get to move, I guess it could just happen that way. But that's just my one little, what I'm a little caught up on in this latest friendly amendment. Do you have member Seraphy Cox?
Yeah, I would just, instead of as put forward by, you could say as adopted by. Yeah. Because then whatever state or county-wide metrics are put forward, our team could just adopt those.
Right, great, thank you. And then I just wanted to ask Dr. Provost and I know you've talked about being flexible and moving from one mode to another, but especially for the high schoolers where we were setting up almost two different systems in the hybrid model. The one that, obviously there was the hybrid model of kids who were coming in for 2 days, a couple days a week, and then learning remotely. But then the kids who were going to go all remote, that really seemed it was going to be a very different model. So how would this work then if we went from being fully remote to going hybrid, let's just say on November 4th?
So just to be clear, this isn't a switch that we would be able to make in a day. I think in some of the town halls, I think, in fact, one of the ones you attended, I talked about going to a more permissive model. We would need more lead time, especially, it's actually not the high school that I see as the biggest challenge. I think it's any grade level that we're transporting, because we'll have to redraw all of the routes. So I think in order to effectively make a decision to move to a hybrid model on November 5th, we would have already had to have begun the process by October 5th. I think it's optimistic to think that we will be ready to make a change of this nature by November. I think it's unless standards come out right away and the pandemic response team adopts them and we hit them. So we'll see.
And do you think that needs to be somewhere in the motion or we just make the motion and you'll know you need a month? What I'm hearing is that you need a month to make that change to hybrid. We need to make that. The pandemic response team needs to adopt these.
So member Voss has typed in the word transition. So the question would be, we will begin transition to the NPS hybrid model? Is that sufficiently, that doesn't commit to November 5th. It says that there's a transition. I don't know.
Well, I mean, since the question was posed to me, I would say I think the motion is fine as it is, as long as everyone understands that if we're going to do this, I'm going to have to be reporting to you at the October school committee meeting that we're ready to go on November 5th. And if I'm not, then we may have to make a decision then to change the date.
Got it. Okay. That seems fine with me. I don't know what the motion and makers and friendly amendment makers, how they feel about it.
Member Goldman.
Thank you. So I appreciate the development of this motion, and I asked this question a little bit to Member Levy, but I still, sort of thinking about Member Gould's concerns and where we are with this motion, need to ask for some clarity from Member Voss, Member Levy, Member Seraphy-Cox, and Member Fallon, who seem to be supporting this, about the choice to start fully remote. If it's because we're concerned about the higher risk for that age group, if they have exposure, well, like we're saying, and we're relying on the pandemic response team to some extent to indicate safety, and then they just did. We had them come to the call to talk to us about how safe this space is at this time. I don't understand why we wouldn't either start with the hybrid model or start choose not to make this decision completely and say, as soon as we're going to start hybrid, which will force either way, we need metrics as soon as possible. So is it because we can't get metrics yet that we're playing the safe card and doing it, doing remote? And when I talk about safe, I'm only talking about the safety metrics of the school. I'm not talking about the safety of our students when they're not in school, because that's something that I'm concerned about. I'm concerned about our students getting what they need from their homes for another 3 months. So I'm just really trying to drill into what the reasoning is for the full remote, because you want to wait and see how the community responds or how other schools, what infection looks like in other schools. I'm just looking for some clarity. If we want the pandemic response to be, or someone else to talk about what's safe, and they're saying it's safe, why are we waiting until November 4th? Thank you.
Member Voss, your hand is up. Are you wishing to respond?
I'm offering to respond unless somebody else,
okay,
the aforementioned group wants to take it on, but I'm happy to respond.
Go ahead.
Okay. I didn't hear them say it's absolutely safe. I heard a lot of people say there's different risks involved and it's kind of it's relative. I don't think that it's a good idea right now, knowing what we don't know and how this virus behaves. I am really against sending most of our community there. I stopped asking questions, but I could go on about a lot of people in small spaces. And I actually did email back and forth with the doctor from Northampton area pediatrics today. And I think we have different definitions of risk tolerance and safe, and she didn't say it's absolutely safe. There's always risk involved, like some of them said. So given how this virus behaves, how it's blowing up around the world, there's nothing they could say to make right now to make me feel like we're not at risk for having something similar happen in our community. And I know I'm not going to make everybody happy, because there's people out there that think that we should be going back. But for me, I think it's more important to err on the side of caution. And 2 months is just, let's wait, let's see what happens and make a better decision in October. 2 months ago, we didn't even know this thing was airborne the way we know it now. We're learning a lot more about it, and I would like to be protective of these amazing people in our community. And I think we can be. I think we can look after each other. I think we can do a lot remotely. I think our teachers are really committed to doing the best job they can remotely. And that's where I'm at.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate the committee discussing why they're supporting this motion instead of just making changes.
I think I don't bring this in much, but I am going to say this. I've sat on a committee at Smith College all summer. I've read all these articles. I've watched the 2 colleges in this area make really hard decisions this week. People have been emailing us articles. I've read most of them. Sometimes they've emailed me new ones. I'm reading articles by epidemiologists at Harvard, many a week. And I am a scientist. I have a PhD in health sciences and technology and electrical engineering. I was an editor of a scientific journal, associate editor for 10 years. I know how to read peer-reviewed articles. And I think there's so much unknown about this. An exponential spread of this is a real threat to our community. So I'm just going to say to me, what I'm reading in the context of a quantitative mind around it is scary, and to me, it's not worth the risk.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Member Fallon.
Thank you. Yeah, it's getting late. I will just say, for the most part, my thinking is the same as Dr. Voss's. 6 months ago, the World Health Organization was saying that you shouldn't wear masks unless you were caring for someone else who was sick or you were sick yourself. The CDC was recommending against us wearing masks. I mean, this new information is coming out every day. And I think that the key to what they were saying earlier tonight was that they said that the risk was low and that it based on what we now know. And so the fact that, any scientist has to put in that qualifier of what we now know is a little troubling to me, because I'm not willing to put staff or students in a position where it's essentially, it is safe under laboratory conditions if everyone is socially distant and wearing a mask and all of these other parameters are in place, because, that's not, in fact, what a classroom is going to look like. And I don't think anyone wants to take the responsibility for someone getting sick under these circumstances. So anytime we have to hopefully learn more about the disease, learn more about the spread, see how our numbers are impacted by those students that are returning from college to colleges, and those families who are returning from vacations from states with higher rates, and hopefully a vaccine will be developed, and that more rapid testing sites will open locally, so that students can get tested and get results very quickly. All of those things will make me feel much more comfortable about sending students into the building.
Thanks so much.
Member Gold.
Thanks. I'd like to make a friendly amendment so that it reads under the NPS remote model, until, and then delete November 4th and if, until health and safety metrics are met as adopted by the pandemic response team, at which point we will move to the NPS hybrid model. And so that we anchor any date and any shift in the pandemic response team's decision. So I'd like to make that friendly amendment.
Should I respond to that?
Yeah, yes.
So that was where I started, was wanting to have the not have an arbitrary date. And I agree with what was put forward by our colleagues, that feels unfair and hard to parents to not have some kind of a way to plan, to say, we know that for this amount of time, at least, this is what this is going to look like, and we can plan our schedules around that. So I'm with you, and I agree that I don't want.
Member Levy, could I offer an addition to that friendly amendment? The pandemic response team, we will move to the hybrid, NPS hybrid model, ensuring parents have 2 or 3 weeks notice of the shift. So that whenever the pandemic response team says it's time to shift, that we give a 3-week notice or 2-week notice.
I'm open to that. I would like to hear from Member Fallon for a friendly amendment that got us here, I believe.
Member Fallon. Member Fallon.
I'm sorry, I'm still thinking, doing this at this hour. No, I just keep thinking back to what Dr. Provost is saying about these transitions and how we're transitioning from one model to another. And I'm trying to even envision what the calendar is at the high school or the middle school, and whether, I know that you're viewing it as an arbitrary date, but is the break in the calendar at each school, like the end of a marking period really a more natural spot. I understand what you're saying about arbitrary, but maybe it's actually better to choose the end of the learning period so that students aren't abruptly switching.
I would like to hear from the superintendent about this. I think that he probably has opinions about timing.
I would too.
Yes, this actually was part of a conversation that we had earlier in the day. I think that having it link up with a natural break in the calendar would be helpful. I think for the purpose of the motion, just saying a natural break might be enough because, it could be the end of a trimester, it could be the end of a semester, it could be the end of a marking period. But if we have the latitude to sync it up with some time that makes sense within the context of an academic year, I think it would be an easier way to do that. Whenever we do transitions for students, we always try to link it with a natural transition in the year. And so this would be a major transition for all students. And I think following that logic might make it go a little more smoothly.
So what would the wording be then that would have to be in place instead of?
I guess maybe we would say remote model until November 4th. If health and safety metrics are met as adopted by the pandemic response team, we'll move to the NPS hybrid model at the next natural break in the school calendar.
And just to clarify, though, the friendly amendment that Member Levy said was possibly okay, that Member Fallon maybe was okay with, she wanted to hear from the superintendent, was to remote model until, and then take out to the November 4th if, until the health and safety metrics are met. With that, Dr. Provost, is that?
Well, it's fine. I mean, there are no natural breaks that occur before November 4th. So if the idea was to let families know that they could not expect in-person learning before the 4th, then this language would effectively preclude the possibility of going back before November 4th.
Can I make a comment about this?
Sure.
I think the November 4th is important. It aligns with neighboring districts. It is really not that long. When we see what the calendar is, we're asking our teachers to figure out how to deliver their courses remotely, and that's a lot of work. And to do that effectively, I mean, if they think they might be changing in 2 weeks, it feels really different. But most importantly, I just don't see how the virus is going to change in ways that is going to change, at least my perspective, that quickly. So I mean, November 4th seems a very reasonable date. It lets people know what's going on, teachers and families, and I really prefer leaving a date in there.
Can I be recognized?
You are the next person. So you're the next person with your hand up. Go ahead, Member Coppin.
Sure, thank you. I want to thank Member Goldman for asking the question. I think we're going down the same area that she had asked us not to and getting to nitty gritty. So I want to respond to her question, which will simultaneously offer my insights as to this motion, which is I'm not that in favor of going to in person. And let me explain why. And I think this is a direct response to your question, is that, by focusing on the remote model now, what we're going to be doing is allowing our educators to build off the experience that they had in the spring. Only now it's going to be with a lot more professional development. It's going to be access to many excellent and newly developed materials and resources that were not available to them before. And this is important. I think it's with the advantage of knowing that remote learning is where we're going to go for a certain amount of time. And I think that psyche is really important. Last time, no one knew whether this was for 1 week or 2 weeks or what have you. But I think the big advantage here is that it's going to enable teachers to do this without simultaneously trying to figure out how to effectively teach teachers how to teach their students, in a much different classroom environment, as they would be required to do so if we simultaneously adopt a hybrid approach or if we too soon develop a hybrid approach. So in my mind, asking educators to master 2 new methods of instruction at the same time seems neither fair nor wise. And so Member Goldman, when you said, why don't we keep this open, or why don't we go with some of the information that we have now. And I would certainly agree that I don't think it was as clear as maybe you perceived it from our guests earlier today. But the advantage to me is quality instruction, and teachers really need the time to focus on quality remote learning. If we had an opportunity to go to a hybrid model today, I would not vote for it for that reason. It's not fair to ask people, and it's not going to come out to the best interest of kids. So I'm all in favor of beginning with remote, K-12, pre-K-12, excuse me, and a set date is absolutely necessary. I would think that if there's another date that superintendent could recognize or that could identify, or Ms. Fallon, in terms of like a quarter of the year, whether that's November 15th or something, I would be open to changing that, but I don't think we can keep that open. That would not be fair to anybody. So I'm trying to address both of the questions that Member Goldman, as well as this motion, which is, I'm fully supportive of it as is, but I would also think that if we do think there's a natural break in the calendar and it's close to November 4th, we might as well select that one, if you believe there is, Dr. Provost.
The school calendar is coming up on the agenda. I wonder if it's possible to display that and we can see what falls near that time.
Yeah, I can do that. Give me a minute.
Mayor, my hand was next. I
Yes.
believe. Yeah. I guess I would say that I would like to keep the motion as it is, because I think we don't know what the calendar is going to look like yet. We haven't made that decision. So it says the natural break in the school calendar. So it's going to be that. And in the public communication to families, there can be a more specific date once that calendar gets adopted. But I would, at this time, like to make a motion to end debate and move to a vote so that we can talk about the elementary level, because it is near midnight and our elementary school families deserve a vote on this as well.
Second.
Okay, so there's been a motion made and seconded effectively to call the question and end debate.
Does it matter that our hands are still up or no?
No, it's that's the purpose of this type of a motion, that it's a way to end debate. So I have to ask the clerk to call the roll. It's a non-debatable motion, so.
To vote on this motion.
The vote is actually is a vote to close debate.
Oh, right.
Call the question. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Member Levy?
Yes.
Member Kaufman?
Yes.
Member Goldman?
Yes.
Member Voss?
Yes.
Member Gold?
No.
Mayor Narcoitz?
Yes.
Member Busansky?
Yes.
Member Fallon?
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
And Member Condon?
Yes.
The vote is 9-1.
Okay, so debate is closed, and so then the next item would be a roll call vote on the motion that is displayed on the screen that's before the body. So I'd ask the clerk to call a roll call on that.
Member Kaufman?
Yes.
Member Goldman?
Yes.
Member Voss?
Yes.
Member Gold?
No.
Mayor Narcoitz?
Yes.
Member Busansky?
Yes.
Member Fallon?
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
Member Condon?
Yes.
And Member Levy?
Yes.
The vote is 9-1.
Okay, so the floor is still open to additional motions. I hope we're going to have a motion, since our school district includes elementary school, so we need to have someone needs to make a motion. Member Seraphy Cox?
Do I still have the floor?
I believe you do.
Okay. I would like to make a motion that is basically the exact same as what we just passed, except to say elementary instead of JFK and high school.
Second.
Second.
Okay. So there's been a motion made and seconded. Member Kaufman, your hand is up.
Yeah, it is. I just need to ask Dr. Provost a quick question because the issue of, can you please just clarify, Dr. Provost, what roles you see our school counselors and our school adjustment counselors and social workers and others having, and in particular, whether you feel like they could accommodate some of the social and emotional needs of kids, because I think that's a big part of the remote model, or concern within the remote model. Is that something you would think is possible?
So like everything else in the remote model, I think it would be a combination of in-person and remote services for students who's were in the high needs group and who had a need for counseling services. They'd be able to receive those services in person if that's what they wish or what their parents wish. For other students, counseling services would have to be provided remotely.
And so it's your understanding that that's part of our remote model. That's not a different hybrid model.
Correct.
Thank you.
Well, part of the remote model, not the hybrid model.
Did I say the opposite?
Use both in your statement.
Oh, that's even worse. All right, but thank you anyway. That's what I meant.
Member Seraphy Cox, your hand is up next, but you're the maker of the motion, so I'll move on to Member Levy.
I am pretty sure I'm not in favor of this motion. I think for me, as I think about the data that has been presented, as well as the science that has been presented, I do think there's a difference in the risk factors of elementary school students and middle and high school students. I'm also I'm gonna say something that y'all are gonna be mad about, because I'm gonna do what I did before, which you told me that you didn't like that I did, and I'm not doing it in the form of emotion, so maybe it's okay. But I think that there's a serious issue that we need to attend to with whichever model we go with. I think this is true, especially at the elementary school level, but also probably with our middle and high school levels as well, which is to address the notion of pods. And I think I get that this can't be tied into the motion, but I'm going to articulate that I would like to see our district move to create the option for families to pod and for our district to support that. I will speak from my own experience and perspective that as a household with 2 working parents or caregivers and 2 young kids, that neither of these models is doable for us. And we are looking into a pod, and we're trying to do it in the most equitable way possible with diverse families with diverse needs and a whole host of ways of articulating that. But there's no way for us to be able to support our kindergartner in remote or hybrid learning without help from our community in terms of childcare. And it is not fair that my kid and we have access to that because of our networks in our community and other families don't. And so I would like to see us as a district moving towards a model, not a reopening model, but a model of support for families. And if that's not a part of this motion, that's okay. But I would like, I feel like I need to say that. And I can come back to the other piece later. I see a lot of other hands up.
Member Voss.
I'm going to pass right now. Sorry, I think it was up from before.
Member Goldman.
I just want to thank Member Levy for those comments. That's also what my family is experiencing, and you know, I'm connected with many families with young children, and I would like to be a part of something that's creating equitable
and inclusive pods for the children in our district. I'm particularly concerned about access for everyone.
Mary Busansky.
Yes, I also want to thank Member Levy for raising this issue, because it's a real concern to me that we have made our school into childcare facilities. And while we all knew they played that role to some degree, I don't think we've ever really realized it to such an extreme degree as we have now. And I've had a conversation with Dr. Provost about it, and I have reached out to Senator Comerford and Representative Sabadosa, and I emailed Mayor Narkowitz, but I really do think that what New York City is now doing, learning labs, somebody's on. Should be muting. It was a little loud, but anyway, that's doing with learning labs is one way of really trying to help, or going to help, working parents with their need for some safe and affordable childcare. It's not exactly what Member Levy's referring to about pods. I did read that article that Reels sent around, I think, to all of us about what they're doing in that one San Francisco school where the principal's actually taking charge of trying to help formulate pods, recognizing that this is what's going to happen, and that if she didn't kind of take some charge over it, that it was going to happen in an unequitable way. So I don't know if Dr. Provost, I know you and I spoke about maybe talking to the virtual Y about setting up some kind of childcare, or if you have any thoughts on this topic. But
and this has come up a lot in the town halls, and it has been a large part of our discussion with the principals. And our first thought, of course, was to support podding by honoring parent choice if we go to a hybrid model, so that we can try to keep parents into the pods that they've created. I am very concerned about the inequities that I feel are potentially inherent in podding if we don't have some way of addressing that, because people don't have equal access to social capital. Although I also don't know how much my principals can do to sort of move parents into pods with families they might not be familiar with or may not want to pod with. So I'm a little bit concerned about directly putting the principals in the middle of that. And I just want to be careful, and also because they have so much on their plates right now. So we want to support and we want to facilitate, but I'm not sure that we can sort of become the pod masters for the whole community. It just seems like it's too much to put on the principals.
And did you have a conversation with the virtual Y? Is there any hope that they might be able to step in and provide some childcare for working families?
I would say that I've had some telephone contacts. We don't have anything definite yet, but it's certainly something that I can turn to after this vote, whatever it is, because there'll be a lot less planning in my life once we know what's happening.
Right. Not that your plate isn't too full already, but I know it is. So, and it's not even, I believe, our responsibility ultimately. I think it's the state's responsibility to step up and do something smart about this. But I did want to ask two other questions to you, Dr. Provost. One was just about the public comment we heard tonight about the specialists, especially the art teachers, and what they're gonna be facing if we were to go with a hybrid model come, upon our reopening.
Sure. I can say that the elementary principals have been in discussions with the art teachers. They do have a few concepts that would limit the number of sessions or the number of students that the teachers were exposed to. So that conversation is ongoing, and I think we do have some solutions we could propose to the school committee.
Okay. And then the other thing is, I felt like I heard Director O'Leary say, and maybe you wouldn't agree, that maybe that it's not just the 6 feet social distancing that matters, but it's also the how many students are in the classroom. And I know we have some classrooms in the elementary schools, I think when you laid out those charts, that were more than 15 kids in a classroom. And I just want to.
I don't think I've heard that. What I have heard her say very clearly is 6-foot distancing isn't the magic bullet. What is, it's layers of protection, and probably the most important layer of protection is the masking, because with the mask, the ability to spread droplets is significantly reduced. So you want to have the 6-foot distancing, but you want to have the mask as well. And then, you know, the issue with the size of the classroom isn't so much as whether you have those other precautionary measures in place.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Member Levy.
Just a really quick comment for the superintendent that I think it may be that folks in Real have an understanding of some local organizations that could help in creating pods for families. And so perhaps they would be a really good resource to reach out to so that it doesn't all lie on the principals.
Thank you.
Member Kaufman.
Yep, thank you. Real quick, Dr. Provost, I just want to make sure that this is clear for the public. So before I asked you whether the social and emotional needs of our students can continue to be addressed through our resources that we have, and you through the remote model, and you're agreeing it can, both through a combination of in-person and remote?
Well, I don't want to overstate it. I want to be really careful about that, because one of the public health concerns that have been brought forward, including by the practice that our school physician works at, is the increase in student social emotional distress and mental health issues caused by social distancing.
Yeah.
And including increased probability of suicide. So we are raising the risk that students will die by not having students in school, but we can mitigate that. We can mitigate that through remote counseling. Telepractice is a accepted counseling modality, but it's still fighting against some of the problems that are created by the isolation caused by social distancing. So I'm not saying that it's a healthier distance to be in. I'm just saying that we have the ability to try to mitigate it through remote practice.
I think that's what I was trying to get clarity on. Thank you. And then, but you also just raised the issue of isolation, which I know is a huge issue with folks, but I think I have thrown out, and many other people have thrown out, that with very little ingenuity, we could help tackle the issue of isolation. And again, whether that's a school-sponsored thing or a community-sponsored thing, kids don't need to be home alone all day long if there's support for them to meet them in their neighborhoods and stuff. I mean, do you have some optimism that we could tackle that issue in a proactive way? Yes, I do.
Well, I think probably the most definite proposal that's been put forward is podding. I think podding actually started really for socioeconomic reasons, because families are essentially pooling their resources in order to pay for daycare, and that will create opportunities for students to socialize, and that will have a beneficial knock-on effects. I know that we have now allowed youth leagues to start up, so students have the opportunity to play sports. So even if they can't participate in school, and even if it turns out that the MIAA stays or upholds what was suggested the other day about ineligibility for organized high school sports, we can still have recreational sports.
Yeah.
The high school could still use its athletic department to try to organize a rec league if not allowed to participate in a formal league. So there are things we could do.
Okay, yeah. I think my point, thank you, Dr. Provost. I think my point is just that I don't think of remote as necessarily meaning isolation, kids by themselves in front of a computer all day long. I don't think that's a fair representation of what remote could be. And I don't know if it's all going to be the responsibility of the school district, because there's plenty of great community resources and otherwise, but my sense is remote doesn't necessarily mean isolation. It's something we need to attend to, and I'm optimistic that we can do that. The bigger question I wanted to ask that was raised earlier today, I think through public comment, was you have told us, as many other people have, that one of the most successful things we've done so far is the models of service delivery over the summer by our occupational therapists, physical therapists, speech, and other specialists. That, from all we've heard, has been very successful. Do you feel like that those specialists will be able to continue servicing students through a remote model in the same sort of level of success as they did over the summer?
No. The reason why they're doing in-person services is because for those students to make progress, they need to have in-person services. I think, in fact, the letter that Member Gold referenced earlier this evening talked about how essential in-person services were for that individual child. So I think that there is a certain population of students who cannot be effectively served through remote.
But they served them over the summer, right?
They served them in person over the summer. We did have some remote services over the summer too, and those could continue remotely, but there are some children who really need the in-person in order to benefit from an education.
I guess I'm a little surprised. So you interpret our remote model as prohibiting our specialists from providing direct services to kids in the same manner that they did over the summer?
I don't, but you asked, could the therapists who were working over the summer do the same thing remotely? And to that I say no.
No. I said no. Okay, so that you misunderstood. That's not what I meant to say. I take that back. Okay. Can they do it if we follow our remote model?
Oh, yes. Yes.
So the concerns that were raised by several people that OT, PT, speech, and other specialty services that we did a great job of providing over the summer, if we choose to go remote, which we just did for secondary, if we likewise choose for elementary, those services can continue and they will be likely in person.
Yes, that's the NPS remote model that was approved at the last meeting.
Thank you. That's really important, I think, for the community to hear. That's we've heard that many concerns. So that's all I had. Thank you.
Member Voss. And again, just want to remind people we have a motion on the floor regarding essentially adding the elementary school to the other two schools that we voted on.
I have a comment and then maybe a friendly amendment addition to the motion, and I can share my screen. So that's where I'm headed as well. My comment is quick. It's to basically say I feel the very same way about the elementary school teachers and students as what I articulated for the middle and high school. But I also recognize there's this extra dimension that we're talking about right now. And some of this dimension applies to middle and high school students too. Just in terms of the health and why I feel so strongly, I do want to make it clear that the 6 foot, as I said, I think I was the one that said it earlier, is the droplets if somebody sneezes or sings or coughs. But what's come out in the last few weeks, hundreds of the world's top scientists are writing letters about it and writing about it, is that this is airborne, and airborne isn't 6 feet. The small particles that float around the room for hours really does depend how densely the room is packed. If you have 2 people in a room, you have a lot less chance of one of them having COVID and a lot fewer particles from their bodies in the room. And if you have 20 people in the room, it's a much bigger risk. So that's where that came from. And I think we're going to hear more and more about that. And the CDC guidelines have not caught up with it, but it's a big conversation among people making these kinds of decisions. Epidemiologists talk about it, etc. Okay, but going back to the motion, the other emails that we've all gotten in the last couple of days are what we're talking about in terms of how can we help families, especially families that maybe have fewer resources and really need to get potted up. And we've gotten emails from people, I'm looking at my notes here, but REAL has been referenced. We also got a very thoughtful long email from a group of very diverse thinking parents today. And both of those emails, along with some of the comment from some of the teachers tonight, said, let us help. How can we help? How can we help each other as a community? And I don't know how a school committee member or a school committee does that. I'm not sure there's a model for it, but I just want to say I would like us to figure out a way to connect people and to support that kind of behavior. And maybe that can be part of the motion. And that's where I feel like now once we decide what the modes are, maybe it's the superintendent's office who can help make the matches a little and support it, but that seems to be the direction we need to go. So I guess I might ask the maker of the motion, Member Sarah Fay Cox, if you think it's appropriate to help word something to that effect, or maybe we don't need to, maybe we just need to say, this is a big community problem and we want to be part of the solution. And there's a lot of people out there wanting to help. And I don't know how to make the connections, but it feels very important for us to recognize that they should be made. And do you want me to share my screen with the motion?
I'd prefer to hear Member Sarah Fay Cox's response before we do that.
Sure.
I guess honestly, I come back to it a little bit feeling like an administrative role. I hear you that we can express desire for a policy, or we could even pass a policy about I don't know what that would look like in a policy, but I think that is, I'm struggling with it. I guess I would also like to hear from the superintendent about no, we've already heard. I mean, I'm sorry, my brain is not working at full capacity. I can't imagine how it could be in a motion.
And that's fine. I don't feel strongly it has to be in the motion.
Okay.
But I guess I'm just putting it out there that it's an issue.
It's definitely an issue. And what I heard from the superintendent is it's an issue with many moving parts. And so he can turn to it next. So perhaps we can ask the superintendent to come back to us at our next meeting, with further thoughts, something lined out that way.
And I just want to clarify, the motion that I can share whenever you want is the one that was actually made, not anything that I added to it. It's just the one.
I don't think we need to share it because I think people know it. They voted on it. Member Levy?
I second the notion that I would love for the superintendent to come back with information about community support in that way. I would also love the superintendent to come back just to take us back to our previous conversation with some information about what support for our middle and high school students could look like as well in these advisory pods. After superintendent, your vacation that you're going to take. I want to share, and this is going back to the motion. I appreciate, Member Voss, that you just articulated why you're supporting the online learning or the remote learning. And I kind of want to go back to Member Goldman's question before. I think it would be helpful for me to hear why other members support this as well at the elementary school level, because I'll be frank, I feel very torn about it. For me, the science is more clear that younger students are much less risk of transmission. Of course, they get the virus and they carry it in, as we're learning, in intense loads, and also the transmission rates are lower. And as our public health experts said, there are numerous cases of kids gathering. Yes, camps are outside for the most part, but some preschools and emergency childcare places have not been outside, and also very, very, very few rates of transmission. And so for me, I'm moved by teachers who say things like, this isn't kindergarten, this isn't actually learning. And, I guess my question is, as I was considering sending my kids back to preschool, that same question, is this the experience that I want them to have? And their teachers were creative and made ways for it to still be engaging and fun and loving. And so I guess I'm going to start with a question for you, Superintendent, and that is, do you know how many elementary school teachers, since we are saying that we're going to give teachers the option to be remote or in person, do you know how many would opt to be in person? Have you asked?
So we do have some information that was shared in the context of negotiation. It wasn't broken down by grade level, but we do expect that there's a large number of teachers who do not feel like they want to return to school. I think it's about 76%, if I recall correctly.
Yeah. So just hypothetically speaking, if we were to vote on the hybrid model, how would we staff that model with 76% teachers potentially not coming?
So, to answer the question very directly, what we were told was that they don't want to come back to school. We don't know whether or not all of them would qualify for leaves or other benefits that would allow us to reasonably accommodate them not coming back to school.
Okay, that actually does help me support the remote model more.
Member Condon.
To answer Member Levy's question about why other members are supporting the fully remote for the elementary level as well, I'm not so sure that the science suggesting younger kids transmit it at lower rates is as solid as once believed. I think there are other studies that have come out more recently that dispute that, and I'm not saying that's wrong, but enough has come out that I'm not sure that it's right. And just like at the high school level, I don't want to take chances about that until we have more information. As many members have said, every day more information is coming out, and I think it's better to err on the side of caution and then transition into that hybrid phase if evidence does prove that younger kids are not transmitting it. I think, as Dr. Provost has mentioned, there is the possibility for different plans for different levels. So if it does prove to be true that younger children are not transmitters, then we could always switch them to the hybrid model, but keep the older grades at the remote.
Okay, is there anyone else who wishes to speak on the motion that's on the table? If not, hearing none, I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Member Goldman.
You can pass and come back if you'd like. If you need to think, there is an option to pass and come back to you again, if that's.
I'd like to pass.
Okay.
Member Voss.
Yes.
Member Gold.
No.
Mayor Narcoitz.
Yes.
Member Busanski.
Yes, and I had no idea we could pass. That's
Well,
just want to say, in
yeah.
4.5 years, nobody ever said you can pass.
You can't phone a friend, but you can pass.
Member Fallon.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Condon.
Yes.
Member Levy. Member Levy?
I'm thinking, and I was going to say I would pass, except I think it's just going to pass right back to me. I'm going to vote yes, I guess.
Member Kaufman.
I think the rule is you can pass until the vote is announced. So before the mayor announces the vote, you can change your mind or you can vote. So I'm voting yes.
And now back to Member Goldman.
Yes.
I didn't mean you could take a pass on the vote. I just meant you could pass when your vote was called until it comes back around. So the motion does carry, and that does conclude the first item that we've taken up on the agenda, A of section 6.
Kudos to the agenda setting team on your timing.
Well, we were pretty close there for a while. Okay, so I guguess the question becomes, at this point, we have some budgetary transfers and gifts that should not take very long, I don't believe. We do have the school calendar, which I believe is somewhat time sensitive. And so I feel like we could get through some of those, I think, fairly quickly. And then, why don't we take the revised 2020-2021 calendar if Member Levy does not mind us moving past the update on the job description for tonight, and just see where we get on the calendar, and then we can sort of go from there. So Dr. Provost, did you want to just give a quick overview of what the revised school calendar looks like?
Sure. Under the agreement between DESE and the MTA, the 180-day requirement for the 2021 school year has been reduced to 170 days, with instruction to begin no later than September 16th. So we are proposing moving the first day of classes to September 16th to take advantage of that flexibility. That causes us to make adjustments all the way along the line regarding when the first semester ends and the first quarter ends, et cetera. There is no change to the end date of the school year.
Okay, I would accept a motion to approve this revised 2020-2021 calendar.
Motion to approve revised calendar.
Second.
Okay.
Mayor, can I just
Yes.
ask a clarifying question?
You sure may.
Do we need to alter the language on the calendar that is not the actual calendar that says that we're in school 180 days and change it to 170 days?
Is it written on the calendar somewhere?
Yeah.
Okay,
Good catch.
I guess we better. So yeah, I mean, I think that's probably a Scribner's error, since that was the whole purpose of the revision, was to reduce it to 170. So I think we can just treat that as a fix that has to be made, a typo. So we can go ahead and just fix that.
Okay, thanks.
If people are comfortable with that. So any Member Levy, you have your hand up.
Yeah, question. My understanding was that kindergarten and pre-kindergarten orientation days would have split the students up in various ways and had some people come in and some people come in at different times. And given that we are now going to be remote during that time, is that still necessary?
Well, we heard at a lot of town hall meetings that parents wanted to have their meetings with kindergarten teachers. So elementary principals have been planning that. And they've said that we can do remote introductions if families are more comfortable with that, or we could do in-person introductions if families are more comfortable with that. So we'd like to leave that on the calendar just so that people have a sense of when that might happen, although the format is still under development.
Okay.
Member Goldman.
Thank you. I'm noticing that the high school schedule starts at 7:30, and I'm wondering about opportunities to implement a late start for the high school students.
Well, actually, in both of our hybrid and remote model, we do have a later start time for the high school. That is another thing that carried over from the prior calendar.
So what do those need to be changed to reflect the model?
Just to clarify, the only thing that the school committee needs to approve is the start and end date of the calendar. And I do appreciate the editorial pieces, but we can fix all that out. It doesn't require a formal motion.
Okay, so that'll get adjusted when the final document is printed. Okay. Okay, Member Voss.
Yeah, I've had a few requests from people at JFK wondering if their start time is flexible if we were to go to remote. So I'll ask you that so you can answer it for the community. But it sounds like there'd be a lot of support for considering that.
So I actually just want to get back to you on that. It's getting late and I don't remember that detail at this time.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yeah, my only question is, since we only vote on the first and last day of the school year, if there were like days that needed to be half days or something like that, is that something that would need to come back for a vote to the school committee?
No.
Okay.
Okay. So motion's been made and seconded to accept this revision, which is essentially shortening the number of days. Any further discussion? Okay, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Member Voss.
Sorry, yes.
Member Gold.
Yes.
Mayor Narcoitz.
Yes.
Member Busansky.
Yes.
Member Fallon.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Condon.
Yes.
Member Levy.
Yes.
Member Kaufman.
Yes.
And
Yes.
Member Goldman.
Yes.
Vote is unanimous.
Okay. So now just a little time check. It's 12:30. I mean, I would accept a motion to take as a group the budget transfer and the 2 donations. We could do those all together as one vote, and that would knock off the sort of financial issues if people were willing to do that as one.
Motion to take the budget transfers and what was the other item?
Basically items B and C as a group.
Okay, motion to take items B and C as a group. And
Okay. And was there a second?
Second that.
Okay. I don't know if Camie's still with us and wants to give a quick overview of them. Camie?
Yep, I'm still here. Hanging on.
Sorry.
So the donations at the Stop and Shop is an annual one that they usually donate to us. The parent child is a state grant that has come through for funding that it was one of those odd things. We really didn't apply for it. They've just asked us if we wanted the funds to be able to help families. So I wanted to bring it to the committee to make sure we could. This basically a preschool related grant funds is what the parent plus child is. And for the budget transfer, this is actually the high school PE contracted services are the trips that we did, the 1-day trips to meet the physical education requirement. And this year, Principal Valancourt has asked to transfer some of the money to hire the other 0.5 FTE salary. So she will have she'll have an additional PE teacher. So she had a half a teacher. So now she'll have a whole PE teacher. And the remaining money of that 45,000 would go towards increasing the world language teacher, who was a 0.67. That will bring it up to a 1.0, which will help her fill some Spanish classes.
Okay. Any questions about that? So two donations and a budget transfer. Seeing no hands, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Member Gold. Member Gold.
He's muted.
He's muted.
Yes, sorry.
Mayor Narcoitz.
Yes.
Member Busansky.
Yes.
Member Fallon.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Condon.
Yes.
Member Levy.
Yes.
Member Kaufman.
Yes.
Member Goldman.
Yes.
And Member Voss.
Yes.
Okay, so those 3 items are adopted and dispensed with. Next item is a second reading and vote on BEDH, which is the public participation at school committee meetings, which was basically a change to align with basically a Supreme Judicial Court decision, I believe, to make sure that our policies were in line. Am I getting that correct, Member Fallon?
More or less, Natick School Committee lost a court case. It was a violation of free speech amendment, and we happened to have the same language that was problematic. And so this is the second reading, as I mentioned last month, because the MASC suggested policy has already been revised by their legal counsel. We are recommending that the committee adopt their policy. The only change that we have presented to the committee is in section 1. At the start of each regularly scheduled school committee, individuals will sign in for an opportunity to speak during public comment. 15 minutes are allotted for the public comment segment, which may be exceeded at the discretion of the chair. All speakers are encouraged to present their remarks in a respectful manner. We made that change in order to align with our rules of procedure. I just want to be clear to the public that while that is in our rules of procedure and in this policy, our practice is, as you saw tonight, to let any member of the public speak for 3 minutes during public comment, but we do reserve the right to limit that if it were necessary. And then the only other change is to add in Northampton. So I would like to make a motion to approve policy BEDH, public comment at school committee meetings, as presented.
Second.
Okay, Member Seraphy Cox, your hand is up.
Yeah, I mean, I support the motion, absolutely. I was just wondering, I know that our clerk was going to be moving through this summer, moving through the policies to get them updated on the website. So I was just interested to get an update about that.
Okay.
They are about halfway updated, and I hope by the end of tomorrow they will all be updated.
Excellent.
Wow. Okay.
Okay. Any other questions about this motion? Okay, motion was made and seconded. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Mayor Narcoitz.
Yes.
Member Busansky.
Yes.
Member Fallon.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Condon.
Yes.
Member Levy.
Yes.
Member Kaufman.
Yes.
Member Goldman.
Yes.
Member Voss.
Yes.
And Member Gold.
Yes.
Okay. I believe the next item is a report from Member Condon on the superintendent evaluation process. Am I getting that correct?
No, we took that off of the agenda. You might. Oh. There was a revised agenda that went out maybe Tuesday.
Okay.
Because we moved the superintendent evaluation meeting till next week. So that will be on the August 13th agenda.
Okay, fair enough. Camie, do you have any school business administrator report or personnel report this evening? Ms. Lamica?
Coming. Gotta find which button. So I didn't put it in your packet. We did have the first financial report that I put in there for July. We're just in the midst of closing year end with the city now. So next meeting, not next week, but the following meeting you have, I'll be able to report out where we closed for the year end. And the personnel report, I believe, was in your packet as well.
Okay. Dr. Provost, do you have a superintendent report this evening?
Given the hour, I will just make it extremely brief. I'll again just share some thoughts on the process and what I feel good about. What I can feel good about at this time is that we did, I think, take a proactive step that goes farther than South Hadley to affirm the rights of some of our most at-risk students. And so I'm happy about that. I want to just say that. I know that there were some comments made earlier about the process of upholding student rights, meaning that teachers are beholden to students' families. And I know that that was received as painfully by some of our families based on what I've already seen from communications. And I just want to make it clear that the team process works best when people are on the same page. I said in every town hall that any agreement can be changed by mutual agreement between the district and the parent. And that's what I always ask teams to work for is what can be mutually agreed upon. So I really hope that people think that, don't get the impression that by upholding the rights of students, we're in some ways disrespecting the rights of teachers. What I really hope will come out of this is teachers and families planning together to provide really excellent quality services to our most at risk kids. Thank you.
Thank you. So we are back to old business. Member Levy, you had an update on the diversity, equity, and inclusion job description.
Can I make a motion to suspend the rest of the agenda items until our next meeting?
Well, they are both your items, so you certainly could do that. So we don't even have to make a motion. We'll just accede to your request to push them off to a future meeting.
I would just say that they've both been pushed and pushed. So I think I said this last time, but this time I really mean it. If we could put them at the beginning, that would be helpful.
Okay. Duly noted. The next, so essentially the only thing we have left is just to review the fact that we have some meetings coming up. They're listed on our agenda under item 9. I won't read them. I do show that we had an executive session schedule. I must have the wrong agenda. There was still the one I printed. So I believe that's the last item on the agenda. So I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay. I need to ask for a roll call vote.
Okay. Member Busansky.
Yes.
Member Fallon.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Condon.
Yes.
Member Levy.
Yes.
Member Kaufman.
Before I vote yes, I just want to say that we just missed our agenda's stop time. So if Member Buzansky wants to apologize for her unnecessary critique from earlier, this is your chance. All right, missed. I'll just vote yes then. I'm very disappointed, Rebecca.
Member Goldman.
Yes.
Member Voss.
Yes.
And Member Gold.
Yes.
And Mayor Narquitz.
Yes.
This is just a test run. Next week it'll be better.
Okay, so the meeting of the school committee of August 6, 2020 is hereby adjourned. Thank you, everyone.